Order, please. We'll now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Guysborough Eastern Shore, Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a position with the operative clause being, we, the undersigned, request the Government of the Province of Nova Scotia to give permission for maritime launch services to be given written approval for the development of the Canso Spaceport project, a medium-range satellite launch facility in Canso, Little Dover, creating both part-time and permanent employment opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the petition contains 753 names, and I have affixed my signature according to the rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, may I do an introduction before I read?
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to draw the attention of the host to the East Gallery, where we are joined today by members of the Canada Winter Games team. I'd ask them all to stand. I want to tell them all how proud we are as a host, but as Nova Scotians, we get a chance to watch these athletes compete and bring home medals. At the same time, you are representing the entire Nova Scotia team, and all Nova Scotians were excited as we watched the events in Red Deer, Alberta, and you made us all proud. I also want to recognize the coaches that are here, if the coaches would stand. I want to thank you for your tireless commitment to these athletes and to the sport to ensure that we get to send a team to represent our province to compete inside of the Federation. As well, I'd ask the parents and family and friends to stand and thank you for your commitment to this team as they had gone on what is a lifetime opportunity. So on behalf of the host, we want to extend a warm welcome to all of you here.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas from February 15th to March 3rd, our province witnessed the dedication, passion and determination of young athletes from across our province who represented Team Nova Scotia at the 2019 Canada Winter Games in Red Deer, Alberta. And whereas Team Nova Scotia athletes are incredible role models serving as an example of what can be achieved when we have a goal, work hard and strive to be our very best. And whereas we are tremendously proud of our 20 Team Nova Scotia medalists and their coaches for bringing home medals from 8 different sporting events, therefore be it resolved the members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Team Nova Scotia athletes who competed in this year's Canada Winter Games and thank the coaches, family, friends, sponsors, volunteers and spectators for their ongoing support of our athletes and for making Winter Games a huge success. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to read this government notice motion on behalf of the Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Permission granted.
I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas April 7th to 13th, 2019 is National Volunteer Week in Canada, and this is a time to celebrate and recognize the important contributions made by Nova Scotians who volunteer, including the close to 800 members on our province's more than 150 agencies, boards and commissions. And whereas members of the agencies, boards and commissions make a difference to their communities and to our province by serving in these roles while also gaining their own great experience. And whereas Nova Scotians from all communities and walks of life are needed to serve, applications are now being accepted and all residents of Nova Scotia are eligible to apply for these volunteer positions. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in thanking Nova Scotians who volunteer by serving on agency boards and commissions, encourage others to learn more and consider making application. I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas yesterday, April 10th, I had the pleasure of providing welcoming remarks at the launch of the book Making Waves, an initiative from the Immigrant Services Association of Nova Scotia, collecting the stories of second-generation immigrants. One of the stories featured was that of the member from Halifax Citadel, Sable Island. And whereas Nova Scotia is fortunate to have strong cultural communities and continues to welcome new immigrants from around the globe, enriching the rich and vibrant diversity that makes Nova Scotia the place we are proud to call home. And whereas our settlement partners such as ISANS play a key role in helping welcome and settle newcomers, and the work they do is so incredibly important to ensuring all Nova Scotians will benefit from an increased population and a strengthened economy. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly join me in thanking everyone who participated in the development of the Making Waves book and congratulating ISANS for launching this initiative and for promoting a positive conversation on the contributions of immigrants. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. With all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have with us a number of representatives today in the House of Assembly who will be joining us in the gallery shortly. And I just want to read their names before I make my statement. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Cynthia Murphy, who's the director of the Dalhousie International Center. Teresa Ignacio, International Student Advisor at Dalhousie International Center. Isaac Rodriguez, Manager of the International Center at St. Mary's University. Katie Orr, Director at NSCC International. Amy Bray, Manager of the International Education Center at Mount St. Vincent University. Donelda Johnston, Cape Breton University. Elvis Zhu, Acadia University. Sebastian Dole and Luke Tardif of University St. Anne, Larissa Strawn and Donald Rasmussen, St. Francis Xavier. So a number of these representatives will be with us. All of them are important partners in our efforts to welcome international students to our province and encourage them to stay and build their lives here. So if I'm be permitted, I will read my notice of motion first, or second. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas we are fortunate to have thousands of international students attending our post-secondary institutions each year, and whereas the Nova Scotia Office of Immigration has promoted our immigration pathways to international students at 47 events since July 2018, with 9 more scheduled for the month of April and May, and works closely with each of our universities and the Nova Scotia Community College. And whereas as the Minister of Immigration, I'm pleased that we are seeing a steady increase in the number of international students who chose to stay in Nova Scotia after graduation, with 440 students immigrating through our programs in 2018, up from 35 in 2014. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly join me in continuing to welcome international students to our province and encourage them to stay and build their lives, families, and careers in Nova Scotia, and thank the important partners in our efforts to welcome them. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. With all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
I just ask those representatives that are with us in the gallery now to just please stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Chief Dental Officer.
The honourable member for Pictou West begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Chief Dental Officer.
Bill number 145, entitled An Act to Establish the Chief Dental Officer.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1, 1992 Supplement of the Revised Statutes 1989, the House of Assembly Act, to support public participation in the Law Amendments Committee.
The honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1, 1992 Supplement of the Revised Statutes 1989, the House of Assembly Act, to support public participation in the Law Amendments Committee.
Bill number 146, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1, 1992 Supplement of the Revised Statutes 1989, the House of Assembly Act, to support public participation in the Law Amendments Committee.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Proportional Representation and Democratic Renewal.
The honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Proportional Representation and Democratic Renewal.
Bill number 147, entitled An Act Respecting Proportional Representation and Democratic Renewal.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. With the unanimous consent of the House, we'll revert back to introduction of bills. Is it agreed? It is agreed. The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support Opportunities for Participation in the Democratic Process by Acadians and African Nova Scotians.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support Opportunities for Participation in the Democratic Process by Acadians and African Nova Scotians.
Bill number 148, entitled An Act to Support Opportunities for Participation in the Democratic Process by Acadians and African Nova Scotians.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. The honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for unanimous consent of the House to introduce a notice of motion. It does not deal with the business of the House, and I would like to ask for that unanimous consent.
Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. The honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to make an introduction as well, if I may be permitted.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, we remember the recent tragic death of Cassidy Bernard, a young mother to baby twins Paisley Jean and Maya May. I would ask Cassidy's mother, Mona, to stand, along with Annie Bernard Daisley, who is an aunt to the twins, and also a council member at Wakaba First Nation. I would ask other family members to stand as I call their name, and we'll give them a warm welcome to the House with a round of applause. I'll call their names: Alonzo Denny, Elsa Denny, Tyra Denny, Colby, Gina Poulette, Julina Bernard, Jillian Denny, Haley Denny, John Wayne Bernard, Cyrus Bernard, Renee Denny, Tommy Bernard, Macy Bernard, Everly Bernard, Jason Bernard, Karen Pictou, Lorraine Whitman, and Marie Sack. I'd like to give you a warm welcome with our applause.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, they are here today to give witness to what happened to Cassidy, and so that no other woman will suffer as she did. Mona and family members will be making themselves available to speak with MLAs who are interested after this today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future date I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Cassidy Bernard of Wakeba First Nation leaves behind a legacy in her twin daughters and the numerous friends and family who love and miss her and hope for justice. And whereas the families and communities of the many missing and murdered Indigenous women have been left to feel like their women are being hunted, if I may use those words expressed to me by the family. Whereas work remains to give faith and hope to women everywhere, that places like this legislature care about what happened to Cassidy and other missing and murdered Indigenous women. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me in sharing our support for law enforcement and our judicial system to bring justice for Cassidy and to create a future where Paisley Jean and Maya May can feel secure that they live in a society that values and protects First Nation peoples. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to statements by members. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery, we have Dartmouth resident Barbara French. Barbara's son, Joel French, is currently serving on sentry duty at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in Ottawa. Barbara, I'd like you to please stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Mr. Joel French, a Dartmouth resident who was recently chosen for sentry duty at the National War Memorial in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure many of the members in this House know, to guard the National War Memorial is a great honour, and it is a testament to the level of service invested by the individual. Leading Seaman French has served proudly as a member of the Royal Canadian Navy for the past 5 years and currently serves on HMCS Ville de Quebec. On April 9th, Joel French joined 9 other members of Navy personnel to guard the National War Memorial on Parliament Hill. This launch date also commemorates Canada's participation at Vimy Ridge. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to thank Leading Seaman French for his service and congratulate him on the honour of this assignment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no greater grief than the grief of a parent who has to mourn the loss of their child, or the grief of a family, a community that loses one of its cherished members far too early. Cassidy Bernard's death was not an isolated incident. Across the country, Mr. Speaker, there's an unfolding crisis that is both tragic and outraging. Missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. A story of systemic racism, ongoing colonial violence, and a failure on the part of government to take needed action. Mr. Speaker, I want to stand here today and say to all the Mi'kmaq women, mothers, grandmothers, sisters, and daughters that yes, you are valued, yes, you are loved, yes, you are cherished, and together we can and will fight to honour Cassidy's memory. And Walalan to the family for being here today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Master Corporal Cody Matthews from North River, Colchester North is a reserve Master Corporal with the Nova Scotia Highlanders. Matthew was in Latvia from January through July of 2018, along with several hundred Canadian soldiers guarding the tiny Baltic nation against possible Russian invasion. Since his unit was deployed just outside the capital, Matthews got to see the humbling buildings of the local towns, reflecting the poverty of many Latvians. In spite of that, he said they knew how to appreciate and enjoy what they had. As well as Canadians, NATO soldiers from the United Kingdom, United States, Italy, Spain, and other European countries were also there to help Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. Although the language barrier was the biggest challenge, Matthew enjoyed his time in Latvia. He now works as an instructor at Aldershot near Kentville, teaching new recruits essential soldiering skills.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
I would like to draw the House's attention to the West Gallery in the second row, and I'll ask them to stand as I read their names. I want to welcome the St. Peter's Youth Group. So Kellyanne Raftis, her grandmother Mandy Raftis, Koyisha Clayton, Kayana Clayton, Chloe Young, and Elizabeth Williston. And I would like all of the members of the House to join me in welcoming them to the House.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the wonderful youth group from St. Peter's Church in Eastern Passage. Here with the organizer and key volunteer with the only church youth group in our constituency is Mandy Raftis, someone this House has heard me acknowledge for other community volunteer work in the past. Some of the youth group members, Kellyanne Raftis, Koyisha Clayton, Kayana Clayton, Chloe Young, and Elizabeth Williston, who are here today, along with other members of their group, are all involved in all sorts of fundraising events that go on to provide food for the food bank and clothes for the homeless, among many other activities. In addition to doing wonderful acts of kindness for others, they take on the personal responsibility to fundraise for the numerous skill-building events that they participate in, such as movie nights, trips to museums, and now coming here to the Nova Scotia Legislature. Mr. Speaker, our whole community benefits from having youth who are actively engaged in making their community a better place to live. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the Legislature to join me in celebrating the wonderful St. Peter's Youth Group, their volunteers, and their wonderful leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize those who played a part in the dedication service this morning for the community of Berwick's new War Memorial. The Royal Canadian Legion, or Tona Branch 69, in Berwick held a dedication service for the community's new War Memorial, and it was an honour to be in attendance for this event. To commence, a parade took place, and the procession included members from 14 Wing Greenwood, Legion members, veterans, RCMP, cadets, scouts, Girl Guides, and the entire school population of Berwick and District. On November the 11th, 2018, on the 100th anniversary of the First World War, the War Memorial was erected at Berwick and District School, which is fittingly located on Veterans Drive. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of the House join me in recognizing those who made today's very powerful dedication service for Berwick's new memorial possible. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, in the West Gallery, I'd like to call the attention to 4 advocates for rural hospitals in the HRM being able to qualify for the federal student debt relief program. And as I read their names, I'd ask them to stand. Peter Stein, Candace McKean, Jackie Barkhouse, and Steve Barkhouse. And Jackie is a former councillor for Eastern Passage, and they are advocating for rural hospitals in the HRM. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Amanda Gugu of Wagmacook First Nation on receiving one of the Nova Scotia Volunteer of the Year awards. Known as the community's go-to person, Amanda has taken the lead in planning and overseeing the community's 2-week March break activities. This year, she also managed the back-to-school bag program, ensuring that every child has a school bag filled with school supplies. Amanda also shares her time for the annual Christmas gathering and acts as a chaperone for the Mi'kmaq Summer Games. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the Legislature to join me in congratulating Amanda on receiving her award, thanking her for all she does for her community, and wishing her the very best in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I direct colleagues, members' attention to the East Gallery, where we have some constituents from Antigonish joining us, and I'll ask them to rise as I read their names. Chase Martel, Luke DeCoste, Aidan Boyd, Colin Tate, Malcolm MacDonald, Dante MacDonald, Parker Flynn, Adam Stalker, Kayla McLean, Isaac Murphy. These are members of the Antigonish Bantamay Bulldog team, and joining them are their some parents, Marlise Tate, Mike McDonald, Linda Stalker, Tara Martel, and their team's head coach, Wes Martel. If you could please provide a warm welcome to the House.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bantamay Bulldogs of Antigonish recently wrapped up the very good season in a very strong and competitive league. While they placed second overall in their league, they tore up the ice in their tournaments, winning 2 golds and 1 silver in the 5 tournaments that they played this year. Mr. Speaker, this group of young men not only played hard on the ice, but they've developed friendships among their teammates that transcended hockey. They've also been giving back to their community, volunteering to play floor hockey with members of the Canadian Association of Community Living. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the accomplishments of my junior constituents, and I'm grateful to their parents and coaches who are mentoring these fine young men. I ask all members to join me in congratulating the Antigonish Bantamay Bulldogs on a great season and to wish them well in all their future endeavours.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On April 1st, 2019, the Nova Scotia government hosted the 45th annual Provincial Volunteer Awards. Among those being honoured was Helen Atwood. Helen was a member of the Clarks Harbour Fire Department and held the office of President of the Auxiliary for 1 year. She also delivered Meals on Wheels for 22 years. Helen joined the Seabreeze Rebecca Lodge No. 24 in 1969 and has held the office of Treasurer since 2000. Before that, she held many positions throughout the years. Helen's been a faithful member, rarely missing meetings, and is always available to help when catering to various functions. I'd like to thank Helen for all of her hard work and dedication to making a difference in her community. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend congratulations to Henry House, who celebrated their 50th anniversary on March 29th of this year. The Henry House was the project of Dick Raymond and his business partner Jacques Ducau, a friend from Marseille who had already had success as a restaurateur in Toronto. After a couple years seeking a suitable historic property in Halifax, the pair eventually settled on 1222 Barrington Street, a stone house which had been home to William Alexander Henry and his family from 1840 to 1867. Henry spent many years in the legislature, serving as a member for Antigonish as both a Liberal and a Conservative from 1840 to 1867. He attended most of the Confederation conferences and is recognized as one of the fathers of Confederation. By the 1960s, the building was a rooming house that had fallen on hard times, but with restoration and necessary adaptations to the 1826 stone buildings, the Henry House and the Little Stone Jug opened on March 29, 1969. Mussels were an early specialty, rarely if ever served in Nova Scotia restaurants at the time, and the Henry House also carried on mail-order export trade in Nova Scotia smoked salmon. The building was designated a National Historic Site in 1972, and since then the restaurant has passed through several hands, and both building and business are now in the devoted and capable hands of the Alsop family, who emigrated from Ontario to operate the Henry House in 2003. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend the current owners congratulations, and I look forward to the next 50 years of the Henry House operating in Halifax.
Thank you very much. Just like to remind all members that the time limit for member statements is 1 minute. The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Nicole LeBlanc.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Nicole LeBlanc, project navigator with Citizens for a Healthy Pictou County, has been given the task of recruiting and retaining medical professionals in Pictou County. In essence, she's not a recruiter. She works closely with recruiters for the Nova Scotia Health Authority's Northern Management Zone. Nicole's mandate during the next 5 years is assisting in attracting and hiring new primary caregivers and specialists. She will also create the environment to ensure primary care individuals will want to stay, work, and live in Pictou County. Nicole realizes that site visits are critical. In many cases, visitors might have a few hours to learn about the area. It is always a major decision for them, both personally and professionally. I would like to take this opportunity, along with all residents of Pictou County, to wish Nicole great success with her pursuit of fulfilling her mandate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction, please.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, through the Speaker, today we're joined by the First St. Margaret's Bay Girl Guides, and as I read their names, I would ask them to stand. Today, Mr. Speaker, we're joined by Grace Turner, Leilani Dowling, Fallon Pace, Jane Anderson, Kaylee Benoit, Olivia Avery, Ainsley Gale, their leaders Allison Anderson, Vanessa Benoit, and I believe there's an Emily Daphne that is not with us here today, but she is a part of the crew. I think I'm missing somebody up there by the looks of it. I apologize. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the House of Assembly today.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Today, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the First St. Margaret's Bay Girl Guide Unit, who's made up of girls aged 9 to 11. They're from St. Margaret's Bay, Upper Tantallon, Stillwater Lake, and Hammonds Plains. The girls have been working on several badges as part of the new Girls First program that was recently introduced. They have completed the Guide Together portion, which focuses on what it means to be part of guiding in Canada and the global guiding movement. Mr. Speaker, they're now working on the Connect and Question portion, which is about girls discovering the community and the world we live in. Having the opportunity to visit the legislature today fits perfectly with that. The girls are traveling to Jasper, Alberta in June to explore the national park, the glaciers, and the Rocky Mountains, which will be a great adventure for these girls and their leaders. They've been doing extensive fundraising over the past year, having raised more than $30,000 for the trip. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask all members of the House Assembly to congratulate them on their efforts and wish them well on their trip.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just if I could ask the indulgence of the House to revert back on the order paper. I know that the House will find this hard to believe, but the Minister of CCH was talking outside out of the chamber and missed his opportunity. So if the House wouldn't mind providing unanimous consent to revert back to government notices of motion for one quick motion.
Is it agreed? It is agreed. We'll now revert back to government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could make an introduction, please.
Permission granted.
In the East Gallery, we have, and I'd like for them to rise as I introduce their names, Alia Leilson and Alice Rothbotham, who has recently won the Woozles Writers Competition, and accompanying them today are their families, but also Finley Baker, an amazing artist who illustrated Alice's book, is here as well as with her family. Also in attendance is Susie McLean, who is the manager at Woozles, an amazing local bookstore. And as part of their 40th anniversary celebration, they published the two young authors who are here with us today, and they're amazing artists. And maybe the families could rise with them and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Alice Robotham, age 10, and Alia Leilson, age 13, have become published authors after winning the annual Woozles Rights competition. And whereas Alice's book, I Survived the Halifax Explosion, was illustrated by her friend Finley Baker and depicts key events of the tragedy with an underlying message of resilience. And whereas Alia is the author of North Wind and has been profiled by the Black business community as the youngest Black author ever published in Nova Scotia. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House congratulate Alice Robotham, Alia Leilson, and Finlay Baker on their amazing accomplishments, proving talent blooms early in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice, passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now revert back to statements by members. The honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March the 28th, students from the Musquodoboit Valley Educational Centre got to participate in the loudest crunch ever. The Great Big Crunch is an initiative of Food Share to increase food literacy. Students from Musquodoboit Valley Educational Centre participating as the Great Big Crunchers joined over 300,000 crunchers in 800 crunch sites across Canada to celebrate nutrition, raise awareness of various food discussions, and encourage a sense of both school and national unity. The Great Big Crunch has been an annual moment of anti-silence since 2008, where everyone gets together and bites into a crunchy, fresh, local products in unison. I can imagine how loud that crunch would be with everyone biting into fresh apples, carrots, and celery together. I applaud the teachers and staff for bringing this anti-silent food moment to their students. Congratulate the students on making the loudest crunch ever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville on an introduction.
Yes, sir, and I apologize in advance. In fact, the name that I omitted was right here on the page in front of me, so my error. But I'd like the House to give a special warm welcome to Sophie Oldford.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 15 years, the Leadership Partnership Award has recognized the unique and vital contributions of principals in our schools. The award honors principals who demonstrate innovative leadership and entrepreneurial spirit and have done something remarkable for their school community. One of the 30 honored in 2019 is our Janice McNutt from St. Mary's Bay Academy. Ms. McNutt helped teachers develop some instructional strategies which the teachers find increases their effectiveness in the classroom. They are helping students create their learning goals and the strategies to meet those goals. Ms. McNutt also focused on developing an outdoor education program at her school, including the recent opening of a 2-kilometer nature trail at the school. This has allowed students to learn about nature on the trail as well as from books. The trail is also a popular walk for people from the community. After 25 years in the school system, including 7 years at St. Mary's, Janice continues to find her work challenging and loves working with the children and teachers. It is obvious why a passionate and effective educator like Ms. McNutt received this award, and I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask members of the House to look to the Speaker's gallery, to two really good young-looking women sitting up there. Those are my daughters, Jenna and Maria, who are off today on PD Day and have joined their father at work today. Mr. Speaker, Maria is a grade 5 student at Sackville Heights Elementary School, and Jenna is in grade 7 at Sackville Heights Junior High and has just finished her unit in social studies on provincial government. So wanted to come in today and see good government in action. So I would ask all the members of the House to please give them a round of applause and welcome them.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, children love hunting Easter eggs, and on Sunday, April the 14th, the Easter Bunny will be visiting again to the Springfield Lake Rec Centre in Middle Sackville. Organizers are looking forward to excitement of the children who, along with their parents and grandparents, will enjoy a breakfast with their special guest, the Easter Bunny.
This tradition I started 10 years ago, and it carries on today, marking its 10th year anniversary this coming Sunday. Mr. Speaker, the event will feature a pancake breakfast with all the trimmings as well as family-friendly activities for children and adults. And I want to congratulate today Donna McDonald and the team who is coordinating this year's Easter egg hunt and wish them a successful event in Middle Sackville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish a very happy opening to the entire team behind Neptune's The Color Purple, which opens tomorrow night in Fountain Hall. The show, which has eagerly been anticipated by the Nova Scotia theatre community since it was announced, will be the first mounted regional production of the play in Canada. Featuring a cast of entirely of people of colour and predominantly women, the show opens not a moment too soon. Directed by Winnipeg's Kimberly Rampersad, the show tackles race, queerness, social class, and gender, as well as love, betrayal, and self-doubt, all things that make a compelling story. It's based on Alice Walker's book of the same name from 1982 and has been called a Black feminist manifesto. And from what we hear, Kimberly Rampersad is taking that fully to heart. When asked how many times the actors have worked with Black women directors, most of them said it was their first time. Mr. Speaker, shows like this highlight the importance of Black voices, storytellers, and art makers. I cannot wait to see the show, and to the entire team, I say merd.
The honourable member for Guysborough, Eastern Shore, Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Wayne and Debbie White, dedicated and engaged citizens of the beautiful community of Havre-Boucher. The Whites are noted for creating events and activities for the local children. Known throughout the community for their annual Easter egg hunt, which they pay for themselves, the Whites open their home every Easter to all the children in the area. This annual event provides candies and sweets for 40 or more local children and is looked forward to and appreciated by all. I'm sure they'll have a great time again this year, Mr. Speaker. In addition to that, during the Christmas season, Debbie can be found baking for days to provide gingerbread houses for the children to decorate at an event hosted in the community hall each year. Debbie is also a talented community photographer. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say thank you to Wayne and Debbie White for all that they do for the children in the community of Havre-Boucher and encourage them to continue their creative holiday activities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend congratulations to Kyle Vandertorn, a resident of Scottsburn and third-year biology student at Acadia University. On February 14th of this year, she was elected president of the Acadia Students Union, and her term of office will begin May 1st, 2019. I commend Kyle for putting her name forward and for undertaking the incredible amount of work it takes to run and win a campaign. I know Kyle will be a strong voice for positive change, and especially in advocating for increased medical, mental health, and sexual violence supports on campus. Acadia is fortunate to have such a passionate and dedicated president who will work incredibly hard on behalf of the student community of the university, and I wish her the very best in her role going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize a very special member of our community, Mrs. Hanni Faddoul, who this year marks an incredible milestone as she celebrates her 100th birthday. Mrs. Faddoul's life has had its challenges and blessings. She was widowed at 35 years of age in Lebanon when her husband, also 35, died suddenly. She went on to raise and nurture her 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls, all under 10. As her children grew, some immigrated to Halifax for better opportunities. In 1976, one of her sons traveled to Lebanon and brought her and his younger brother to make their new life here. Today, Hanni is a matriarch in her family with 17 grandchildren and 19 great-grandchildren. She's also a valued member of our church and community. Faith and family are the pillars of Hanni's life. She has always maintained a special connection to her hometown of Brisset, Lebanon, and is often heard stating that God is looking over Halifax as she expresses how grateful she feels for the life this city and province has given her and family. As Mrs. Hanni Faddoul marks her centennial birthday, I want to wish her the very best as she continues to bless her family and community. Allah يطول بعمرك وتضلي بركي بهالجالية. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Becky Hanna of Howie Centre, who was recently presented the President's Award that recognizes the top academic performance among student athletes. Becky received this award from the CBU President David Dingwall at CBU's awards banquet. Becky Hanna is a soccer player, and she achieved an overall average of 90.2% during the 2018-19 academic year while upgrading her Bachelor of Administration degree. Mr. Speaker, I stand today to wish Becky Hanna much success in her academic and future career. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize John Bogardus, until recently the music director of the Halifax Music Co-op, and to thank him for bringing a wonderful space into being in Halifax Needham. John started the Halifax Music Co-op in about 2010, a nonprofit that has the mission of enabling anyone to play music. And the Music Co-op accomplishes this with affordable lessons, an instrument library, and pay-what-you-can membership fees. There are a wide range of ensembles playing jazz, classical, and world music, with opportunities for both youth and all ages. John recently left the Music Co-op after 9 years of pouring an incredible amount of energy, sweat, and I would say love into the organization that he founded. I ask all members to join me in thanking him for welcoming hundreds of players and singers to learn new skills, express their creativity, and support each other. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Portland Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the hardest working volunteer boards in our area is the Cole Harbour Parks and Trails Association. Their work includes all maintenance and promotion of the local parks and trails, including the Salt Marsh Trail. They organize volunteer teams on a regular basis to do necessary cleanup along the trails and delegate board members with general maintenance work that ultimately enables us to enjoy the unique and natural beauty of the Salt Marsh. It's because of this dedication that once again the organization has garnered the recognition of the Canadian Trail Foundation to feature the Salt Marsh Trail as part of its special promotion this summer, celebrating various parts of the national trail system. Well done, Cole Harbour Parks and Trails Association. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Edgar Allison, who has volunteered for the Shelburne Fire Department for the amazingly long period of 50 years, joining on May 6, 1969. Still active to this day as Deputy Chief, he has also served as a lieutenant, captain, and fire chief over the years. He was instrumental in developing the fire department, has served on numerous committees, including truck replacement, ways and means, public relations, sports, and bylaw review. Mr. Speaker, I asked all members of this House to join me in honoring Edgar Allison on this occasion of 50 busy years of service to the community of Shelburne as a very dedicated and involved volunteer firefighter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize Brent Stratton, a prominent business owner of 8 Tim Hortons franchises, including the Tims located in Timberley. Brent found himself working behind a Tim Hortons counter serving coffee and donuts while studying at Dalhousie University. His weekend job, customer service, and strong work ethic led to increased responsibilities, and soon he was appointed to role as manager and well on his way to owning his coffee shops. Brent's hands-on approach means he plays an active role in overseeing the training and operations of all of his locations. Ensuring his guests are properly served is not his only consideration. Brent takes pride in generously donating to community events and has been a part of the Timberley Prospects annual Heritage Day skating event, sharing hot chocolate and coffee to the community. I ask the members of the House to join me in congratulating Mr. Stratton on his successful career and good work within the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to draw the attention of the House to the East Gallery. We're joined today by Linda Tweedy. Many of you may know Linda. Linda's around us a lot. She's the Executive Director of our caucus office. And with Linda today are her parents, William and Annette Hill. We want to thank you for sharing your daughter with us and also gracing us with your presence here today as you get an opportunity to see part of what she does for a living, but also what happens on the floor of the legislature. So on behalf of all of us, welcome.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Allison Lair of Cumberland YMCA. She is the Homelessness Prevention Coordinator and has been in that role since the program's launch in the fall of 2017. This year, they have helped over 50 residents and over 75% of those who were homeless. Alice is an advocate for homelessness in our community and works hard to help residents access resources so that people have safe shelter. Homelessness is a concern in Cumberland County, and she has stepped up to help in any way she can. She is facilitating work with other concerned citizens to create a safe shelter for those who find themselves in need. Today, I would like to thank Allison for her continued fight against homelessness and poverty in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Ringette Championships were held in 1979 in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Along with the Canadian Winter Games, the CRC event is the very best that the sport has to offer nationally. This year's Canadian Championships are being held next door in PEI, and I want to wish members from Waverley Fall River Beaverbank and all members under 16 players good luck this week as they compete against the best in Canada. Zoe Telford, Lauren Arnold, Lindsay Gilbert, Myra McDonald, Renee Boudelaire, and Coach Danielle Cote. Mr. Speaker and all members of the legislature, please join me in wishing the Nova Scotia under 16 players and coaches good luck and a memorable competition at this year's championships. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Sarah McIntosh Wiseman has been selected as the new CEO of Pictou County's Regional Enterprise Network. Sarah, a lawyer with Mac, has been involved in an extensive local and provincial volunteer work. She's acutely aware of the strengths and weaknesses of the area. Nevertheless, Sarah possesses a clear vision for the county's economic development opportunities and how the area can improve. Sarah was born in Pictou County, obtained her Bachelor of Arts degree with a special major in Commerce and Management of Organizational Change from Mount Allison University in 1999, with her law degree from Dalhousie University in 2004. She returned to Pictou County in 2006 and began her legal practice. I would like to ask all members of this legislature to join me in wish Sarah McIntosh Wiseman success as she begins her mandate to oversee the creation of an economic development strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We'll now get ready to move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday we asked the Premier why his government was so slow to implement recommendations on bullying. This is an issue that our caucus hears about every single week from Nova Scotians all across this province. And the Premier's response, he called it a political football. This despite the fact that this government has been objectively slow to implement proactive change. I'd like to ask the Premier, does the Premier honestly think that parents and other Nova Scotians that are concerned with bullying rates in this province are playing political football?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member has a selective memory. Quite frankly, the reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, what I said is inflammatory remarks he was making in and around this important issue for political reasons. The reality of it is this is a very serious issue. Families across this province, communities across this province are dealing with this issue. We are as well as a government. Continue to work with our colleagues in the education system to ensure that we deal with the issue. We're starting to see the numbers be reduced. Mr. Speaker, we know there's still more work to do. No child should be going to school, Mr. Speaker, feeling afraid, and we're going to continue to do that. But let me be clear, I never said that parents across this province or children who are being bullied, Mr. Speaker, are using this for anything else other than wanting to shed light on the fact and wanting support, and that's what we're trying to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
That's the reality right there. That's the reality. Does parents want to shed light on it? That's what we're doing in this House when we bring these issues to the floor of this House. But whenever the Premier is questioned or challenged, he dismisses or ignores. When Nova Scotians look to this House for answers, why they can't get an ambulance or why they can't find a long-term care bed for their parents, we give them a voice. We're bringing those issues to the floor of the legislature, but the Premier's response is irritation. He brushes it off. He doesn't have time for those voices, Mr. Speaker. Our Nova Scotians that need a family doctor, need access to primary care, need an ambulance, need mental health supports. Are they just playing political football, Premier?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, why I talked about his inflammatory language. I don't question the Honourable Member's integrity about the issues he brings to this floor, nor do I question the concerns that Nova Scotians bring to things. What he does every time he stands in the House, he questions whether the motives of our government not responding to issues. The fact of the matter is what I said to him. The data demonstrates we've continued to respond to this issue. We know there's more work to do. This is a very serious issue, Mr. Speaker. We continue to make sure that we make improvements, provide supports, so that we can deal with this. This has come up in the House many times. We've talked about technological change, which is coming fast and furious every day, where our children are being exposed online, Mr. Speaker. Very different for to be able to deal with that. It requires all of us to be part of that. What I've said, though, let me be clear about this, Mr. Speaker. We have continued to take this issue seriously and will continue to do so, and we'll work with families, Mr. Speaker, our communities across this problem. But it's not just in our education system, Mr. Speaker. It's a broader societal conversation that has to happen.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Taking the issue seriously means listening to those voices, even those voices that the Premier might not want to hear. A headline dated September 20th, 2018 states, Premier defends right to ignore requests from Privacy Commissioner. Nova Scotians are used to this Premier defending his right to ignore certain issues. Ministers using private email, don't care. FOIPOP requests jammed with pages and pages of blacked out information, don't care. Privacy Commissioner sees no legal reason to withhold information, don't care. This is not just us, Mr. Speaker. This is the voices of everyday Nova Scotians. It's the voices of the media working to hold the government accountable. People who dare disagree with this government, he doesn't care. He doesn't want to hear from them. My question for the Premier is, does the Premier think that Nova Scotians have the right to ask what happened to his promise of the most open and transparent province in Canada, or are those people just playing political football?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I want to tell him I continue to hear and listen to Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member would know he's been here since 2013. He would know, Mr. Speaker, when you're in government, sometimes you make decisions. Everyone doesn't always agree with you. The reality is that doesn't mean we weren't listening, that we didn't hear them. He would know many times we made adjustments to legislation based on the fact that we've heard from citizens across this province. He would know amendments we've made to bills that reflected what we have heard. Other times, Mr. Speaker, we continue to move forward to provide a good government that reflects the realities of what we're hearing from Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, he would know since 2013 we've almost had a 20% increase in our budget because people have told us that is an important part in the health budget. He would also know, Mr. Speaker, we continue to invest in public education, almost 30% increase in public education to deal with some of the very issues that the Honourable Member is referring to. We'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the Honourable Member, I've been here since 2003 and never once have I been asked by the Speaker of this House to apologize for misleading the House.
That's right. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I questioned the Premier about the profits that Nova Scotia Power has taken from the province since its privatization in 1992, and the Premier provided me a little lecture on the virtue of having a profit-generating private sector power utility in Nova Scotia. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like the House to hear the following quotation. Each year, more than $100 million from power customers in Nova Scotia leaves this province to be invested by Emera outside of our province. It is time to find a fair balance between shareholders and Nova Scotians struggling to pay their power bills, unquote. Does the Premier remember writing these words in 2012?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I sure do. Mr. Speaker, that was at a time when power rates were being increased by over 30%, Mr. Speaker. On top of the fact the last time the Conservative government was in power, Mr. Speaker, we've seen power rates go up by 40%. I absolutely do remember those words, Mr. Speaker, and I want to tell the Honourable Member, since we've come into government, Mr. Speaker, power rates are stabilized.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
And perhaps the Premier will remember also these words, Mr. Speaker, from another op-ed which he wrote in the same year. Nova Scotia Power as a company is certainly not struggling. It's doing so well that in the last 10 years, it has sent more than $1 billion of pure profit to its parent company, Emera. And right out of the province, that's more than $1,000 for every person living in Nova Scotia, pulled out of our economy, while executives' profit and capital is sucked out of our province. Mr. Speaker, I could not have expressed this with any more clarity, only I didn't express it, the Premier did. So he owes people an answer to the question, what made him change his mind?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell him, Mr. Speaker, the piece of legislation that is before the House today, Mr. Speaker, does two things. Number one, Mr. Speaker, it allows for borrowing capacity at a rate that reflects the reality of every other utility. But I think most importantly for Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, it secures, Mr. Speaker, that Emera's head office will be located in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, that those hundreds of jobs associated with that will be in this province. The investment, Mr. Speaker, those incomes will be spent in this province, Mr. Speaker. That is a way for us, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Nova Scotians become the major beneficiary of that investment.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, plainly the Premier was once very concerned about profits being made off the customers of Nova Scotia Power, and then those profits being shipped out of the province. Today, however, he's more concerned that Emera should be able to call its own tune and have exactly the financial structure it wants. What has caused the Premier to turn into Mr. Emera and to lose sight of the nearly 40% of our population for whom paying their power bill is a real struggle?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question, Mr. Speaker. What I want to tell the Honourable Member, in 2012 and 2013, I, like many Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, were offended by the fact that consecutive governments allowed power rates to escalate at 40 to 30% in their terms. I want to tell the Honourable Member that when Nova Scotians elected this government, Mr. Speaker, they had a government that was going to ensure their power rates didn't escalate like they did under previous governments.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotians believe that anti-bullying leadership starts at the top. So let's look at what that looks like here in our province. The Premier has decided that the conduct of members of his cabinet is the Speaker's responsibility, not his. The fact is that we called for an investigation into the conduct of a cabinet minister, and it was this Premier, this caucus, that used its majority to shut it down, not you, Mr. Speaker. We all recall a number of years ago when a member of the Premier's staff was found guilty of intimate partner violence. That person was fired not because of the violence, but because he didn't tell the Premier about it, and I'll table that article to that effect. He was fired not because of the assault, but because the story got out, and I'll table that article as well. My question for the Premier, when that assault happened, he got the details and eventually did the right thing. Why won't the Premier, in this case, do the same thing now and call the former members?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I was CC'd on a letter that was sent to you, Mr. Speaker, detailing experiences former members had in this House. You'd also know, Mr. Speaker, that letter contained information that was pertaining to me. The reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, at no time was I told, Mr. Speaker, that any member of our team had physical contact with anyone. I want to assure the Honourable Member I had. The member would, and so would all Nova Scotians know, that I had would have received that information, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I had not.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, every time somebody on the opposite side tells me they want to reassure me, it's odd that I'm not reassured. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that an allegation was made. The minister responsible for creating that situation said in this House that he would welcome an investigation, but this government voted down the opportunity to get the facts out. In the most recent incident, the Premier claims that he went through all of his old correspondence and couldn't find anything. Frankly, who cares? The issue is whether he's going to take this situation seriously now. I wonder if he did his research to actually find the facts, or just to determine if he was personally going to be embarrassed like the last time the Premier faced a question of integrity. If it's the facts he wants, he can just call the former members. My question to the Premier is, I would prefer to think that doing the right thing matters the most. Will the Premier, does he believe that the conduct of his caucus members is his responsibility, yes or no?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her question. Mr. Speaker, very proud of the men and women who have joined me in this journey of elected office. I'm proud of the fact I've elected more women than any other premier in the history of this province. I'm proud of the fact, Mr. Speaker, that I've appointed more women to the Executive Council than any other premier in the history of this province. I'm proud of the fact, Mr. Speaker, we currently have gender parity on the bench today, Mr. Speaker, because when I had an opportunity to make appointments to the bench, Mr. Speaker, I made sure, Mr. Speaker, that our daughters recognized they could aspire to the highest courts in the province, just like our sons could, Mr. Speaker. And I want to assure the honourable member, we made sure that minorities also saw themselves sitting on the family and provincial court benches, Mr. Speaker. That's what you do, Mr. Speaker, when you care. That's what you do when you're open and transparent, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank our members for continuing to work with us to ensure that we provide a government that reflects Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Mr. Speaker, my question today is for the Minister of Environment. Yesterday, the RCMP arrested 3 Mi'kmaq grandmothers near the Alton Gas project. And this, Mr. Speaker, is where the Minister of Environment's disregard for treaty rights has led us to arrests of women who are just trying to protect the Shubenacadie River. It's not right, it's not fair, and it's not just. So, does the minister acknowledge that these arrests are the result of her government's failure to adequately consult Indigenous people?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased today to rise to speak on this and set the record straight on this. The results yesterday were about the protesters going against a legal injunction. This is about the courts, and this is about the police and Alton Gas. The province does not have a role in this, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Mr. Speaker, this outcome was not how things had to happen. There was another path, a path of what we call true reconciliation, a path of justice. But instead, the minister has once again sided with corporate interests over the interests of the people. Mr. Speaker, we are never going to get to the place that we need to be in terms of reconciliation like this. We're never going to address the past around the treatment of Indigenous peoples if the response to concerns about this project is to arrest grandmothers just trying to protect their Mi'kmaq territory and a sacred river. So my question to the minister is this. Will she intervene and try to find a solution that respects treaty rights?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Okay, thank you, and I want to thank the honourable member for this question, and certainly want to respect the grandmothers that are taking this action on the river. We have many grandmothers in this house as well too, and we know that grandmothers can be a force to be reckoned with. Beyond that, certainly with the new AI results, the industrial approval results, there were some amendments made to that based on the appeal of the industrial approval, and the amendment results. Actually, one of the provisions was that there would be more of a communications contact between Shubenacadie and Alton Gas on the project. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health. I think it's really important that our province have advocates for public health outcomes, and I think everyone would agree with that. We have a Chief Medical Officer of Health with a mandate to promote common public health priorities, but we don't have a similar position for dental health. The federal government and most provinces have a Chief Dental Officer. There is no such position in Nova Scotia, despite lots of talk about it over the last couple of years. My question is, does the minister agree that a Chief Dental Officer would make a positive impact on oral health outcomes in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for a question. Obviously, this government is concerned and interested in oral and dental health, Mr. Speaker. We made enhancements to our dental health program earlier this year. In addition, Mr. Speaker, just in the last week or so, the Department of Health and Wellness has hired a dental consultant to join the department. They're in to help provide more information and advice to help us as we continue to review and look for opportunities for continuous improvement in the area of dental, oral and dental health. Mr. Speaker, that's the work that we do. We've been taking it seriously, and like I said, a new position in the department that started just in the last week or so.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, and I thank the minister for his answer. It's a good start, but it's not enough. We have over 500 children waiting for consultation at the IWK. 500 children suffering with tooth decay, diseases. Oral health, particularly for young Nova Scotians, is just as important as overall health care. A chief dental officer could highlight these issues with dental care in communities and bring those issues right here to government. They could make preventative dental services a priority, and most importantly, they'd be accountable to the public. So will the minister please commit to examining the introduction of a chief medical officer position?
All right. Order, please. I'm going to disallow that question as it pertains directly to the content of the bill that you had just tabled. So question period is not the agenda item for debating the content of bills. The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Minister of Community Services. Mr. Speaker, Cape Breton communities continue to have the highest poverty rates in the country, according to recent media reports, and I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. Cape Breton's 2 federal electoral districts are number 1 and number 3 spots in the province for the most low-income families. In Sydney Victoria riding, 1 in 3 children live in a low-income family. Mr. Speaker, the question I have for the minister is, why have Cape Breton poverty numbers grown progressively during this period of time?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. What the honourable member should know is that the market basket measure numbers that came out recently from Statistics Canada are in fact from 2017. We began making a number of significant changes in 2018. So you would not see the effect of those at that time. We have made a number of improvements, included but not limited to allowing people to keep more of the money they earn if they're able to earn outside the country, take outside employment. Mr. Speaker, we have also ended the clawback on child maintenance. So, for example, if a single parent family is receiving maintenance enforcement, what happened before was that money would be clawed back for income assistance rates. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's not, and that it provides an average of $275 more per month for those families. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank the minister for her answers. Mr. Speaker, it's a cliche, I know, but it's true. The best social program for a person is a good job. And now, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the poverty problem doesn't rest at the feet of the Minister of Community Services, but unfortunately, she's the one who has to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, I know community services is in the business of economic development, and it is truly a safety net for those who have nowhere else to go. But, Mr. Speaker, is there anything the minister can do to improve the poverty rates in Cape Breton, or is her role just to hold things together while somebody else tries to figure out how to fix the economy?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member. I do believe he knows that later this fiscal year we will roll out the second part of the standard household rate, which will see increases in income assistance. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we have undertaken work to alleviate poverty in a number of areas, including things like the bus pass here in Halifax, which I want you to know I would be more than happy to roll out in Cape Breton as long as we can get that going. We do have some pilot projects underway around the province under our Building Vibrant Communities program, tasked with solving that problem of transportation, for example. Once you have transportation, you can get to a job, and I know there's one specifically dealing with Cape Breton right now. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my question is also for the Minister of Community Services. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I have a young father of 3 children who recently won custody of the children from his ex-wife. The process of redirecting child tax benefits and other aspects of support appear to be a bit more difficult for this father than we have seen in the past. However, the following is what I find confusing. The father was advised through our local DCS office that money borrowed from family and friends for the necessities of life was levied against him as debt, even though he could prove the funds were repaid. This made him ineligible for income assistance for the month of April. My question to the Minister, is the Minister aware of this policy where an individual forced to borrow in the struggle to provide for their children is used in essence against the individual as a source of income?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, as he knows that I'm not able to deal with individual cases here in the House, often because I don't have all the details as we are discussing in the House. But if he would like to speak to me about it later or speak to my executive assistant, we'd be more than happy to sit down with him and see how we can assist. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this constituent's young children have been through incredibly difficult situations, and they are finally settled with their father. He reports they are all going to the same school, and they are showing signs of actually being happy and safe. With the delay in retroactive child tax benefits and finding that he was not eligible for any assistance through DCS, his father is struggling to provide the necessities of life and is truly afraid of having his children taken in return to the custody of the department. My question to the Minister, will the Minister commit to reviewing this policy, a policy that is putting these 3 children and perhaps others in peril?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I know that he has great concern for the families in his community, and I am more than happy to have our staff sit down with him and review the case. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. My question is for the Premier. The Human Rights Commission Street Checks report was released over 2 weeks ago and was an overdue affirmation of the black community's long-standing position that street checks are discriminatory. Dr. Wortley's report says, in fact, that police engage in forms of statistical discrimination that can have a profound impact on policing outcomes. Mr. Speaker, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is very clear. Every individual is equal before and under the law without discrimination based on race. So I want to ask the Premier of the province, does he agree that the practice of street checks here is a violation of the charter rights of the black community of Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable for the question. Mr. Speaker, when the report was issued, the Minister of Justice sent directives to law enforcement agencies across our province that street checks should not be a matter of course and as part of going through the regular routine of policing. He also said that he would do further analysis that's ongoing, and I know the Minister of Justice, who has been out meeting with members of the community, Mr. Speaker, will have more to say on this issue.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
The report calls the legality of street checks into question and concludes that the province should either ban them altogether or strongly regulate them to improve the practice. In the latter case, Dr. Wortley says this: the government of Nova Scotia should consider a moratorium on street checks until this regulation is developed and implemented. Mr. Speaker, during budget estimates, members of the black community came here to listen to the Minister of Justice be questioned on this issue. Tara Taylor, who has been street checked 42 times, was here, and she told reporters that a ban would be a start, and she said it would send a very big message to the community. So I'd like to ask the Premier, is he going to ban the practice of street checks, or at the very least, implement the moratorium Dr. Wortley calls for?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable for his question. You would know, taking this issue very seriously. Upon receiving the report, the Minister of Justice made a number of directives to law enforcement agencies across our province to no longer have street checks as part of their daily way of doing policing. The honourable member would also know the Minister of Justice, in his entire time being there, when he's received reports, has taken them under and thoroughly reviewed them and come back with a recommendation on how to best implement that. And I want to as well thank the member from Cole Harbour, Mr. Speaker, who continues to make sure that his experience in this province, Mr. Speaker, that is different than ours, continues to be reflected at the cabinet table and when policy decisions are being made. And I want to assure the members of the African Nova Scotia community that our government takes this issue very seriously, and we will continue to work with them to ensure that they get treated as equals inside of this province, not just in the justice system.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2005, Amherst was praised as being a leader for being the first large-scale project for natural gas distribution in the region. Industries, government, and private citizens invested in capital expenditures to switch to natural gas. In 2015, we celebrated 10 years of this accomplishment, and it was reported that the decision removed over 80,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions from the environment, enough to power 17,000 cars. My question to the Minister of Finance: why has your department chose to punish those who have invested in a cleaner energy option with a tax called the cost of carbon on my constituency's gas bills? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member opposite. I think it's been very clear what our position of our government has been about carbon reduction. I think it's also very clear that we recognize the importance of green energy, and we will continue to be supportive of that because we recognize that the environment and the economy have to exist together.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of questions around this whole tax. Actually, how will this tax that's being put on my citizens, on our citizens, actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions? I believe it's a tax grab. Most importantly, I'm concerned about the impact of this tax on those who don't deserve it and can't afford it. Mr. Speaker, I have an 88-year-old widow who made an investment years ago to switch to natural gas because she was told that it was cleaner than other fossil fuels and because it's safer and easier to store than other fossil fuels. Now this senior, this widow, is living on a fixed income and paying this carbon tax. My question to the Minister of Finance is what does she have to say to Nova Scotians on a fixed income who are now forced to pay more every day because of this carbon pricing scheme?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her question. Indeed, through successive governments, Nova Scotians have continued to reduce our greenhouse gas production. Mr. Speaker, we're 30% below 2005 levels. We'll be near 50% by 2030. Mr. Speaker, we wanted the national government to recognize that was the case. That's why we have a cap-and-trade system inside of our province, Mr. Speaker. What I think the honourable member can reassure her constituent is that if we had taken the advice of her leader and her party, her power bills would have gone up substantially higher, but we went and fought on behalf of her and all Nova Scotians to make sure that they were recognized for the work that they'd already been doing.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Mr. Speaker, it's my question now.
Order, please. The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to say that some of what the minister replied to in my last question are important steps, but they are steps that need to be taken outside the capital area where child poverty is raging wildly amongst our communities in rural Nova Scotia and Cape Breton Island. Mr. Speaker, for the thousands of Nova Scotians who receive income assistance, the chance of a better life gets to be harder and harder because of the cost of living as it keeps rising. And Mr. Speaker, every member here hears far too often from constituents that the current level of funding does not allow them to meet even a minimal living standard in our province. The current levels of funding to provide housing are extremely low. Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister is, how many Nova Scotians were able to get themselves off of income assistance last year?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for that question. I actually don't have the number with me. I can assure him that our caseload does continue to decline. It has been a year-over-year decline, but I actually do not have the number with me. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Well, I'm sure that the minister will provide that to the host in a timely fashion. Mr. Speaker, the steps that the government have taken in the last year have been directed at easing the transition from income assistance to the workforce. And you know what? That's a step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, the key, of course, is when somebody transitions to the workforce, that there is stability or there a risk of sliding back into the system is great. So, Mr. Speaker, the question I have, historically, what percentage of clients end up sliding back and needing income assistance again?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and again, I don't have that exact number with me, but what I can tell the honourable member is when we went out and consulted with our clients and with our stakeholders, what we heard loud and clear is that they wanted to make sure that that they wouldn't be penalized for taking a job. And so that is why we have changed the work that we're doing around how much money that you can actually keep when you step out and actually begin to earn, Mr. Speaker. In the past, there was a disincentive for people to work, and we understood that. So that's why we have made sure that when people work, they get to keep more of the money than they have in the past, Mr. Speaker, and also around things like the bus pass, which I realize is only an HRM right now, but gosh, I would like to expand it elsewhere, or other modes of transportation. Those are for an entire year. So even if you come off part of the way through the year, you continue to have that bus pass for you, your dependent, and your children for the rest of the year. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, that incentive is a good move, but that not every area of the province of Nova Scotia has a system for transferring people around, and it's very, very difficult in rural areas. And in most cases, they need a car enabled to do what they need to do to keep their family sustainable. Nova Scotians are slipping through the cracks, and they need a real champion, Mr. Speaker. The changes to income assistance announced in the past year should help to stabilize the transition and stop some people from falling through the cracks. But the question is whether the changes will have that desired effect and reduce the percentage of clients who again find themselves on income assistance. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister, does the Minister have a target reduction that would determine whether the program is being successful?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. In fact, what we're in the process of doing is building a poverty reduction blueprint. So this is a 5-year program. We are rolling it out over a number of years. We are looking right now at the results of the first 2 years to see what are the promising practices. I would also note that it's not just at DCS, as the honourable member has noted, that we have in fact taken steps that will help reduce the cost of living or improve the standard of living for people. So, for example, the pre-primary program, which my colleague just announced, I think 83 more classrooms yesterday, that is something that assists families who are. If the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre would please let me finish, I would really appreciate it, because this is the 5th time the honourable member has interrupted me so far. I would also note we have also increased the number of daycare spaces. We have breakfast programs at 93% of the schools throughout the province, Mr. Speaker. And at DCS, we also have programs for young people to make sure that they don't attach to the system, particularly those who have grown up in the system. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Mr. Speaker, the thing that we all need to remember is people need help today. It's the same as the announcement that was made in Sydney about the hospitals. People made noise about that, but they're making noise because they don't have a doctor today. We can't live 2 years, 3 years, 5 years in the future. People need to live today. They need the support of their government today, Mr. Speaker. Now, we know there are two sides to any employment equation, the employer and the employee. And I know the government has worked at transitioning potential employees and will even decrease the support of those who aren't actively seeking employment. I wonder if enough is being done on the employer side to make income assistance clients an attractive hire. So does the government offer any incentives to employers if they hire a client who is on income assistance?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
What I can tell the honourable member is there are a number of programs that we have where we have worked with employers in certain specific sectors of the economy that are looking for employees. So, for example, we had over the last summer, for example, we had young people working in the agricultural sector. I can tell you that having spoken to those employers who hired young people whose families had been on income assistance or who were from immigrant families, they were totally impressed by the young people. I heard from some employers who said for the first time in a long, long time they were actually able to take the day off, and the young people actually ran the operation. So yes, there are some programs like that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 hospitals in rural HRM that do not qualify for the federal student loan debt relief program for doctors and nurses. It's because they're in the HRM. Stats Canada doesn't include them in this rural program. But anyone who has driven to the outskirts of HRM will agree that the communities of Sheet Harbour, Musquodoboit Valley, Musquodoboit Harbour are certainly rural. That's why on June 4th, 2018, I wrote a letter to the federal minister, and I'll table that, and I'll table a reply too. But I copied the local member and the Minister of Health. I know this is a federal issue, but the delivery of health care and doctor and nurse recruitment is definitely a provincial issue. So my question for the Minister of Health is this. Knowing there's ongoing issues with both doctor and nurse recruitment and how severely this disadvantages these 3 busy hospitals, what action has the Minister taken to change this?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for raising the question. I believe this was a question that came up earlier in the week as well. As I'd indicated at that time, Mr. Speaker, I have spoken with members of the federal government on this topic in the past to bring these concerns, to bring to their attention the geographic realization of the HRM municipality. And Mr. Speaker, although the members made reference to his own correspondence with the federal government, I know some of my colleagues, including you, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of your constituents in the Eastern Shore, brought that very thing to the attention of the federal government as well.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, the local MLA is a cabinet minister in this government. The local MP is a government member. Federally and provincially, the ministers are in government. According to an article posted today by the Eastern Shore Cooperator, which I'll table, the change could easily be made by Stats Canada. All that has to happen was for someone to ask. Apparently, that's never happened. If this absurdity continues of this area being considered urban, it's simply because of a lack of effort. So my question to the minister is, will he commit to working with his federal counterparts to get this program changed so these hospitals can use this program to help them recruit doctors and nurses?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've already mentioned, we have heard the concerns, and we recognize, obviously, the geographic structure and the rural nature of these communities. That's why we've already brought these concerns to the attention. We've highlighted that HRM is not just the largest urban part of the province, Mr. Speaker, but it also represents the largest rural population in the province of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. So we've already been doing that, Mr. Speaker. In addition to that, though, we continue to work within our own jurisdiction to modify and enhance our recruitment and retention programs for the province of Nova Scotia, right across this province, Mr. Speaker. So we're working both with our federal partners and within our own jurisdiction to take steps to improve recruitment and retention of medical professionals.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal. On the evening of November 30th, 2018, 60-year-old Glenn Strite was killed on Lower Sackville's busiest traffic artery after being struck by 2 vehicles. His body lay under an overpass and between 2 highway ramps funneling traffic on and off Highway 101. Mr. Strite was returning home from work and on his way home to the Sackville Manor Mobile Home Park, just a few minutes' walk from where he died. He was the second pedestrian killed at that location in the last 10 years. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister, can he indicate whether or not there is money in this year's budget to build a pedway so that local residents can get to work, school and other commitments without putting their lives on the line?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. In terms of safety, it's the highest priority in our department, and our officials are working constantly to improve the safety issues there. This is a sort of a difficult circumstance in that the real pedestrian responsibility lies with the local jurisdiction, the local municipality. Pedestrian pedways are their responsibility to construct. We are working with them, with HRM on that particular location to come up with a solution that will alleviate some of the danger that may exist there. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate those efforts, but action needs to be taken now. People who live in this neighbourhood believe that the department isn't acting quickly enough or acting at all to fix this problem because they're not worried about public outcry from residents. I'd like to table a quote from local resident Holly Gallant. She says, "They see us as just trailer park residents, but I think if we were a higher-end, upper-class neighbourhood, this wouldn't be an issue. They wouldn't be waiting for someone else to be killed." Mr. Speaker, without taking immediate action and taking leadership with the municipality, how can the minister possibly assure the residents of this community that their needs aren't being ignored because they live in a low-income neighbourhood?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, our department takes its responsibilities with regard to highway safety very, very we don't mess around with that at all, and we don't see the issues of neighborhood or that sort of thing. Our responsibility is for the right-of-ways that exist, and the responsibility of the local municipalities to determine the zoning and where these properties grow over time. Sometimes they come in after highway infrastructure is in place, but rest assured, we are doing everything we can, working with the municipality to effect some changes in that area.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Business. There's a group of former DevCo workers who have developed lifelong and potentially terminal diseases after working underground. These workers have been receiving WCB payments, but WCB payments are cut off after the worker reaches 65. These workers have been looking for an extension of these benefits past 65, but have been unsuccessful thus far. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Minister of Business has met with this group, so my question is, can the Minister confirm that he met with this group, and can he say what commitments he has given them?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly an important issue for those retired DevCo miners. Knowing my connection to DevCo and understanding the industry and the impact on the families that industry had, I do appreciate where they're coming from. I'm very familiar with the file. I've met with them several occasions. Different groups, advocates from their association and their organization call weekly, send emails, texts. They come at me pretty regularly. It's one that's certainly going to fall on me with respect to what happens there at the end. It's been characterized that is a provincial issue, and fundamentally this is not a provincial issue other than how it's connected to the Workers' Compensation Act by way of Public Works with the federal government. So there's a number of significant challenges with how we could potentially get to where they want to go, and certainly with respect, there's got to be federal involvement in this. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, DevCo was a federal Crown corporation. And I understand that the federal government has made funds available to the province to pay these benefits. And I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. Yet, the benefits have not been paid. I can understand that the current WCB system isn't built to handle the situation, but if there's no cost to the province, surely we could find a way to get the federal money into the hands of the workers who deserve it. So my question to the minister, has the government considered amending the WCB legislation or setting up another mechanism to get these payments to those workers?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in a nutshell, for the House and those who are interested in this conversation, the federal government pay for those employees, so it is federal funds coming to the DevCo miners, but they're subject to the Workers' Compensation Act. So for us to do what they're asking us to do would be that we amend the Act for everyone. It goes from 65 to perpetuity, which would literally cost billions of dollars for the province. So it's not that there's no money, there's no expense. For us to do this en masse and make this change to the Workers' Compensation Act, it's just impossible and unaffordable. And as hard as it is for me, and I know that I will shoulder this, the reality is that this is just not an option. What I've spoken to Greg, John, and many others about is the way that automatic assumption works in terms of it's an amendment under the Workers' Compensation Act. We're exploring with the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education to see if that is some kind of avenue we can use. But again, fundamentally, it's patently unfair that we've been sort of made the target of this. And I'd love for the member from Cape Breton Centre to ask the question next, because if she wants to participate, I want to do it on the record. So next. Yeah, so go next. We got time. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. But again, we're looking at this, but the federal government has a role to play here, and it's unfair that they put this on the province.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. Again and again, we hear that healthcare resources aren't being consumed efficiently in this province. One example is a significant number of expensive acute care beds occupied by patients waiting for comparatively inexpensive long-term care beds. Another is the volume of EHS calls received for matters that are non-emergent. Patients in rural areas that need dialysis treatment often feel like EHS is their best and only transport option, but that often ties up ambulances. My question for the minister is, are there any plans to evaluate new transportation methods for non-emergent patients to get to and from hospitals?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for bringing this important question to the legislature. Indeed, the member, I believe all members of the legislature would be aware, we do have a review ongoing of the EHS system, which includes all aspects of, Mr. Speaker, of our ambulance system. The member correctly identified that in addition to emergency responses that our EHS paramedics provide, there are elements of patient transfers that do take place. There's already, in some areas, separate staffing model and equipment that's used for non-urgent medical or critical patient transfers. So it's not always your emergency ambulance that's being used for those services already.
The Honourable Member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By now, the minister would be familiar with stories of an EHS system that is stretched to the breaking point. And what we're hearing is a lot of those pressures are avoidable. Many of these pressures are another result of decision-making and silos. The issue isn't the fault of paramedics. It's not the fault of patients. It's another administrative failure, a failure to analyze, a failure to innovate. Does the minister think that healthcare in Nova Scotia is innovating quickly enough, or are we being left behind?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. Indeed, we are very active. That's part of the reason why we have that Fitch review of our EHS system taking place right now, Mr. Speaker. Look forward to receiving it and making improvements to our...
Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call the attention of the House to the West Gallery, where we have District 2 Councillor and former MLA David Hensby, and I'd like to ask him to stand and rise and receive
the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole on supply.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to offer a few comments into supply in response to the budget. When I sat down to write this response last Sunday, it was a year since I lost my grandmother, Pauline Brown. And as I'm sure some will recall, that year ago, I stood in the House and I asked the question to the Minister of Health about an 85-year-old lady who laid on a gurney for 5 days in an ER examining room with a highly infectious patient beside her with only a curtain separating them. I shared the words of this lady, which were, "I am too sick to be home, but I'm too sick to be in this room. Just take me home." I didn't share the story that day because it was my grandmother. I shared it because it was beyond time that this government started listening to residents who were suffering for days on end in ER rooms because there were no beds available. After 5 days on a gurney, she was finally moved to a room and she died 8 days later. My grandmother deserved better. And as much as the system failed her in her last days, do you know what she was worrying about? She was worrying about the nurses who were trying to look after her, run off their feet, working in conditions that are not healthy or safe for them or the patient. She was so worried, she actually wrote a note to share with all the nurses, expressing how appreciative she was for their care. My grandmother loved people and spent most of her life working at North Queens Nursing Home, caring for residents. She had values of empathy and compassion, and she knew what was happening around her was wrong. It angers me when I think how badly this government failed her. But you know what disappoints me the most is that I look back over this last year and nothing has changed. Doctors are still practicing hallway medicine and nurses are still run off their feet providing care. I have stood in this House time and time again, bringing forth personal situations of constituents. I have listened to parents sob, desperate for help for their children. I have had an extremely strong young doc tell me that he is sacrificing his own health to care for others. We have heard the pleas from our nurses, our paramedics, who are crying out concerning offload times and increased call volumes and conditions that they are being forced to work under. These are people sharing stories and asking for help to make a broken system better. They are calling on this government to show up, to listen and to respond. And I'm so proud for all these people who share their private stories. Our paramedics, our docs, our nurses, specialists, technicians, all dedicated health professionals who are tired of being silenced. The NSGEU survey of over 1,000 Nova Scotia nurses show that 90% feel patients are being put at risk due to staff shortages, and they worry about their patients. Only 12% feel safe at work, and 84% have experienced physical or verbal threats or acts of abuse and violence. And how does the NSHA respond to that? Well, they tell their nurses that your summer vacations may not be approved. As I have said in this House several times, my constituency has 2 ERs, Roseway Hospital in Shelburne, which struggles to keep the doors open, and Queen's General Hospital, which has never closed its doors. I ask the question, why is it fair that residents who live only 45 to 60 minutes apart experience such a difference in access to emergency room services? Roseway has been closed almost 800 hours since January and approximately 1,000 hours in 2018. Now, let's be clear here, Mr. Speaker. I'm not being negative, and I'll be the first to recognize and applaud the dedication of healthcare professionals working at Roseway. This is not their fault. They are not letting down the citizens of Shelburne County. This government is, Mr. Speaker. The collaborative care clinic that opened its doors this fall is a welcomed addition, and it is a great place for healthcare practitioners to deliver primary care. But primary care is primary care, and emergency care is emergency care, and my constituents in Shelburne County deserve both. Queen's General Hospital ER, which has never closed its doors since it opened in the 40s, is feeling the pressures. Our docs and nurses are exhausted. Docs at Queen's General Hospital continue to provide comprehensive health care delivery to our community. Office patients, inpatients, many orphan patients, palliative care, nursing home care, and ER. While working a shift at the ER, docs can see up to 60 patients a night from all neighboring communities. ER waits are 9 to 12 hours long at a time some nights. Many rural Nova Scotians are obtaining their primary care in an increasingly overburdened emergency rooms simply because they don't have a doctor or they're required to wait months to see their own doc or nurse practitioner. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? Our amazing docs who provide this comprehensive care in Queen's General, well, they're not equally compensated as in other parts of the province that crisis is being felt the most. If this government continues to undercompensate rural family doctors for providing comprehensive care, we will never attract the professionals we need to address this crisis. It is time to invest in doctors who are willing to provide comprehensive care in this province. Lab services are being stripped in rural communities. Nurses are required to draw blood, and point-of-care testing is becoming a way of the future. Lab samples are collected at Roseway and sent to Yarmouth. At Queen's General, lab samples are collected, taken by courier to South Shore Regional, and then couried to Kentville. Couriers dispatch from our regional hospitals sometimes 4 to 5 times a day. And then let's talk about long-term care facilities. Long-term care facilities are aging in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. Roseway Manor was promised a replacement in 2013. Hillsview Acres Residential Care Facility was promised replacement in 2013. Sadly, I did not see any follow-through from these previous commitments in this budget. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health loves to talk about the investment government has made into home care, which is allowing seniors to age in place. And I agree. Aging in place is wonderful if you can, but simply all cannot. Until the day comes that a government can provide 24-hour-a-day care every day, it is impossible for some to remain in their homes an entire lifetime. Our inpatient beds are filled in many hospitals with seniors waiting to be placed in long-term care. Actually, there are between 1,000 to 1,250 people now on the official waiting list, and it is estimated that 20% of the province's 3,554 hospital inpatient beds are occupied by seniors waiting for placement. We need the investment in long-term care so places are available for our most beloved seniors. After contributing to their communities for decades, they deserve this. Our care providers deserve the support required to ensure all the patient's needs are being met. A 2018 survey by the Health Association of Nova Scotia suggests as many as 40% of continuing care assistants working today may leave or retire in the next 5 to 10 years. Immediate attention to recruitment and staffing is crucial. And let's talk about mental health. I'm delighted to see the province invest $11.7 million of the budget to support mental health. Sadly, this investment is too late coming for the many who were overcome by the pain and fear when no one was there to help. Mr. Speaker, I think about Anthony Noss and his family. Anthony reached out for help and left hospital feeling helpless and hopeless. Anthony's dad, Stephen Noss, wrote to all members of this legislature on March the 12th, describing his son as smart, hardworking, full of life, who had a huge heart and would go out of his way to help someone in need. Not just friends, but strangers as well. It took great courage for Stephen to write this letter, but he did so to ensure no other parent would have to go through the heartache he does every day. One life is too many, Mr. Speaker, and I call on this government to continue to make the investments needed so Anthony's wishes can be granted. Make the changes. The biggest budget line in this budget, $4.5 billion, is a lot of money to not work. This government needs to ensure it has a strategic plan, a vision. Last March, the government released the long-awaited report on the review of the inclusion model in our schools. It called for a complete redesign of how students with special needs are supported and integrated into classrooms. The report stated 700 supports and specialists, including psychologists and speech pathologists, would need to be hired to have a truly inclusive educational model. $15 million was invested now, and with this budget, another $15 million into the continuation of implementation. Welcome money, Mr. Speaker, but I'm hearing from families and classroom teachers filled with emotion because the challenges they face on a daily basis, and families feel like hope is diminishing. We have students who are struggling to make it through the day. EPA allocations are needed to guide and support these students. Our EPAs need to be trained how to deal with complex behavioral challenges. Mr. Speaker, we need to get this right. We owe it to the many students who have been failed by a broken system. We need an education system that is responsive and supportive to all learners and teachers to ensure the success of our children. Mr. Speaker, $1.4 billion is a lot of money for it not to work. The government needs to ensure it has a strategic plan, a vision. Mr. Speaker, another big concern I have is for all the men and women working in the forestry industry in my constituency and this province. I've been hearing from hundreds of people whose livelihoods depend on Northern Pulp's ability to continue to operate. Right now in rural Nova Scotia, forestry is one of our biggest businesses. We have small and large sawmills, forestry contractors, truckers, road builders, equipment salesmen, truck repair shops, local firewood producers, woodlawn owners, and small stores that rely on Northern Pulp being able to run. And I'm hearing from all of them. Mr. Speaker, I share in their concerns, and I'm worried about the future of the forestry industry in this province. We have contractors who are scared to invest in repair gear, and banks who are refusing to give them credit because of the uncertainty. We have some young families who have left the province and more looking to leave and never return because of the uncertainty. I grew up in Queens County and I never left, Mr. Speaker. My dad worked in the forestry industry. Some of my best friends still work in the forestry industry. Forestry is a huge part of our fabric in Queens County. This is bigger than 300 jobs at Northern Pulp. This will hit hard in Queens County, and it will hit hard in our province. There is no plan B here, Mr. Speaker. When Bowater shut its doors in Brooklyn, Northern Pulp became Plan B. Northern Pulp is the most integrated mill in this province, and it will affect every sawmill in this province. What is going to happen to those 150 families who work at Freeman's Mill, a mill that has been operating since 1830? We have a terrified industry in Nova Scotia right now, and the future of our forestry industry hinges on one decision, and it's this government's job to consider the ramifications of its decisions. What is the government's plan if this mill closes its doors? The collapse of our forestry sector is much bigger than you may think, and it's time this government started to think about it. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not mention the state of our roads. Many of our gravel roads need more than Band-Aid fixes. They need to be rebuilt, they need proper ditching, and this is throughout my entire constituency. There are routes that have not seen asphalt since the 50s in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. Brush cutting has seriously been lacking, and the men and women working at local depots are faced with reduced staff and broken equipment. No wonder they cannot get the job done in the seasons they face. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to see the government has tabled a balanced budget. I believe that government must be fiscally responsible with the taxpayers' money of this province. In saying that, I also believe the province must deliver the services that are needed to citizens in an effective, transparent way. This $11.5 billion budget lacks vision, and we are being smothered in an administrative nightmare. The health system is uncertain and declining. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I will say I take this job seriously. I am humbled each day I have the opportunity to represent the amazing constituents of Queen Shelburne. I decided to offer my name for public life because I wanted to help make lives better. We were all elected for the same reason, to serve the people, and I think sometimes that gets lost in partisanship. I think it's time to be reminded of the words of the Honourable Joseph Howe, and I'll quote, "My public life is before you, and I know you will believe me when I say that when I sit down in solitude that labours my profession, the only questions I ask myself are, what is right, what is just, and what is for the public good." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to have an opportunity to talk about the constituency of Cole Harbour Eastern Passage. I want to reflect a little bit about the current budget that we are about to vote on tomorrow and the past almost 2 years now since this government's been in power and how it's impacted my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I live in the best community in the whole province. We have the most amazing constituents, the greatest volunteers, amazing churches, a number of support groups and nonprofit groups. There's so many events going on to help people in my community. I could be out every night. But we are responsible in this government for what happens to our communities on health care, education, and economic and workplace innovations. So what has happened over the past 2 years, and particularly with this budget, is we don't really have any new money for our seniors dementia strategy. We've barely even talked about it. We had a long-term care strategy that was reported on in January, and this government committed $2.8 million, which barely is a drop in the ocean for what's needed for long-term care. We have a continual duck and weave of this government on the Yarmouth Ferry deal and what they've done with the contracts and how they're spending the money. We have nurses coming forward for the first time in my career as a health professional saying that they fear for their own health, and more importantly, they fear that they're going to make a mistake when it comes to the life and death decisions they make with their patients. They might have had a policy in place out at Cobequid for pink slips for people waiting in Emerge, but they've never given them out to my knowledge until recently. We've heard about hallway medicine around this province, and we've gotten, frankly, used to the fact that emergency rooms around the province in rural areas are closed on an escalating basis, and all you have to do is look at the numbers to know we're losing this battle, despite all of the investments of this government. ER closures are increasing in number, to the point where now we have hallway medicine in Dartmouth and Halifax and ambulances around this province that can't unload because of poor management and lack of staffing in our hospitals. So one of the responses from this government in terms of dealing with issues is to shut public accounts down for meeting 4 times a month to once a month. There is no one in this province who thinks that was moving towards better government, except for the government itself. When we established the first ever health committee in this province, and I'm glad to be on that committee, when we set a time to debate how often we were going to meet, we all on the opposition side naturally assumed we would be meeting weekly because it's the most critical issue. It's almost 48% of the budget. This government promised a doctor for every Nova Scotian. I was on record as saying we should be meeting weekly until every Nova Scotian has a family doctor. That was voted down. We have school decisions. This government shut down the school board, so we've become the representative and voice of schools. We have decisions in my constituency where we're still waiting almost 2 years later to know what's going to happen to the Cole Harbour area of schools. 2 years after this government shut down the school review process. That's a long time, Mr. Speaker, and they're not happy. I've often heard that this government talks about how tourism numbers are up in this province, and I believe that, and I'm excited about that. They're not up in my community. I've asked for those numbers, and I haven't been able to get them. But I can tell you from talking with all of the business owners in my community that those numbers are not up. In fact, every time there's a big event in downtown Halifax, our tourism numbers go down, not up, and that's a problem for us. Nova Scotia has almost 40%, give or take, of Canadian Armed Forces members. I have Shearwater Base, and there are people there who make sacrifices on a daily basis, but those members who signed up to be members of the Canadian Armed Forces knew what they were signing up for. Their families did not know that when they get posted to our base, that they were going to face going almost the entire time they're here with no medical care, except for the emergency room and walk-in clinics. There's been no strategy that's been put forth to help those military families who go on a wait list here, then they get posted somewhere else and they go on a wait list there. And then the third place, it's the same thing. And what's worse is it's those children who have disabilities, who have intellectual challenges, who are absolutely disadvantaged because they are being put on a wait list from one posting to the next. And it's a shame that we are doing this, and we have to do better. We have income assistance clients in our communities who cannot afford a phone. And I'm at a loss to why we as a province have not decided that a phone is an essential service, given that one of the things that government wants is to people to get off income assistance and get back to work. But how do you apply for a job when you don't have a phone number to put on that application? We have no parent and child resource centre in our community. It's in Cole Harbour. We don't have a bus to get from my community of Eastern Passage, Calbay, to get to my community in Cole Harbour. So it's an hour-and-a-half bus ride, one way. We don't have a library. We have a vending machine where you can select from probably around 50 books. That's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. My constituents deserve better. It wasn't until I got in power that I found out, or got in government, that on this side of the legislature, that I was able to find out conclusively that my constituents were not being called off the 811 list. And I managed to have that changed, even though we don't have a family doctor yet. We were able to get this government to take action and to make sure that my constituents are being called off that list. I found out today that because of that change, over 2,600 people have been called off that list. So those are 2,600 who didn't even know they even weren't being on the list because there was no doctor to call them off of it. That's not good enough. We have long-term care wait times where I have constituents in Cole Harbour whose family members are all the way over in Spryfield. They have to take 4 buses to get there, and that person had already waited 5 months in hospital to get a bed. We continue to have workers' compensation patients being unfairly denied because the word of an independent medical evaluator who might have seen them once, their recommendation is superseding the recommendation of a family doctor who's known them their whole life, physiotherapists who have specialized training in functional capacity evaluations, and other specialists. Their information and their reports and their recommendations are being completely denied because of one independent medical evaluator seeing them very briefly, or even worse, reviewing their records from afar, saying the one thing that the Workers' Compensation Board wants to hear is that you're not eligible for benefits, and that's not fair. We have a suicide rate in this province that is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, in just this past month, my constituency assistant lost someone in her family and someone in her husband's family to suicide within a week of each other. My son, who's only 27, has lost 8 friends to suicide. That is unacceptable to me. We have to do better, and we can do better. And for all of those who are considering suicide, I pray that they will reach out and ask for help, and this government and we will work together to try to make it better. We are, as the honourable member beside me spoke earlier, we are a metro designated area, but we have rural issues. We have silencing of teachers who are afraid to speak up because the punishment for doing so is financial and possibly a loss of their job. We even see lack of consultation on good bills. And one of those bills is the organ donation bill. What I'm hearing from many is that they like the idea. One of my classmates, whose daughter has cystic fibrosis, waited in a Toronto hospital for over 1.5 years. She was too ill to come home. But after waiting 1.5 years, when her lung function was at almost non-existent, she made the decision to come home and make preparations to say goodbye. Mr. Speaker, she had a bag packed, ready to go back to Toronto, to go back on that list when she passed away. This is a good bill. Nova Scotians didn't have any warning about it. I don't understand it. It's a good bill. Why would we not have included Nova Scotians so that it wasn't taking them by complete surprise? I'm hoping that once they have a chance to hear more about it, that many will be on board. But that was a good thing that we could have talked to them about and gotten their cooperation so that people's fears could have been addressed long before now. Mr. Speaker, I have dozens and dozens of, well, hundreds of small business owners in my constituency who are struggling. They continue to tell me that there is too much red tape and there are too many barriers for help for those who are already in business. There are some who have actually been advised that if they wanted government help, they'd be better off if they declare bankruptcy and started all over again under a new business to get access to help. And I believe that we can do a better job together down the road. Mr. Speaker, there's also been very little economic growth in my community. And when we look at the government offices in our community, I've mentioned this before, we have a liquor store and we have an unemployment office. But we do not have any of the other essential services in my community. Mr. Speaker, one of the only promises during the last election that this government made to my constituents was a collaborative health centre. We've had 3 consecutive budgets that gave collaborative health centres everywhere else. I don't know exactly how many collaborative health centres there are. That'll be a question for next year or next fall for the Minister of Health. I would actually be interested to know how many constituencies don't have a collaborative health centre, because the last thing I want to have to do is stand up in this legislature and say I'm the only constituency not only without a doctor but without a collaborative health centre. One of the things that I am hearing from my constituents is that they feel left behind by this government. There are a lot of opportunities for things that we could be doing in our constituency that aren't ever getting talked about. We have a beautiful boardwalk called the Fisherman's Cove Boardwalk. I had a meeting with the Department of Lands and Forests when they popped into my office and said, hey, it was great to see you last time. We just want to let you know that all those boards that get ripped up from Fisherman's Cove Boardwalk in the last storm, we're going to finally repair them by removing them. And I said, what do you mean you're removing them? Yes, we're going to put down packed gravel. We can't afford to repair these things like we used to because there are too many provincial parks and we can't afford to repair yours. So we're going to put down packed gravel. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm a falls prevention expert. I do falls prevention talks all over the place, and they had the unfortune of having to spend the next hour with me while I explained to them the impact of gravel on seniors and those with mobility issues in terms of the greater chance of having a fall. And I said, this is the most used tourist area in our constituency. We are supposed to be moving towards a greater accessible province. You are going to go back 50 years by taking out that boardwalk that I used to walk on with my father when I was a child. So they listened, which I'm grateful for. But there are decisions that are getting made that we're not consulting with constituents about, and yet it's our job to make sure that they hear our voices. And I'm so proud to have been given the opportunity to be here to do that for my constituents. And I want to send a shout out to my constituency assistant, Lisa Rochon, and to everyone in my constituency who comes by my office, who calls the office, who calls my cell phone, who sends me Facebook messages and text messages, who stop me at the grocery store, who stop me at events, and they tell me what they want me to tell you. Because every time one of my constituents reaches out and raises a concern to me, I have more knowledge to bring to this House. And I'm extremely grateful to everyone in my community for all that they do, because government, as we know, cannot do it by themselves. So for every volunteer, I say thank you. For every business owner who has stayed despite the challenges that they have, I say thank you. for every Legion, Lions Club, Buffalo Club, Benevolent Society, and all of the other non-profit groups, the Girl Guides, the Boy Scouts, the cadets, every parent who goes to a child's school, every teacher who commits to our students and our families, I say thank you to all of you, because together, collectively, I live in the best constituency in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion carried. The House will now recess for a few minutes while it resolves itself into the Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
Order. The Committee of the Whole on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader. Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you please call for the continuation of estimates for the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal, Resolutions E39, E46, and E49?
I call for the continuation of Resolution E39, E46, E49. I recognize the Honourable Member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister and staff, for. We just got about 9 minutes here. I thought I'd get up and ask a couple of quick questions. Last night at Margaree Harbour, Belcote, there was a meeting of fishermen. And you may recall there was a road that was owned, a lot of these roads that go to wharves have been owned by the federal government. In this case, we became the proud new owner of this road. And I say that because it wasn't left to us in very good shape. I realized that for the province we had no choice in the matter. It had to be taken on. The federal government would not invest money in it. I think maybe in fairness, DFO had indicated a meeting I was at a couple of years ago they would put a little money into patching at that time. The road is not in great shape. There was some consideration last year that it would be paved based on maybe some extra money in the budget. It wasn't paved, and of course, start of a new fishing season. It's been a couple of years, 2 or 3 years now. Fishermen are wondering if it's going to be paved. There's a lot of fish product being unloaded there. It's an important part of the economy. I'd like to ask the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, if he can comment on that road, and if there's any hope that he can give those that have been waiting to see that it gets improved.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much. Thank the member for the question. It's very there's great awareness in my constituency and about the importance of the fishery to our economy, and knowing in that area. And I actually had an opportunity to be on that road, not for any other reason, just to take a drive in and see where it was. I was in there wandering around last fall, so I actually was in the road, and there is a tremendous amount of fishing activity in that area there. There's no doubt about it. It's one of the strengths of the island overall. My staff tells me that we are aware of it. We think the road actually is vested in DNR rather than us, but we would be delivering the improvements. So what we'll do is we'll see, take a special look at it to see if there's any more intense maintenance that we can do in the meantime, and see if we can look at future plans for resurfacing the road.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Inverness.
Thank you, Minister. And I know that actually had been an issue of who owns the road. And of course, if it's still at Natural Resources, it's difficult for transportation to make improvements to the road. But I guess what I would say is, at the end of the day, they'd like to see the road repaved. And if the details can be figured out on the inside of government, that's fine, as long as the result is there. So I just want to thank the Minister for that, and wanted to highlight it as something that's been sort of ongoing, that I'd like to see get addressed at some point, sooner the better. Another question I had was on, I had somebody come to me this winter from Cheticamp area, the Acadian region, and they talked about weather conditions there, and particularly snow clearing. And I know sometimes if it's really windy or really cold, spreading, or if there's still actually snow coming down and it's windy, and if they're spreading salt, it might just blow off the road with the winds and it doesn't have a chance to take hold. Essentially, the question she asked me, are we getting the service that we should be getting? And at the time, I put a question to you, Minister, and you responded saying that, and I guess what I had highlighted is, well, that's a good question. Maybe there should be a review. A place like the southern part of the province, say in the Digby area, probably doesn't experience the same weather conditions that you would in northern Inverness County. The response came back, and I think what was explained in the response is that it's, the service standard has to be met, for one. So the equipment provided in an area would ensure that the service standard can be met, and that would suggest that we probably do have more equipment in northern Inverness County than a place like Digby. If that's the case, I think that would be important to confirm. But even beyond that, well, I'll let the minister comment. Is that essentially what he was trying to communicate in that letter? Because people want to know that we're not just getting the same budget in northern Inverness County, that there's extra resources to handle the extra snowfall and winter weather.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
I thank the member for the question, and there's absolutely no doubt that we had quite a remarkable winter in the north. I think we also saw those incredible snowbanks that were there, and excavators 10, 15 feet up in the air traveling across the top of snowbanks like they were granite. So it was quite a challenge up there. We feel that we are meeting our level of service there. We do have additional resources in the area, but at the same time, we're reviewing that at present time and reviewing the levels of service right across the province because they haven't been reviewed thoroughly for a period of time. The total budget for the region this year is up about $1 million in the eastern part. And of course, some of that would be going into that area to address that particular situation. So we would have more to report once we do take a look at what the plan is there. Of course, we do have a partner in that area too for some of the roads, which is the Highlands Park, who are responsible for some of the pieces beyond the Shetty Camp itself. So we have a close working relationship with them and go back and forth with those folks. Great.
Oh, time's expired. Sorry for the PC caucus. We'll turn it over to the NDP, and I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Minister and staff. Thank you for being here. I'd like to, wait for it, surprise, surprise, ask you some questions about the Lancaster intersection. And if I'm looking above your head, it's because I have new bifocal contacts in and I can't really see anything, just so you know, including my notes. So we talked yesterday in question period about the Lancaster intersection where Highway 118 turns into Woodland Avenue. So there's a couple of things I'm looking for. First, I'd like to ask the minister if he would table the traffic rates for the traffic rates for the intersection that the department measured, I believe, last fall.
I recognize the honourable minister for transportation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, we would be able to provide those. We don't have them here at this moment, but we will provide them in the course of this estimates here. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. The second thing I was hoping, so my understanding after talking to Darcy McBain in the department was that there was a study done this past winter from January to March on the intersection. I'm wondering if the minister can table that study, and also if there were any other studies of that intersection done before that, since, let's say, for the last, I'm going to arbitrarily say the last 5 years. So the one that was just done in this last couple of months, and then any others of the studies that have been done in the last 5 years.
I recognize the honourable minister of transportation.
Be happy to provide whatever information we have in the archives. There is a fresh review which we're expecting to have between mid-May and the 1st of June. And when we have that study, we will provide that also. We're looking for a solution. We think we can work a cooperative solution with HRM at that site. Our people are talking with the HRM people, and I think we're able to make an arrangement there that will work for both parties on the longer term. The change in jurisdiction there on that street is just over the hill, coming in towards the bridge, coming down the hill. They're not very far. So the intersection is just on the very perimeter of the property that we control there. So it sort of would make sense if we can transfer that, work with HRM to provide a better traffic solution there. And of course, we have the lights that are our expense to operate, and perhaps a solution might involve a roundabout, which would rid us of that cost associated with the traffic lights that are there.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify. My understanding was that there was a study done that was to be done by the end of March. So the one that the minister is referring to that will be now done or now complete by mid-May or early June. Just want to clarify that that's the same study. That's kind of part A of the question. And part two is, does the minister expect is that study the one that will determine what will happen to that intersection? Could that study say, yes, we're going to give the land over to HRM, we're going to give them, $50 billion to turn it into a roundabout, sign on the dotted line, it's all going to happen, and HRM is then now in charge. Just wondering if that's I know that might not be the result of the study, but is this the study that we expect in mid-May or 1st of June, is that the one that's going to ultimately finally have movement on this intersection?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Yes, for the honourable member, that is the same study that is being done by an outside consultant, and it's a traffic study that will provide options for us and for HRM around what the possible solutions might be. Is there a light change involved? Is a roundabout the most efficient arrangement there? I know the intersection quite well, and it seems to be quite spacious, so there seems to be lots of room there, but it is a very busy intersection also. So it would identify the amounts of land that would be required to institute a roundabout if that were to be the way to go. And also, there's actually, I'm informed that there's actually 800 meters, which is 0.8 of a kilometer from on Woodlawn before we hit the HRM jurisdiction. So we'd be looking at, instead of creating the intersection here and then TIR and then HRM, we'd want to try and come up with a solution that would see that 800 meters transferred also. So all those things would be put into negotiation. I thought I heard the member mention the word $50 million. $50 million. Anyway, the only thing I can assure you that it won't be $50 million.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you for that answer. I was joking, for the record. Okay, so same study. We still don't know what the result of the study is going to be, but something will happen at the end of that study. I understand the minister, we've talked about this in the last two estimates, so I know that the minister uses that intersection a lot, as I do, and so I guess the minister would also know that the intersection and the exit from where you would come off the 118 onto Woodland Avenue is full of potholes. And I also, I mean, it's bad. I ended up having to go around in at different angles of that area today twice. You don't need to know why, but anyway, anyhow, it's terrible. And I also know that I spoke to the minister around, and he was telling me that the hot patch would start boiling on April 3rd. And it's now April 11th, and I'm just wondering if the minister can provide me a quick update of when all of the terrible potholes in Dartmouth North on provincial roads might get filled. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Yes, and I can, being a frequent user of that particular section, I have remarked to staff about the prevalence of potholes. I would say that, tell you that the section between Dartmouth Crossing and Akerley, both going in both directions, is scheduled for full paving this year. The section up to the intersection, Lancaster, is not, but now we do have the asphalt plants open, and the hot patching program has resumed, and that's high on our priority list. I can't say when they'll be there, but now we have availability for good patching material, and we'll be at it constantly from here on in.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to move on to some questions about the QE2 redevelopment. I've asked this before, but I'd like to confirm, and I'm going to, I'm wondering if the minister can go through the different aspects of the project: the Community Outpatient Centre in Bayers Lake, the Dartmouth General Hospital, the Halifax Infirmary Expansion, Hants Community Hospital, the QE2 Cancer Centre, and the QE2 Outpatient Centre. I'm wondering if you can go through those different aspects of the project and indicate which will be undertaken through a traditional public build and which will be undertaken through a P3 contract.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I certainly welcome the question, and that it requires a whole lot of answer, so I'll try and boil it down to get at the main issues that I think you were looking for. So on the design, build, finance, maintain portion, or what has been referred to as P3, the Bayers Lake Community Centre and the HI new builds, Halifax Infirmary new builds, would be part of that particular style of contracting. On the traditional side, we have the Halifax Infirmary, the renovations of the 3rd and 5th floors, and there's a hybrid operating suite there going in too. Dartmouth General has been a conventional build and is well along, as the member I'm sure is aware, and we're very pleased with that particular renovation. And I think we just led another contract to complete the parking area there in the area. At the Dixon Building, we've also announced a chemo prep lab, which is an important piece of work that we are going ahead with as part of the overall picture, but it's needed now, so that's being done. And that will be built in a traditional manner. And in Hants County, the work down at Windsor is complete, and that was also a traditional build. So this is a very massive undertaking, upgrading of the infrastructure, the bricks and mortar for a health system that has not been undertaken in the province's history, and we have a lot of folks who are dedicated to putting the program together. I have Brian Ward here with me today, who was in charge of much of that, and of course Deputy Paul LaFleche. We had to shift gears a little bit when you shifted gears.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
And when the new QE2 Cancer Centre is built, I'm assuming that's going over to the HI site into that expansion. Is that correct? When the VG closes, is that going to be traditional or P3?
I recognize the Minister of Transportation.
Thank you. Yes, that is part of the new build at the HI site, and it will be P3, part of the P3 process.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the different undertakings that will be P3 models, so what you just outlined, the new builds at the Halifax Infirmary and the Community Outpatient Centre, how long are those P3 contracts expected to last? And will they continue into the operational phase of the life of the hospital, or are they just the build phase?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. It gives me an opportunity to offer that explanation. There are some operational issues with the building. Let's say, for instance, maintenance, the physical plant, and that sort of process would be by the P3 builder, but the rest of the operations of the facility, the medical related facilities would all, of course, be by the NSHA.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South. Dartmouth North, sorry.
Excuse me. And what about things like food services and things like that, like the Tim Hortons and the little, gift shops and things? Is that all run by the P3 company or the hospital itself?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's early days in the process in terms of the negotiation around the shape of how the delivery will work. So those decisions really have not been taken formally at this particular time and are part of the discussions that are ongoing presently.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. How has the department calculated the full lifetime costs of delivering the hospital redevelopment through a P3 compared to public alternatives delivering the same level of quality and service? I ask this, and particularly poignant because I was in public accounts yesterday, and the Auditor General, we were talking about P3s and the education system, and the Auditor General did point out that he suggested, I'm sure I'm getting this right, that anytime a government undertakes a P3 model or invest, consideration at this point, that there should be ample work done in comparing or investigating the success/failure/ outcomes of P3s all across the country and do a really good study on the different types of models and how they've worked and how they haven't. So I'm just wondering, wanted to make sure that the department has looked at that, and more specifically, my question is calculated the full lifetime cost of the P3 model versus a traditional model.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, we've taken this responsibility very seriously in terms of doing a significant review of what the national experience has been across the country. Our people have traveled extensively to various venues in the country where the P3 model has been used to construct these types of facilities, and we have Deloitte on our evaluation team who are working with the request for quotes has closed, and that's currently in the process as to determine who we would go to the next stage of development on. But through this period, we have engaged the Auditor General closely. He's working with us, and he's agreed to have a perch on what we're doing all the way through, so that we're making sure that we have as close to his blessing as we can get as we move this project forward.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, that's great to hear that the Auditor General is involved. I'm wondering, therefore, has the department prepared a full value for money audit and business case analysis for the private-public partnership compared to a detailed public sector comparator?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have done that. We have prepared again, working with Deloitte, a business cases particular to the particular project that we have in our hospital side, which would be a little bit different than our 104 P3 arrangement. But that the business case has been prepared and is used as a guide as we enter further into the process.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you for that answer. Can the minister indicate the expected nominal annual cost of the work the province will contract out through a public-private partnership?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the question. Of course, the we would not want to necessarily reveal what we are speculating what our costs might be, because we're in a competitive bidding process. So we are actually canvassing the market to get that information back to us to see what the best value for money would be by the various from the various bidders that have expressed interest in the proposal.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Understood. So when the decision is made at which companies you'll be going with, can you then detail and table that information? And also, sorry to backtrack for 1 second, I'm also wondering if the minister would table the audit and business case analysis that I spoke of in my previous question.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the audit process would be, of course, performed by the Auditor General. And in terms of the business case, once we have the project selected, that information would be available. But leading up to the point in time where we would be using the information in the business case to select the successful bidder, then that would be proprietary information on our part, which we would be reluctant to reveal, as it might prejudice our prices that are coming in.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify a couple of the answers that I've received so far, just because I'm not moving on out of the range of questions, but I just want to go make sure I don't forget them. So earlier I asked you if the department had calculated the full lifetime cost of delivering the hospital redevelopment through P3 compared to public alternatives. And you did say that you were working with the Auditor General and taking it very seriously, but I just wanted to clarify whether or not you actually did do those calculations to figure out, what is the cost difference between the two options.
I'd like to remind the member to speak to the chair. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Yes, as part of the process, we have done that review and comparison. But at this point in time, because of the fact that we're in the selection process at the present time, we're not in a position to be able to reveal that currently.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
I understand the government's reluctance to reveal these kinds of numbers, but it is difficult for the public to accept that we are going down the right road with such a huge expenditure when we can't ever find out how much money is actually being talked about and how much we're saving, or, you know, when we can't see those numbers, it's really difficult to trust that this is the best way of moving forward on these massive pieces of infrastructure, which we all agree are very important to our province. I'm wondering if, instead of offering numbers, if the minister could possibly offer, for instance, talk in percentages, so that we aren't revealing, you know, proprietary information, but at least we can have some confidence that the right decisions are being made about which way to go for these builds.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And without getting into areas that, because of our particular circumstance we're in currently, suffice to say that the evidence that we have across the country about this method of construction, the P3 method for health facilities, is the preferred method almost unanimously in the larger facilities that have been built right across the country. So that gives us obviously some reason to investigate that to ensure that we're getting a good value for money return in using that same method in our construction here. There, as I mentioned to you, it is not the entirety of the facility is not going P3 or the facilities. In the overall rebuild of the QE2 material, as I mentioned, Dartmouth General was traditional, Windsor traditional. So it doesn't fit in all particular instances. But we are encouraged and confident that the method will return the best value for money for us, as is evidenced by the widespread use of this method across the country.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say that that is not a comforting answer. If we compare, I mean, we could look at this in two ways. If we compare, if we say that we should base all our decisions on what's going on across the country, then I could say, well, we should definitely have a child and youth advocate office in this province. We should definitely have universal daycare, because that's happening in Quebec and being looked at in other provinces. We might even have, you know, I can't even think, but probably higher income assistance rates and maybe higher minimum wages if we want to talk about that. So sure, if we're going to talk in those terms, then we can talk about all the great things that are being done in Canada that aren't being done here. But conversely, I just feel like that kind of measure is, you know, there's nothing to back it up. Just because something is being done in all kinds of places, I'm going to contradict myself now, but I want to look at this from both angles. Just because something is being done in all kinds of places doesn't mean it's the best way to do things. I actually feel like the people of Nova Scotia will be shocked to know that there is no way for them, or no accountability that the minister can provide to make sure our money is being spent in the best way. All that the minister can say is, for sure, this is the best way to spend our money, but we have nothing that we can look at to back that up. So for me, it's very concerning, and I think it will be concerning to the rest of the people in this province. I'm going to keep moving on because we know that we are going down the road of P3 contracts with a couple of these projects. So I'm wondering, when deciding whether or not to use a P3 contract or a public alternative, how important are the assumptions of risk transfer in the P3 protocol? Wondering if any promised risk transfer instead could be delivered through a public procurement process that involves a fixed price contract. Oops.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and certainly appreciate the question. And I've witnessed the members' passion in the House about the things like the film tax credit and the child poverty issues and all other very relevant positions that her and her party take. In our department, you know, we are focused on what we are charged to do here, which is to bring these construction projects in on time and on budget. In terms of risk transfer, that's probably the key motivator factor in terms of moving towards a P3 process, because the exoneration of that risk is significant in the P3 arrangement. You know, as an example, the new convention center, which seems to be performing very well and which was instituted under the member's own party, is a stellar example of controlling that cost. The timing did get escalated a little bit on that, did stretch out a bit, but the cost was managed all the way through. There were no huge overruns. Unlike, for instance, the last hospital build, I think, in the province, which was done prior to the NSHA and prior to government taking that back at Truro, suffered a significant cost overruns at that particular time. And the other stellar example of a successful P3 arrangement is the Cobequid Pass process, which has produced a fine piece of highway, which is really the best piece of highway we have in the province. It's well maintained. It is fully resourced. We're in a position to retire the mortgage, as it were, the bonds on that full 6 years early. in the process, and we are also looking at making some toll structure changes there, which will be, I think that Nova Scotians will be happy to see. So all of those things considered are part of that P3 arrangement, but the risk transfer that you asked about is a key ingredient of what we're seeking in the P3 arrangement.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so my understanding of that is that because these projects are risky, then the P3 company will absorb most of the risk. But are you able to, I mean, you talked about Truro, but there's lots of other P3 examples. Are you able to sort of give a sense of what the actual risk of cost overruns is on a project like this? For instance, was there cost overruns on the Cobequid Pass that were mitigated because it was a P3 model? What about all the schools that we built? I'm just curious to know sort of, you know, what the risks are. And I guess I'll ask that first.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
So I think in answer to the member's question, that in the risk assessment, the cost control and the schedule control are the two main issues that are de-risked in the P3 process. Once the arrangement's in place, the contract is set, the price is set, and that's undertaken by the contractor, as it were, and so any changes unforeseen that are in that process in terms of costs are absorbed at that level. So there's a huge incentive for them to manage those very closely, and same goes for the schedule. Time is money, as we all know, and the P3 process brings a strong discipline to both those two factors in the construction process.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
And so then, therefore, it is true that the province will not be responsible for guaranteeing the private sector's revenues, or will we? And just to be clear, I'm sensing from your answer that it will be the companies, the private sector, who will be liable for cost overruns and project deficiencies. Can you just confirm that? So is the province responsible for guaranteeing the private sector's revenues, and who will be liable for cost overruns and project deficiencies?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
There will be, Madam Chair, a variety of responses to the question depending on what particular section we were looking at. In terms of penalties for time overruns, those are set out and in such a way so that it is to the advantage of the project code to avoid those overruns. Now, with the volumes of money that we're talking about here, and I always try to make this point, you know, we sit around the tables and we talk about $1 million this and $1 million that and 50 million this and $1 billion that, without really sitting back and contemplating and meditating on how much $1 billion is, right? I mean, the Earth is 93 million miles away from the sun. In dollar terms, that's fairly close, right? It's not 1 billion miles away. So it's a huge, huge amounts of money. And therefore, the companies that undertake these things are global companies that are in this business globally. That's their niche business that they're in. They might be working on a margin that is way smaller than the margins that a regular construction company might work on in Nova Scotia that's out doing $100 million worth of business with our department on paving. You know, a half a percentage point margin on $10 billion is a significant amount of money. So I think it's important to really pause and contemplate the magnitude of the dollar values that are involved. And if you think about that, then you realize that there are a small cadre of global companies who are capable of undertaking these kinds of bills where they're able to wait for the prescribed period, for instance, 30 years, to receive their full payment and be able to carry that kind of risk for that period of time. So it then behooves us to make sure that we're dealing with companies that have that capability and they show up globally for these types of activities. That would be, again, consistent with our recent RFQ for the 104, where we have two large global construction companies who are bidding on that. So the responsibility for cost overruns, except for things that would be lined up in the contract, which might be a provision, for instance, if the cost of fuel exploded in some way. It's common practice in the industry, in the airline industry, in the construction industry, to provide deltas for changes if there's a spike in those costs. But other than provisions like that, then the cost overruns are the responsibility of the project co.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North, but would like to remind you to address through the chair. So maybe looking at me sometimes will help you to remember that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is precisely because I have I've contemplated the amount of money that we are spending on these hospital bills that I'm asking these questions. And Nova Scotians and myself, I want to make sure that we are spending the money in the most responsible way. And there is plenty of data that suggests that P3 builds are not the way to go, Madam Chair. And so, you know, I'll go back to my point that I made earlier, and that is, how, if we can't see these numbers and we can't break down, even see percentages or ratios, how are we to trust that this is the way to spend those millions of dollars? I'm wondering Does the P3 contract allow the province the flexibility to make future changes in service delivery or other public policy decisions, to end the contract in the procurement stage, or to terminate the contract if it's not meeting public interest?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the member for the question. First of all, the health service delivery is not being provided through the P3 contract, so that part we could set aside. But I think the member touches on a very relevant consideration, which is the extremely volatile technological world that we live in. And it does not limit itself to, our cell phones, as it were. I tabled a petition today in the House for a rocket launching facility in Canso area, which would be the first one in the country, a technological change that lots of people are skeptical about, a lot of eye rolling going on, but when you think about what's happening with the technology piece, it's become relevant. And that's the same thing that's happening in our medical community. Technologies are shrinking the size of various pieces of equipment like CAT scans, MRIs, X-rays, as an example, dialysis issues, lab testing, all of that. So we're trying to anticipate in the structures that we're making, the envelopes that will house these types of equipment and the activities that are occurring within, to reflect that need to be flexible as we move forward. And it's no different in education, where we have the programs that are online for high school kids in lots of rural areas. Are actually, I don't know how they do it, but they do physics and calculus online, not with a live teacher. I think that's kind of tough, but it's happening. And telehealth is the same way. So we need to sort of step back a bit and look at what do we think the building is really going to be used for down the road. So in the configuration, we need to be able to be flexible in terms of what we will need, and it seems to be going smaller because of technology rather than larger. So in terms of the overall design for anything that we go to do, including schools, et cetera, and even roads for that matter, we have to keep an eye on that technology. But in the medical side, it's very significant in terms of the advancements that are happening there. And so what we need now may not be what we would need the same in 10 years down the road. And my comments about the magnitude of millions and billions were really not, I think in our house here, we're used to dealing with large budgets, but the people who are have a mild interest in what we do as politicians in the province, sometimes their comprehension of a billion is you know, they're more used to looking at what the price of Nikes are for their kids than what a $1 billion health facility would be.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's exactly because of what the minister has just been talking about, where as we go into the future with all of the technological changes that we are already experiencing and for sure will be, it's exactly because of that I'm asking this question. So will the contracts be flexible to allow the government of the day to shift the contract if needed and to terminate it if we realize that, you know, all of a sudden CAT scans cost $3 each and, you know, and there's a better way to spend the public's money? I mean, I can't really see that happening, but so just clarify the question, will there be flexibility in the contract?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the clarification there from the member. I had actually scribbled that down. I couldn't make out what I had put down there. We're just to give you an example of the contract. It's extremely complex. There are provisions for almost every possible contemplation of something that could happen, including termination. Terms around the termination. Just to give you an idea, it probably will be half a dozen banker boxes thick in the process. There will be swarms of lawyers and accountants who have put the contract together. So there would be really no stone unturned in terms of
Order. Time has lapsed for the NDP. We'll move over to the PC caucus for 1 hour. I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you don't get the other. Yeah. The Minister, you need a break for a second, or you're all right? Okay. Okay. Maybe we can sing a song or something in the meantime, or.
They're in the lunchroom. We're in the lunchroom.
First, First two questions, Madam Chair. First two questions are going to deal with Nova Scotia lands. I can continue? Okay. Madam Chair, recently, a few months ago, at the Trenton car plant, Main Street, Trenton, it was noticed that there was 4 huge shunters out in the driveway of the plant site, and apparently they were torn down into large pieces. And these are 50 or 60-ton engines that previously were used inside and outside the plant to move cars in and out of the plant. And talking to some residents from the town, a lot of former employees, they were sort of saddened to see that these shunters were torn down into pieces. They thought that somewhere, somehow, some people could possibly want them, probably would have paid some money for them. They had to be valuable to someone, perhaps. So I guess the question is, why was there a decision to destroy those shunters as opposed to, or was there an effort to try to sell them prior to that and maybe they couldn't be sold?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate the question from the member. And I know that he and many other people in Pictou County, Colchester County, Guysborough County, Antigonish County have had a long history with Trenton Works. There was a time in the past when there were close to 4,000 people working in that steel operation. It had a glorious history during the Second World War in particular, served the country very well, and like many things that we see in our society and in our communities, the times change, usefulness changes, and people feel a nostalgic perspective towards the facilities, and I am very sensitive to that. I think I understand that. We all have that in our communities when it comes to how proud we are of the Perkins House as an example, or you know, the old Courthouse Museum in Guysborough, which is from the turn of the century. There's that feeling that of pride that comes with that, and I also think that that applies to industries of historical significance, and certainly Pictou County has a lot to be proud of in many areas. There's been some prolific business people come out of there, but also in terms of its contribution to the industrial development of the country, really. However, we now find ourselves in a situation where the rail car function and construction has really moved to China. Nobody can compete with them
for the most part, some in Mexico, and the elderly facilities at Trenton Works have been called into question. Now, a previous government made a valiant effort to latch on to the emerging renewable energy industry as it was coming in the country, and there were some high expectations around the Korean company's ability to manufacture not the nacelles or the turbines, but the posts for the towers for the wind industry. I think there was a misapprehension. Those tend to be done as a piece altogether. The larger companies manufacture their own towers. They control the process right from the start to finish. And the idea of using those facilities to service the renewable wind energy industry fell by the wayside. But that's not to say that there wasn't some residual value left in the facilities at Trenton Works. And that residual value was in the equipment that was purchased there. We did have an auction that was quite successful and returned, around $4 million back to the government on the monies that had been outstanding when the Korean company left. And the buildings there's two newer buildings that are there, a large white one and a smaller white one. I'll say they're white because the rest of them are brick buildings that are there, and they're kind of brown that have some residual value. So when this property came to us at Nova Scotia Lands, we wanted to take a fresh look at it. And having brownfield facilities is a very common occurrence across the country, across the globe, actually. I know and visited a brownfield site actually in Amsterdam a few years ago where this wonderful housing development and park system and commercial building complex in the city of Amsterdam was built on a brownfield. It was built on an area that was a landfill at one particular time. Canary Wharf in London, similarly, properties that were seen as valueless. We can look at our own experience in the famous, infamous tar ponds in Sydney and see how the conversion has been successful down there to reclaim those properties. So in terms of Trenton Works, that's kind of the view that we're looking at to strip away some of the pieces of the facility that were costing a lot of money to maintain, that had no easily identifiable future use, and to reestablish that site. It's an excellent site. It's over 100 acres of flat level industrial land there with rail available to it, and a fairly good road access. And we're at the member's request looking at the Trenton Connector, which will help that road system. So there's quite an asset there in terms of what we could do with that facility for another use. So what we have decided to do is issue a contract, which is pretty well complete, actually, for the range of around $600,000 of demolition to take down some of the pieces of the facility that were not functioning and were costing money to maintain, to begin the process of reevaluating the site and keeping those two newer buildings where we do have some interest in as a possible future
use for other types of activities that people might see that could be serviced by a good road network and a good rail network right on site. The rail is right on site, nice flat level industrially zoned land. So in that process, we went to the market to seek bids for the demolition, and in the process of the demolition, the bidders contemplated their recovery for those types of units that you're talking about, and the recapture for us was in the amount of the bid that we received for the demolitions that are there. In other words, they recovered some of their costs by using the materials that they were able to strip out and resell. That's the business that they're in. These people are in the demolition business. So just let me say again, I understand completely how people would feel apprehensive in the area there. There were great hopes for Trenton Works when Greenbrier was in there. It was a great employer in the area, and the hopes for the renewable energy manufacturer did not materialize, unfortunately. And we went through a period of time where there was a hiatus. The property came over to our, and I know that the Department of Business beat the bushes hard for to try and find somebody who was interested in it. And we're going to take it and clean it up, and it is a true brownfield site. And there are all kinds of techniques, and there is actually funding from national sources available for rehabilitation of brownfield sites to bring that facility back into the plan and make it productive for the residents of the surrounding towns and indeed the whole province.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it certainly has a lot of history. In fact, Madam Chair, I have a great-grandfather who worked in that plant for 64 years, retiring at the age of 83. So there's a lot of relatives that worked there myself, Madam Chair, after grade 12. During a big tank car order. A colleague to my right said I was there, it didn't work, but anyway. Just one last question. I hope the answer is a lot shorter, okay? Although he did a lot of skating around that net, Madam Chair, and didn't really answer the question I asked, but I got his point. Madam Chair, there's a real different footprint at the plant now. You drive through Trenton, you look at where all these buildings were, and it's certainly a very, very different footprint. So we know there's a lot of buildings knocked down, the boiler room, administrative building, a couple of big shops and so on. And I remember talking to an older engineer a number of years ago and saying that ABCD shops were sort of intertwined. If you tear a couple down, there's the steel structure is sort of attached. It might jeopardize the other two as far as safety. Again, that was passed on to me. I'm not sure how accurate that is. But also the boiler room that used to heat some of the plant buildings. So I guess the last two questions would be, the remaining buildings, are they going to be heated, or they're just going to be left as is? Or do you have the capacity now with the boiler room gone to heat them? And if you can leave the puck at center ice for a few seconds, and one last question is, has there been any interest in the place as of late?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for the question. I do appreciate the relationship that he and I have on this project. He's been very helpful to me in terms of communicating the community's feelings and giving me some of the history of the project, and also has brought some people who are have some interest in the redevelopment to the department, and we were only too happy to meet with those people. In terms of the relationship between A, B, C, and D, we have demolished C and D, which were designed, designated as really not useful whatsoever. I should just back up a little bit and say that I've been informed that the two particular motor pieces that you referred to were gone before our department and True Nova Scotia Lands became involved. So I don't know I can't speak of what the disposition of those were. So we knew from various reviews that C and D were not usable and functional. And we were spending a lot of money on utilities in those facilities. I think the first move we made was to cut the electricity bill by excess of $20,000 per year. And remember that this is taxpayers' money that's going into maintaining these facilities, and it's our objective to try and minimize the costs around those sorts of things. I stood in A and B, I think in November, and there were magnificent structures. I asked the gentleman who was looking after that for us, I said, you know, when was this building built? The building is 60 feet wide, 1,300 feet long, and with a concrete floor and brick walls. And if you look up, about 40 or 50 feet in the air is a wooden roof, tongue and groove wooden roof with skylights on the side, no insulation whatsoever. And so I asked the gentleman when the building was built. He said this particular one was built prior to 1912. He didn't know exactly when it was. So both those buildings are in excess of 100 years old. And you can take a spoon or chisel and tap the bricks, and they're getting pretty, getting pretty ripe. So you have to think about what kind of a use you could have for an uninsulated building that is 60 feet wide, built for purpose in the day for steel manufacturing, when that's Trenton Works was a going concern and had 2,000 or 3,000 people there. And what could we use that for today? And you know, in earlier discussion, we talked about hospital facilities and the built-for-purpose nature of those facilities. And this particular facility is not a whole lot different. There are some times that you can convert buildings for other use. I think particularly of the rural areas that have had school closures back from the buildings that were built in the 30s and 40s and 50s, and the community has this attachment to them, and they don't want to lose their school. Eventually the school closed, there's no kids to go to them, and they want the building converted. Some of them have been successful for community centers, but there's always a catch, and that's that they're expensive to maintain, expensive to heat, and all that sort of thing. So in terms of the utility of a 107-year-old brick building, uninsulated with a wooden roof, how convertible that is to another use is a question in my mind. So A and B are still standing, and you know, perhaps
there might be a particular use that would come forward that somebody could use a building like that. In terms of your question about what our commitment is to maintaining the other buildings that are there are two good newer structures that are there that we intend to maintain. And we have in the budget this year $1.354 million to dedicate it towards the maintenance of those facilities, including keeping those two in-plan buildings heated. So that's what our commitment is to keep upkeeping those buildings. In terms of interest, yes, we have had interest in the buildings. We have had tire kickers, which I think is a common process that happens. Business people are always looking for a bargain, and especially if it's a fire sale. So we do have people that are looking. There are a couple of active proposals that are currently before us. I'm not in a position to reveal what those might be at the present time, but I think that speaks to what I said earlier, Madam Chair. We think that the repurposing that facility will provide a second life for that big industrial opportunity, serviced by rail, serviced by good road, with lots of good services around. You've got, you know, the network of 50,000 people in that municipality there that are would provide services that's supportive in that community. So I think once we are able to absorb the demolitions that will occur, and I wouldn't say that they're completely finished as of yet, that I think we'll have a polished product that will be attractive to industry, and look forward to working with our colleagues in business who have the expertise about dealing with other companies to revitalize that site.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Minister was talking about the buildings without insulation. I can recall having a summer job and having to do a roof over one of those magnificent structures, and putting an aluminum roof actually on. And you know, safety gear didn't exist back then in the 70s, and you could look through the holes in the roof and see the people working way down there at their machinery. So anyway, thank the Minister for that answer. I'm going to leave the Trenton plant, Madam Speaker, and slide over to potholes again for a few seconds. And doing a fair bit of research, Madam Speaker, what they do in other countries, what they do in the United States, and so on with regard to repairing potholes. And there's a lot of new technology out now available. The infrared technology, I know a place in Manchester, New Hampshire, the KASI, K-A-S-I, infrared, they have a lot of different models out. I guess when you can have a truck that can repair 50 potholes in a day with a two-person operation, which automatically detects street damage and comes along and repairs it and so on. It's apparently cheaper than the traditional method, so it has the potential to save millions of dollars. And they state that the plugs can be placed in the road in most weather conditions. My question to the Minister is, has the department ever looked beyond the scope of normal practice to examine other possible ways or methods of repairing our roads in the spring?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm glad to hear that the member was inspired by the conversation we had about new technologies and went out and sought a lot of those things out that we are actually exploring. I mentioned in the House earlier that
you know, we have, I think, became somewhat complacent about the pothole situation, in that, you know, we're presented with this every year. We have, you might say, we have bigger fish to fry, particularly in this year's record-setting capital budget that we are enjoying in the department. And sometimes the question of potholes, yeah, we get the complaints and we absorb them and yada yada, and away you go. So I've asked the department to take a new look at the pothole question and exactly what the member is talking about. And I would appreciate him sharing any of that particular research that he has. We've been doing our own research. We have a relationship with Dalhousie, who are helping us look at technologies around. And what I want to do is to find out who the pace setter for highway retrofit and repair is in the world. Lots of places have the same issues that we have. You know, I checked to see that Belgrade is on the same latitude as Halifax in Nova Scotia. So one of the things we're looking at is, well, they have pavement. What do they do? Alaska is a little bit different because they get, instead of getting a freeze-thaw cycle in Alaska, they get a freeze-freeze cycle. And part of the problem we have is the freeze-thaw, which we're into right now. You can see we've had the snow just in the last few days. It's up and down all over the place. But suffice to say that, yes, we are looking. We think there's better ways of addressing this. We do have a fleet of hot patch machines that are portable machines stationed across the province. We are looking at augmenting those machines to better able to give us hot patch during the times that we said we don't have hot patch, as opposed to cold patch. The cold patch, from what I can judge, is kind of a waste of money because we put it in, it lasts for a few days, and it pops out, and we're back to the same situation. Whereas hot patch, it tends to last a bit longer, and we do have a capability to provide, to recycle material into these machines and actually do hot patching through the off season. So we're looking at our deployment of those particular machines, and if there's one of our options might be to augment those machines and station them at more locations throughout our districts and tackle the problem in a more holistic way. But I'd like to assure the member and the citizens that we are not going to pass this over and say, well, we get potholes every year. What can I say? Get used to it. We're going to invest some time and money into seeing if there's a better solution to the pothole problem, and we can bring it home to the citizens of the province.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the fairness of time, it was a pleasure working with you, and I'm going to pass things over to the member from Queen Shelburne.
Likewise. I recognize the honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister and staff for an opportunity to ask some questions this evening. My first question, or a couple questions, are going to focus around Nova Scotia lands and specifically Port Mersey, which is in my constituency. I'm wondering if the Minister could tell me what the long-term plan is for Port Mersey.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank the member for the question. We have quite a bit of activity at that particular site, and actually we're finding some success in terms of the repurposing that facility. We do have a bit of an expense there with the steam agreement, which is not turning out as was proposed several years ago when it was turned over to us. We're caught into that until 2026, and that's just a contractual reality. Of course, I think people are familiar with the success of the Aquilitas company, which is providing new employment for people in the area there, and they have a very aggressive interest in expanding their facilities in the area, and I think they're a good catalyst for other types of development that's there. We have other businesses that are tenants in there, and we have this constant flow of interest in the facility, particularly around the wharf area there. So essentially the budget for this year is around $3 million to support that facility, and our objective, of course, would be to exit our responsibility there completely on the longer term, and to switch ourselves out of that ownership position that we found ourselves in when the Bowater facility so unfortunately exited the area. So it's active for us. Spent a lot of time with proposals for there, and we're very committed to turning that into a good economic generator for the people of the area.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Minister's response. And the Minister's, has talked about the government's desire to exit what happened back when Resolute closed its doors. So I'll take it a step further. I appreciate the wanting to exit, but my understanding is that there may possibly be some contaminated areas on site, and I'm wondering if the department has identified those areas and what are the plans for remediation.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank the member very much for the question. And when we're looking at these former industrial sites, the question of contamination and remediation is always on our minds, because the standards of 50 years ago are not the standards of today. And we see that time after time where we're caught having to retrofit at very costly amounts of money. However, under the current usage for that facility, which is a commercial industrial use, there's no remediation that has been identified that is required. If we went into a change of use and decided to take the wharf and put up a condominium and then build residential properties on it, then we would be into a situation where, in all likelihood, remediation would be required. But under its current process and our current vision for the property, which is to continue it as an industrial commercial site, the remediation issue is off the table.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I could talk a lot longer on Port Mersey. I have lots of questions, but respecting my time, I guess I better switch over to some local roads. Highway 103, exit 17 and 17A. Both exits are in controlled access portions of highway with 100 km/h speed limits. Neither have separate lanes for slowing down to exit the highway when turning right or for joining the highway. Exit 17 is the east Port Medway Charleston Mill Village, located on a large curve, and exit 17A, Port Medway Mill Village, going east at the base is a long, steep hill, both making it extremely dangerous for vehicles slowing down, turning right. Port Medway Mill Village has had increased amount of traffic now with the lovely little Port Grocer down at the end. There's been multiple accidents on both of these. I'm wondering what is the department's plan, Madam Chair, to address these very dangerous exits.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the member bringing that forward. In consultation with our senior people here, we, at our level, these locations have not been identified. Perhaps the member was working with Mr. Newell in the area there, or some of the local people. But I appreciate you bringing it up, and we're absolutely delighted to entertain. If you want to come to the department, we can pull those up on the big screen and take a look at them and bring them forward. Now, it's possible that locally there may be a plan in place, there may be a reaction in place to deal with that, but it hasn't bubbled up to the chief engineer level at this particular time. But I would encourage all the members, sincerely, this is your highway system. Please approach me or any of our senior people and come to the office and take a look and put your matters forward, and we do that. And the member took advantage of that earlier to come in and talk about what the plan is for the upcoming year. But we've got 23,000 kilometres of roads, and it's pretty impossible to keep an eye on every one of them. So we welcome your input, and certainly in this instance, we'd be more than happy to look at what you're talking about there and appreciate the fact we'd probably have traffic counts and that type of information, so I welcome that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk a little bit about gravel roads. I have many. And I think the road that I get the most complaints about is Old Port Mattoon Road, and I've mentioned this road. We've talked about this road in estimates before. I know I talked to my local guys at the depot about this road continuously. My understanding is that residents have started a petition just last week about this road. This is a dirt road that traffic has increased on it with the number of residents that are living there. And I'm wondering what the department's long-term plan is for this road. It needs to be basically rebuilt.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and appreciate the inquiry from the member. We don't seem to be able to locate that particular road on our plan, but again, I would undertake to make sure we'll take a look at that road. Do you have any idea how long it might be in kilometres? But I do want to talk for a minute about the gravel road program. Again, this year, in the budget, the $300 million capital budget that is the highest in 8 years in the department. I'm very, very proud of that. You know, 3 years ago it was $215 million. It's now $300 million. That's the commitment of this government to our roads in the province. It's a 40% increase in capital, and in that increase, this will represent $50 million going into our gravel road program. Of the 23,000 kilometres that we have in the province, 8,500 of them, which is about 33%, a little bit more, is, well, actually, it's quite a bit more than that. It's like 40% are gravel. So having some capital money to do exactly what the member has talked about, is rebuild, is what this program, which is actually the gravel roads are 35% of the roads that we have in the province, will do. Because the $20 million that we committed this year, $20 million last year, and a $10 million the year before that is $50 million over that 3-year period that is going into subgrade development. So that's new. These roads have evolved over a period of time. Never really had any money spent on them because the area managers had to take that money out of their maintenance contracts. So we said, hold on, gravel roads are important to Nova Scotians. We're going to give you some capital money to put new cross culverts in, to get the drainage. That's the secrets of roads, to get the water off them. Cross culverts, ditching, good ditching, crowning the road so the water comes off the side. And the gravel really is the icing on the cake. It's the last piece that comes. So that's the undertaking that we have, and as I say, we're at 50 million. In the Western region this year, of the 20 million in gravel road allocation, 5.8 million of that is going to Western region. That's the second highest in the 4 allocations that we have. Plus, there's additional 1.1 million in the RIM budget for gravel in your region there. So that's a total of 6.9 million that is probably not all going to be spent in the members' riding, but a good member, like I have observed that she is, will get her share of it, I'm sure. And in the meantime, though, we will undertake to see where this particular road that you bring up is in the process and see if we can at least get it to the as a candidate for the gravel road program. Now, what we have been doing, and you might want to think about this, is encouraging the local folks to work with the municipalities that are involved, because the municipal folks get the complaints significantly about the gravel roads. And in many of the municipalities across the province, we have liaison committees set up where members of our departments come and meet on a quarterly basis with the municipalities and talk about the kinds of things that need to be talked about, which often get overlooked and don't get done, and it creates silos. They're not talking to each other unless it's through the media, complaining. That doesn't work. So in instances where we have developed this relationship, we're getting pretty good effects. And I've asked the municipalities in the eastern region and other regions to become involved in where they want to see the gravel road money spent, and to put their priorities forward, the same as, for instance, in the Antigonish County portion of my riding, they put forward a priority list for road work and for paving. So that would also be on the gravel road program. So I would encourage the member to consider that, work with her municipal colleagues, and to in the meantime, we will undertake to see where that road is in the picture.
Just a reminder to address your talk through the chair. There's a lot of using of you. in your conversation. So I recognize the honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to bridges. I've been receiving multiple complaints about the concern of the safety of the bridge located in Mill Village. It's Medway River Bridge. School bus driver, fire department, local residents, very, very concerned. I actually traveled down, Madam Chair, and took a look at the bridge, and the surface boards they're really bad. But I also was advised that there was a weight restriction placed on that bridge a couple of years ago, which again is causing concern to residents. They're fearful that, you know, a weight restriction was put on, and now we see this visible structure stuff happening on top of the bridge. Is it safe? So my question to the minister is, how often would a bridge inspector be looking at that bridge and checking that bridge specifically now that that weight reduction or weight restriction has been put on that bridge?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank the member for the question and bringing up that particular bridge. The short answer to your question is that all bridges are inspected annually, so they receive one review by our inspection team, and they, depending on what the findings are, they could be classified as a level 1, a level 2, or a level 3 inspection. And a level 3 would mean that there's a severe weight restriction placed on it, or it could be closed. And we do have some that across the province that have been closed. Normally these are old steel pony truss bridges that could be as much as 100 years old. We have 4,100 bridges and structures in the province, And unfortunately for us, in the 50s in particular, there was a huge bridge building program in place. So they're all ripening at the same time. And we're left with a massive requirement for bridges. So in this year, we've got, in the budget, we've got $12 million for our operating budget for bridge rehab. There's $30 million in the, what we call the envelope, which would be the regular type of stuff where that particular bridge would fall into, and there's another $55 million in the major bridge replacement, which would relate to the new structures on the 100 series highways that are being constructed, or with the twinnings that are underway. So and I've had this occasion to actually investigate these bridges myself, to pull the inspections and take a look at them and see when the dates were in the process. And I'm assured that the inspections are occurring. But it's very understandable in rural areas of the province where we have school buses and we have oil trucks traversing these structures that people become concerned. So the inspection talks about the bearing ability of the bridge. Sometimes the travel surface is pretty worn looking, but actually what we're concerned about is the ability of the bridge to carry. It could be that we don't have any information on that particular bridge here.
Actually, it's a different name.
Oh, yeah.
It's in here. It's in Midway River, so it's on the replacement program for 2022.
Okay, well, there you go now. He did find it, because what happens with our department, you call it one thing, the people in the community do, but you know, here we call it something else. So we found it, we tracked it down. It's for replacement in 2022, according to the schedule. So we can take a look to see if that's the appropriate time for that. And again, I'd invite you to come and talk to our bridge people. I will tell you that from my perspective in the department, I honestly don't think we're doing enough for bridges. And so we're going to be looking at trying to set aside specific, increased, additional capital money that will enable us to catch up on that huge demand that's out there. So it depends on how successful we are with over the next year with Treasury Board for next year's budget, if we're able to get a bigger set aside for our bridge issue.
I recognize the honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the minister for a short answer. I have a question about Eastern Shore Road. So this year, or this past fall, we had 3.7 kilometres of 6.7 kilometres of Eastern Shore Road paved. Very, very welcomed in the community. But the company that, or contractor that did the job was very late in the season doing it. It was snowing when they were putting down the asphalt. And the road hasn't held up very well over the winter months. There's a lot of bumps. People tell me, I'm not an engineer, that the culverts wasn't placed in properly. My question to the minister is there some type of warranty? It's not probably the right word, but to go back to the contractor to have them fix the road properly?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
The chief engineer tells me some good news for the member that there's another 5.9 kilometres of that road on for this year's plan, if we're talking about the same road. Sometimes the names get a little bit confused. Yes, there is a warranty on the paving surface of roads. It's either 1 year or 3 years. If the paved surface fails, the contractor is obligated to return and repair that. I will say that some last year's work, this is the third one that I've heard about exactly the same situation where work was done, and of course in the spring we get the freeze thaw and it starts to get wavy, and now I hear that it's settled out. So normally it takes a bit, so we hope that section settles back down, but in the case that there is a poor job that was done, the contractor is on the hook for either 1 or 3 years, I'm not sure in that instance which one it is, to make good the repairs if they're required.
I recognize the honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the minister and his staff.
Time has elapsed for the PC party. We will move over to the NDP for 1 hour. I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good day. How are you doing, Minister? Not supposed to say you, but anyway, nice to see you. I'd like to ask a few questions about my riding. One in particular being the old hospital on Willow Street. I know that there's been consultation and talking about demolishing that. And I'm just wondering if you can give me an update on that particular project at this point in time. Thanks.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and true to the member, yes, the old Truro Hospital remains in the, as a future expense for the province. It currently, in the current budget, we do not have any funds set aside to move with the demolition, which is several $1 million in estimated cost. In terms of the hospital, hospitals, in that instance, we have the presence of the X-ray and the radioactive material that was there, so that makes a complication, and of course the asbestos and all of those kinds of things. I think, in view of the magnitude of the costs associated with the demolition, it was deferred to consideration for next year to do something with it.
The honourable member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you. So does the demolition include all of the buildings on that property? Because I know there's the great big one, but then there's a couple of other smaller ones as well that were like a clinic and another like a private doctor's offices. So are they all coming down?
The Minister of Transportation.
Yes, the plan would be to demolish all the former structures that were there associated with that various degrees of liability that I mentioned to you there.
The honourable member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you. It's a mouthful, I know. You'll get used to it. So the province owns the entire property. Has there been any interest, has anybody expressed any interest in either buying the property after it's been demolished, or the province being interested in putting something up in its place? Has there been any recent discussions? And I will drill into that in a little bit, but I'm just wondering, both of those things. Anybody interested in buying it, or is the province been talking about replacing it with something?
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you to the member, yes, prior to my coming into this ministry, there were some significant discussions with a potential redevelopment. I don't know the exact details of that in any detail, but it may have involved maintaining a portion of the structure, but there was no agreement reached at that particular time, and I believe that it may have fallen apart because of the issue of indemnity around the liability and the contaminated soils, etc., that would, as I mentioned to you, that would exist there. So during the time that I've been there, it's been dormant. We haven't had any particular interest that has reached my office in any case.
The honourable member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you to the minister. And I know that it costs the province quite a bit just simply to maintain that building every year. I'm just wondering, what is the actual price on that? How much is it costing the province just to keep it standing there?
The Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure, Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. We don't have that number in our budget. It's a health facility, so that cost is absorbed in the Department of Health budget, but I'm sure it could be available to you.
The honourable member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you. I know before this government came into power in 2013, in the fall of 2013, there had been discussions in my government while we were in power about taking down the buildings on that site and then constructing a new justice center that would incorporate the 3 courts that are currently in Truro, which are in really terrible places, really substandard and very unsafe to both the people who work there, the staff, but also the lawyers who work in town, who are constantly having to squeeze by prisoners who they've perhaps just incarcerated, and things like this. I visited one recently, which is in the old IGA building, which is an old grocery store building, and the main judge there, Mr. Alain Beijing, his office has a bullet hole in the window right by his chair. And the parking lot is right beside it. And so there have been a number of altercations in that parking lot, a lot of people that have been upset about different things, families of people who are incarcerated, this kind of stuff. And also the wall right beside him is actually the wall to a holding cell for prisoners while they are there being seen, and he can hear everything that the prisoners are saying while they're in the holding cell, which is also not exactly conducive for a judge who's just about to go in and hear these people, what they've got to say, and give them a fair trial, when he can hear every single word that they're saying on the other side of the wall. So he has been very vocal, as well as many others, as I said, many other lawyers and also a couple of other judges who would really like to see these three courts, the family court, the provincial court, and also the Supreme Court, taken out of the buildings that they're in now and placed in a nice new facility. And while we were in government, that was like really high up on our priority list to make that happen. And one of the places that we were looking at was, in fact, that hospital property, because when you first come into Truro, of course, and you turn onto Willow Street from the highway, that would be one of the first things you would see, which would really set a nice, well, not welcome, but a nice feeling about law and order, justice, and Truro being the hub of the province. It makes sense that there would be a justice centre like that people can come to from right across the province. They can bring prisoners from other jails, bring them in, take them out without too much fuss. So that said, I'm just wondering if where it lies on the list of projects to do. I know it is still on the list, but I know that it also has been moved down the list. So can you tell me where it is now on the list? And I know this has to do with the Justice Department as well, but it is something that TIR would be involved in.
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question. And I must say that I have had lots of experience with court facilities in having spent a lot of time in municipalities who hosted court facilities across the province, and those issues that you talk about are extremely relevant to the delivery of justice and also the security of the judiciary in particular. It's really awkward, and so I actually had an opportunity to be involved in extensive renovation of one to make the facility more of a courtroom and less of a municipal chambers, and that turned out quite well, and has lent itself to some other use recently, also for court processes. I can't comment on what the Court Justice Department might be planning in terms of their future plans for Truro. But I'm sure that the issues that existed during your party's tenure have not changed in that area. Back to the property that we have and that we have our responsibility for, which is really the demolition of that old structure that's there. And it's not lost on me how attractive a site that is, exactly what you're talking about. It's on a gentle slope on the side of the hill. We have a dozen different uses, great institutional use. If we did move the courts out there, it would be good for that. I'm sure developers would be after it for residential commercial development also. So there's a lot of value in the land, and the upset value is, or that value is upset by the cost of the demolition that's there. And I'll be very honest with you, in the huge realm of topics that we have been heavily involved with in the department in terms of the hospital rebuilds and the highway twinning, perhaps this one got pushed aside a little bit, and so out of sight, out of mind, and it's been deferred again in the coming year. But I don't think that diminishes the potential value that's there. So, you know, I would encourage, if you want to come over sometime to the department, we'll sit down and look at it and bring you up to date as to what the latest thinking would be for maybe for next year, because we have to make a decision on that structure that's there, to take the eraser and erase the site clean and then present it for the future opportunity that it does represent.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, and thank you for that offer. I would love to take you up on that. The other thing I was thinking is perhaps we could set up a meeting with the Justice Minister and his department and your department and me to discuss this, because I know that the lawyers and the judges are really quite keen to get something done, and if we could plan on something even down the road, that would be great. I certainly understand that there are other major pressing issues in the province, including jails. I know that there's been having to deal with jails too and safety there. So I do understand, but it would be great to get that back on track, that project. I think it would be a really good one for Truro and for the province. Yeah, thank you. So the other thing I'd like to just ask you about while I have you is Park Street Bridge in Truro. This has been an ongoing issue for years and years and years. And even while we were in government, it was an issue. It floods a few times a year, sometimes worse than others, but oftentimes it's closed and you can't get across to Bible Hill other than like a really long way around. And so people want to know, is there anything, has there been any more discussions about what can be done about the Park Street Bridge flooding problem, and is there anything on the books at all for any years in the future as to how it can be solved? Thank you.
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for the question. We do not have the Park Street Bridge on the 5-year plan, but the Chief Engineer tells me, and I'm quite familiar with that section of highway there to Park Street and know that it's in the floodplain area there and it's prone to flooding. There was a review done, Peter tells me, several years ago about a comprehensive solution to both the to the flooding, which would be to raise the road, then we'd have to raise the bridge and put some dikes in to prevent the continued flooding there. I don't know if that flooded this year, but I have been in there during times in the past when that whole area was shut off and flooded out. The bridge itself, we have no reason to think that there's any problem with the bridge's ability to bear loads, but we will take a look at the latest inspection for the bridge and see what, because it would have been inspected within the last year, see what that says about it. Again, we'll go back and see what was envisioned back when the flooding was in place. So then the flooding goes away, then the problem goes away, 2 or 3 years, then it comes back again. You know, it's sort of how it's almost like potholes in a sense, you know. But I think we need some more comprehensive solutions to some of these problems, and in that area, the flooding is an issue. I didn't hear this year that it was so far. Are we through the flooding season there? Not yet. Okay, so it's yet to come. Yeah. Well, let's hope that we don't have to close the Park Street Bridge this year.
The honourable member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Yeah, actually, it's been closed a number of times already this year, and it will continue to be. Yeah, like it actually happens several times a year. It's not one of those once a year or every few year things. It closes several times a year in the winter when it unfreezes. You know, as you said, with the thawing and then the freezing and then the thawing. And then and we did have that one two huge floods, but one in particular back in 2010, which was when everything got flooded, and when we were in government, and we spent about $7 million trying to fix various different projects in that area. And we dredged out the river there. We had to get federal permission to do that. We had to dredge out the Salmon River there, there were several different projects that were fantastic and really helped a lot. And the Department of TIR was wonderful. Yes, yeah. And so the thing is that at the time, we discussed what could be done to that bridge to stop the problem. And it was decided that yes, you could raise the road, you could raise the bridge, but you'd also have to probably put in like an aqueduct. Is Bruce Fitzner still no, he's gone. Okay. This is the new high. So Bruce had thought that in order to deal with the problems with that particular bridge, you would need to put an aqueduct in the bridge, which would be really expensive, but to deal with all the great big huge ice flows that also come down that river. And he said if you don't, then they would come down and they would build up there, and then it would build up, and then it would overflow the river even if you did raise it. And some of those ice flows over the years have been known to flood over the floodplain and go like slicing into people's houses and things like that. It caused a lot of damage, like millions and millions of dollars worth of damage. And luckily we were able to get the federal government to come in with us and be able to use that insurance to help pay for properties and businesses and all kinds of things. But with global warming and with what's going on in the rising seas, I am very well aware that that is a spot that is a trouble spot that we have to keep our eye on. I actually live on Park Street too. Not that that's the reason why, but I get to see it every time the bridge is closed. I'm aware of it because it's just down the bottom of my street, and I have to go down to the bottom of Park Street and then turn left onto Marshland Drive to get to the highway to come to Halifax to come to work. So Also, if you look at the map where Truro is located, and that particular spot right there, it's almost like if there was going to be a hurricane, for instance, that came onto Nova Scotia there on the Bay of, across the Bay of Fundy. The Bay of Fundy is open wide, and it gets narrower, narrower, narrower until it comes into Truro, and it comes right into that spot. So I'm concerned that as the years go by, it may not take very long with the way things are going, we could get a major storm that will do a lot of damage there. And so I do ask that the department keeps an eye on it, and also if there's some more, maybe the engineers could talk about what could be done. We even talked about possibly moving the bridge from Park Street to adding another bridge that was closer to Salmon River where people could go across. It's narrower there, less area to cover, where there would be a secondary way to get from the Truro and Salmon River, that area, over to Bible Hill. And that had been another thing we were looking at. But yeah, there's not much more we can say about that at this point, but it is constantly a trouble spot, and it's not going to go away. In fact, it'll probably get worse as with climate change and the rising tides. I have one other question I wanted to talk to you about and ask you about before I pass my time on to somebody else. We had been talking about roundabouts, and there was some talk about putting a roundabout in Truro, Willow Street, where the linking road joins the highway. You get on the highway to go to Halifax, right across from the Irving Big Stop. You come down that road past the hospital on the right-hand side, the rec center, and then you come into Truro. And that spot right there where you have to turn right or left to go up to Millbrook or down to Truro is a log jam. There's so many huge trucks now that are coming down there, and they're really creating a gridlock. So the traffic is backed up for hours and days sometimes there. So I was just wondering, at one point there was talk about putting in a roundabout somewhere in and about where it would be provincial, where the province would be actually on the hook for it. Has there been any more further talk about trying to do something about that gridlock and working with the municipality to try and help with that?
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the question. The clinical response is that it is a town of Truro responsibility. It's not a department responsibility. We've had discussions with them some time ago, and we're certainly willing to have additional discussions. The advent of the new hospital and the Stu Rath Center that's there and the development on the other side of the road, the commercial development, has certainly exacerbated the traffic that's coming into Willow Street there hugely. Those are planning decisions that, again, were taken by the municipal units, the county and the town together. To mediate that a little bit is that under the rural and northern section of the ICIP program, there is an avenue for municipalities to finance local roads. That might be an avenue where they could solicit through our Department of Municipal Affairs, who would be the ones administering that particular part of the program, provincial participation together with the feds, together with the town and maybe Colchester, and together could collectively come up with nominally $3 million, which is what we're tagging roundabouts at these days. So not to destroy hope altogether from our perspective, but to say that there might be a solution, that initiative would have to come from the town municipality that's there.
The honourable member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you. And what does ICIP stand for?
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
That's the new name for the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. It's a great program.
The honourable member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Right, so that's the federal program. So right now, I believe they're just looking at water sources or water waste management or something like that, and that's closed now. Do we have any idea when they'll be looking at other types of projects, and do we know if roads are going to be on that list?
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The federal portion of the program is $106 million, and you're right, the initial call is for water and wastewater. We don't have a date for another call, but we are looking at the second call being on local roads. So eventually, when we get to that piece, and you can, if it's matching funds, then there's another $100 million there, and then another $100 million from the municipalities. So that's a fairly substantial chunk of capital over a period of time. Some of it will be going obviously on water and wastewater, but we were quite excited to think that we could get some local road requirements in there also, and it would certainly accommodate that particular situation where it's a big undertaking we understand that, for the town, or even for the town and the county of Colchester to partner on a $3 million traffic improvement.
The honourable member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Yes, thank you. And And would that ICIP still be in place and available if the government changes, if the federal government changes? Is this a done deal no matter who's in charge? Or if, for instance, the Liberals lost, this Mr. Trudeau lost, would this still be on the books and available, or is that something that could just go by the wayside?
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Well, Mr. Chair, if such a catastrophe were to occur, then the bilateral agreements do survive the political process at the federal and provincial levels.
The honourable member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Let's say I'll stay out of that one. I'll just keep my powder dry a little longer. All right. So my other question is about gravel pits, gravel quarries. So I noticed that a number of companies are asking to put gravel quarries near where roads are being constructed. And I have a concern about the 3.99 hectare loophole, which in order to request to put in a gravel quarry or gravel pit, many times these companies will ask for a 3.99 hectare one, so that they don't have to do an environmental assessment, which means that then there's no baseline for, for the environment that's existing, like possibly creatures and species that are in danger or at risk. And in a number of instances, once they get the 3.99 hectare, then they ask for a larger one, and then they ask for another larger one, and so on. And it's basically what we would call gravel creep. Has there been any discussion about this at your department? I know this also has to do with the environment and others, but has there been any discussion at your department about what can be done about gravel creep and when companies can be held accountable to use the gravel in an existing gravel quarry instead of having to keep digging new ones just to save themselves a few bucks? Thank you.
The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the member for the question. I think I could sort of categorize the relationship of what I see of the public with quarries in the last while in the province as sort of a love-hate relationship. You know, aggregate is one of the most widely used sources, materials that we have in our society. If you look at the consumption levels per capita across North America, it's stunning, the amounts of aggregate that are used, because obviously what we're talking about in our department is building roads. That means asphalt, that means aggregate, putting aggregate on shoulders to build out the shoulders, and using cement, concrete. Most houses today are built on cement, which of course has got aggregate. So it's ubiquitous in terms of its presence in our life. But then there's the other whole issues, which the member brings up, legitimate issues about encroachment on the other issues on the environment and all that sort of thing. I have to say that the issue that you bring about the 3.9 hectares is a real issue, but that's a regulatory process with the Department of Environment. So our department, we don't have anything to do with that. But I don't want to be disingenuous with you. Gravel is heavy. We tender roads to look for the cheapest price. The people who go out looking for the gravel look for the shortest distance to the job site to get the best price to give us to do that particular job. And of course, we're driven by the desire to get the best value for the taxpayers in the picture. So it's a bit of a vicious circle. And part of the reason that you see the presence of a lot of these smaller quarries that do require a permit at 3.9 hectares, but do not require an EA, is that the construction companies are constantly looking for good quality aggregate in areas where they see road development occurring, so they can bid competitively on these projects. So the proliferation, and I believe the last time I looked when I was helping out in natural resources, that there were 2,900 pits and quarries in the province, ranging from the largest one in the province at Martin Marietta at the Strait, Porcupine Mountain, to the ones that are 3.9 kilometers, 3.9 hectares in size throughout the province. So in terms of the permitting process, we don't have any comment on that, but indirectly we're, and the taxpayers are the beneficiary of having a proliferation of these facilities. But I agree with you 100%, they have to be controlled. Maybe that whole process should be reviewed in terms of the sizing. If they're over 3.9, they have to go through a full environmental assessment, and a large one in my own riding was recently, near Sheet Harbour, was recently rejected through the environmental process, and a functional study was imposed on that particular development. So there's quite an oversight in there in terms of how they develop, but that piece that gets down to the 3.9 kilometers is a sort of a notional amount that's in there, and we in our department, we don't have anything to do with establishing those boundaries, but I do want to say that the people who do the work for us want to have quarries close to the work site so they can reduce their cost in terms of trucking the material there, because the cost of aggregate is in the transportation.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I recognize that's why they're doing it, is to save money. However, to what end when it comes to the health of our environment and living things, which was why people want to come here and live anyway, and why we would need roads to go anywhere in Nova Scotia, because people want to live in the beautiful, great outdoors, have that nearby them. But if we destroy it, then they might as well stay in Ontario. How much of our provincial roads do we use aggregate that is derived from tires, from the recycling of the tires? Because the recycling tire factory here in Dartmouth, I believe it is, in HRM, they provide aggregate for roads and things like this. So how much of our roads do we use that for?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the member. We really have not used the tire-derived aggregate very much in our workings. HRM used it at the Ragged Lake bus ramp, and recently we did do a pilot with it at the Kelly Lake scales that were replaced. It's subject to the same transportation barrier that I mentioned to you. You need to be close to where it's going to be used at because it costs money to transport it. So we don't have a great deal of experience. But compared to the gross amount of aggregate that we would use in the province, it probably wouldn't even be measurable in the bigger picture, the amount of it that we would be able to use.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you. One other thing I wanted to bring up while I have some time here is salt on the roads. So I know you're aware of this issue that we've been talking about quite a lot lately. Well, I've been talking about for 6 years now as an opposition member, but that is the Alton Gas project. And I've oftentimes said, why instead of dumping the salt into the river, why not take the salt out of the caverns, dry it, take it out, dry it, and then apply it to our roads, keep it for road application. I noticed that Ontario ran out of salt this year, and we're requesting salt from other places. And in the United States, there's many places there where they're getting these snowstorms and they're not used to them. They don't have the salt on hand. And so I have a feeling that there could be a lot of places that salt could be used if we could come to some kind of a deal with Alton Gas and arrange for somebody to dry it out and use it. Is there any interest from the Department of Transportation to look into something like that? And is this something that could perhaps be a solution? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the member for that question. The department hasn't really investigated that particular option, and I think that in a preliminary look, it probably would have to do with the economics associated with the conversion of the brine back to a solid, and then the same transport issues again. And of course, at Pugwash, we have a very productive operating salt mine, which does provide the salt for the province. So there's no indication that we have in our system that we've looked at a deep dive here. It's never been. I don't think it's been investigated with any finality as to what we would want to do there.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to just make that suggestion because like Northern Pulp, there seems to be a point of no return for both sides of the equation, and where they're saying no pipe, these folks are saying no salt in the river. And I think that it would behoove all of us to take a look at that and see if there's some way we could work out something with the company. If there was a way to divert the salt from the river, I think there would be a lot less pushback about what's going on there. And as I said, other regions are looking for salt, including Ontario and possibly in the United States. It's just something that, it's a natural resource. We have it, it's there. If they want to dig it out of the ground, well, they need to do something with it. And as I've said many times in this House, in these kinds of projects, they've never put salt in the river before, in a river, anywhere in the world. I've looked into it. So this would be the first of its kind where they do that. And I believe in the precautionary principle where, you know, you need to think what might happen and really be precautious, be cautious, and choose something that's not going to damage the environment for generations to come. And to me, it's just a no-brainer. If there's salt, they want to take the salt out, well, do something with the salt. Don't just waste it. Don't just dump it in a river, especially a river that is as important as the Shubenacadie and that has so much attention. It's only growing. It's not going to go away and dissipate. So with that, I'll just leave that with you to say, could you look into it? And then I will pass my time over onto my colleague from Cape Breton.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few quick questions for the Minister, one of which is the repaving and widening of Highway 28, South Bar Highway. If that will be done, when it will be done, as well as I understand that there is a house on Highway 28 that is too close to the road. So what would happen in that instance?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. On Trunk 28, I'm showing 250 meters north of River Ryan Bridge to Emerald Street, 2.8 kilometers. And on Trunk 28, 150 meters south of Egan Avenue, easterly to Kilkenny Lake Road, 6.3. Egan Avenue, yeah, to Kilkenny Lake Road, 6.3 kilometers there. That's what I'm showing in this current upcoming year for trunk 28. This year. Yeah, and with regard to your question about the house, I wouldn't be able to comment on that. I mean, normally when we're repaving, there is not enough disturbance to justify a movement, but that would be subject to the review that would occur on the ground, and if we required to widen the right-of-way, we might engage with the homeowner about acquiring the property, but that's not a given, and we'd have to look at the individual circumstances to see how that would work.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So would that include widening of that stretch of highway from Egan to Kilkenny Lake? And when is the expected start date?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the member. Yes, there is a provision in that section for widening, and in terms of the tendering date, the estimate has been done. The ad is in. I haven't signed it yet. It may be in the pending file, and it will be done sometime during this season, and I'll make an effort, if the ad is in, to get it out the door so we can get it underway. I mean, it's to our advantage to get these contracts out early so we're not paying in the snow.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that answer, as will my constituents. The another question is Lingan Road. I've talked to your department a few times about cars going to the shop because Lingan Road is so bad. So will that be repaved, and if so, when?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
What's the name of it? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've tracked it down here from Sydney Line to Devco Railway, and there's an estimated cost in there of $1.3 million, but it is not on the current program. It's a local road, and they're not assigned a completion date. unless they're in the current year's program. That one isn't, but it will be considered in the fall for the following year. So
Order. Time has lapsed for the NDP. We'll turn it over to the PC caucus. I'll call on the member from Victoria the Lakes for 49 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first of all, thank you to the Minister and staff for being here this afternoon and yesterday and well into tomorrow too. So might as well get rested up tonight. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, I want to pick up where the member from Pictou Centre started last evening, and that was concerning the railroad that goes through from Cape Breton, well, actually from Truro to Cape Breton. The Minister mentioned that Genesee, Wyoming can be paid up to $60,000 a month, $720,000 a year. I wonder if he could tell me how much was paid to Genesee, Wyoming in the past year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the member for the question. And indeed, yes, that's accurate. The amount is $60,000 per month, up to $60,000 per month, or $720,000 per year. We do not have the disbursement amounts in our budget because it comes through the Department of Business, but we will undertake to get that information from the department and give it to the member.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the requirements for Genesee, Wyoming to get any of that money, invoices had to be included or records kept of the. So would that be public knowledge as well as to what they are? Because one of the concerns might be that Genesee, Wyoming might be using some of that money to maintain the railroad from Port Hawkesbury to Truro. So I think it'd be good if that was checked into and if the invoices could be public as well.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, we do not process those invoices, so we wouldn't have access to them, but we will make an inquiry when we look at the amounts with the Department of Business to see what the agreement is with Genesee, Wyoming as to what the disclosure parameters are on that, and put your request to that department.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one other very important item concerning the railroad, and that's the lands that are on either side of the railroad and the leases that exist, the railway crossings that have to be paid and everything. One of the biggest hindrances, I think it's important to understand that there's a group in Cape Breton called the Railroad Victims Association, and they're not against the railroad per se because possibility of future development, but they're being hindered because of the fact that if they have land on both sides of the tracks, can I say, they're almost impossible for them to develop the land on the other side because of the exorbitant rates to get power above ground. Genesee, Wyoming charges a rate for that, and it's very expensive to get Nova Scotia Power in to do it. And the same would be true of water lines where there is a municipal water supply. So I'd like to get the Minister's opinion or ask him what what is your department going to do to make it so that those people can develop that land? Because it's also a revenue generator for both municipality of Victoria, if land is developed, and also the CBRN.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you to the member. Yes, I'm quite aware of the railway victims group and how they feel about the crossings and the charges and the difficulties for them to develop property. Our responsibility is as the regulator in the for Genesee, Wyoming, and I should preface my remarks by saying that indeed in my own riding through Haverbushi, Linwood, the Mulgrave area, I have those crossings in place. Most recently, a gentleman was cut off from his blueberry land that he had been tending for many years by crossing the railway, which he didn't have a crossing permit for, and they prohibited that from happening. So I know the issues. From a departmental point of view, we are not empowered under the regulations to make any decisions about the rights of Genesee, Wyoming, which are given to them through the Railway Act to make any changes in the process. We are sympathetic to the development aspirations of the people in the area and understand how that affect them, but it's not within our purview to be able to change that those regulations and laws, which are the Railway Act is a federal statute.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I guess one of the problems that presents itself is that representatives of the group a few years ago met with the Premier, I believe the Minister of the day and the Premier's Chief of Staff, and they left with the impression that the situation was going to be looked into and try to be resolved, because Genesee, Wyoming is stopping development from happening in the area. So they're not very good corporate citizens, Minister, as you can appreciate. So then when you look at the condition of the tracks that are there that they're supposed to be maintaining, yes, they will come and replace a few crossings that most times are so rotten by the time when they get there, they have to be replaced anyway. But another concern is the railroad bridge that goes from Iona to Grand Narrows and the condition of that. As you know, Minister, the Iona, that Central Cape Breton area is strong in tourism. And first of all, I don't know about the safety of the bridge, and if it's Genesee, Wyoming, and the federal government's responsibility to check that bridge, to paint it and maintain it, but I've seen pictures that don't look very nice, and I just wonder if you could comment on that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank the member for the question. I unfortunately can't comment on whatever impressions people may have had at previous meetings. I have never been attended a meeting around this particular matter, though I did have some correspondence with the group early on in my mandate in this department. There is, of course, another significant group in Cape Breton who want to preserve the right-of-way.
and which of course is legitimate because rail has been the lifeblood of Cape Breton in its past. When coal was king, that's how the coal was transported out. Did lots of traffic to Trenton Works at the time, and a very important link. And there's a lot of people who want to maintain that link. The particular rail bridge that the member refers to is a fairly massive structure. I've seen estimates to replace that in the $110 million range, which, where there is no traffic on it now, it's abandoned. Essentially, it's not abandoned in the sense that the company has given up ownership, walked away from it, but it's abandoned in the sense that there's no traffic on it. There's nobody going to spend that kind of money on that bridge. In the meantime, the responsibility for the upkeep remains with the company. And since it is not in use, they're not really interested in upkeeping it. I have to tell you, I haven't seen it lately. I saw it a couple of years ago, and it was in pretty desperate condition at that point. So I'm sure it's probably just deteriorated more. But we are not, since the bridge is not in use, have no position on the aesthetics of the bridge.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just close off that discussion with, and I'll talk about the bridge for a second. But although it's not classified as being abandoned, when you look at the condition of some of the areas where the tracks are, you'd almost say it was abandoned. And I know that the railroad bridge that's in Iona is open all the time. That's to allow the boat traffic to go through. If it ever came to a chance that it might have to be closed, they could probably never close it anymore either. So anyway, I want to move on. Before I get on to roads, I want to ask about Englishtown Ferry. This time last year we were here, and first of all, I want to thank the department for providing the citizens free passage as was requested, and I know it's still going. I believe it's still going on for a while longer, or it might have just stopped a short while ago. But there still is some problems with the ramps, I believe, whether it's on the ferry itself or on the approach. Is there any plans to do further work on the Englishtown Ferry this summer? And if so, when?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the member opposite and for his kind comments regards the genuine effort that has gone into replacing that very important link there for us. Unfortunately, we were left with a situation where there is a design problem there, which we think we have pretty well
taken care of. There's a possibility, which we will be monitoring, that long wheelbase motorhomes in particular might have some difficulty, and we have an engineering solution involving the changing the angle of the ramp, so it won't be a repair to the cement ramp. It will be a repair to the gate that comes down from the boat that we're hoping to watch, analyze, and put that repair in place if indeed that is required.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the Minister for that. Just on the ferries too, I'll just switch quickly to a Little Narrows ferry, and this has nothing to do with the ferry itself at all, because Little Narrows ferry is very seldom out of service. But there are occasions with mechanical breakdowns. There was one just the past week where the cable broke and had to be replaced on the ferry. Maybe it might be worthwhile if since we have 2 cable ferries in the area, that the department shouldn't have to come up to Miller Lake to get the cables. I don't know if there's a place to store them or not, but I'm thinking of the flashing lights. Englishtown has the flashing lights when the ferry is out of service. Is there a possibility there could be flashing lights put at the Orangedale turnoff to warn people if the ferry is closed, because that way they could go through Orangedale and across Estamere that way. But if not, they have to drive to the ferry to find out it's closed and then have to go back. And so I just wonder if that could be looked into. I could spend probably the next week and a half talking about roads and still not cover them all. But I just want to give you first of all, I got to thank you for the gravel road in New Hamilton that was done, and I know that the Kempt Head Road is going to be done this year. One of the problems that exists in New Hamilton is the road has never had the opportunity to dry out, and it's been just like a sheet of ice whenever the road gets damp. But the biggest problem that exists is along the shoreline, a lot of the work that was done has been washed away already because it's right against the water and it's going to require armour stone. I'm just wondering if something like that could be looked into, a place in armour stone along there. Kempt Head Road is another one that's, Kempt Head Road is quite a large road and it covers both sides of Bullardree Island. There was a section done on the first part of Kempt Head Road a few years ago, and nothing's been done since. I look forward to having Old Route 5 being done this year, but there are a couple of small roads on just off Old Route 5, Blackrock Road especially, that's in terrible, terrible shape, and Maple Hill Drive would just a lift of asphalt put on. One of the fears that presents itself is that when a road gets done, like Old Route 5, the other roads will get forgotten. So I don't know if it's possible to get that looked into, and possibility while the contractor's there to have that done too.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the member for that.
litany of roads that he'd like to see done there. On a positive note, we are paving the Portage Road this year, 5.9 kilometers. The estimated budget on that is $1.7 million. And we would undertake to look at the installing a light system on that road when that work is being done as part of that contract to get to what seems only like a reasonable request in terms of the putting a warning sign for the ferry and the Black Rock Road. We'll also take a look at that too and see if there's something we can affect there in this season.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that Route 223 through the Boysdale Beaver Cove area is in the 5-year plan, I believe, for future work. But there's also, dealing with that particular area, there's also the French Vale Road and the Long Island Road. Long Island Road, I don't think is seen. There was one section done under rim work at one time, but nothing done since then. And it seems like there's a little asphalt left on the road now. The patching doesn't stay in any longer either. So I'm going to ask that those be looked at. Dingwall Road, last year was short distance was looked at. I believe all the measurements were taken, traffic count was done. And again, I think the construction company will be in Ingonish this year, might provide a good opportunity to get that small piece of road done. I'm trying to get everything in here at once, Mr. Minister, because I got to share my time with everybody else. But I want to, in closing my section here at this point, and I'm sure I'll write you lots of letters concerning everything else, I want to commend the terrific people you have working for you. In my constituency, there's 2 area managers and 5 OSs. And I have to say that they are very obliging. They can't do everything for you all the time, but if they can see their way clear to do it, they're going to do it to the best of their ability. But one of their problems is their maintenance budgets. The budgets that they get, in a lot of cases, are spent long before the season is over. So can we anticipate any raises in that maintenance budget throughout the province, but especially in Bedeque and Sydney River?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the member for his kind words about staff, and I'll certainly pass that along also. And I do believe that we've got over 2,000 dedicated people that are out there working in whatever the season is, especially in the wintertime when they're out there on those giant machines, plying the roads, trying to keep them clear for people. That they're making a solid and best effort to do their best. And our challenge is to try and give them the tools to be able to execute those responsibilities that we give them, and that's in terms of equipment and the various other things that an employer has to do. So thank you for that. In last year's budget, for the first time in, I think, I'm going to say 8 years, we did get an increase in our maintenance budget. The budget was increased in the overall global picture for rim, brush cutting, and maintenance by $5 million. In the eastern region this year, the budget is increased by $1 million in this particular year. I wish there were more, but that's what we have to spend. You know, and I've mentioned before, it's sort of like a loaves and fishes challenge for us to spread the maintenance money across the many, many requirements that we have. We did lift the gravel a portion out of that, and I think that is working. Piece by piece, we're getting good successes with the gravel road program. That's taken pressure off the maintenance budget because that's coming out of capital, a set-aside capital amount again this year for $20 million. But other than that, I can't say much more except that we're working constantly to keep the importance of highways front and center in front of our government.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for that. I'll bring up the maintenance budget for, it would just make good common sense if roads can be maintained. It might lower that exorbitant cost further down the road. I think one of the major concerns everywhere you look now is the shoulders of the road and the drop between the pavement and shoulders, and that's throughout the province. But having said all that, Madam Chair, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague from Kings North.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to ask a few questions to the Minister. And I do want to begin by saying that for us, and I've asked the Minister this in the legislature already, but for us in Kings North, a major issue is potholes. And I wonder sometimes why. I have my own theories on why we have such a problem. I think we have there's a lot of economic activities, a lot of 18-wheelers on the roads all times of the day and night, a lot of farm equipment. Couple that with the fact that some of those roads are built on clay and sand. They all are in Kings North virtually in the beginning. And we have a huge problem. And 2 years ago, the last couple of years, we've seen there's been a major outcry of let's get the potholes fixed. So we've got issues with brush and ditching and shoulders of the road, but really my constituents want potholes fixed. And I've asked, Madam Chair, that there be 2 crews available and that this get done. Ideally, we'd like to have it done by Canada Day, that most of the potholes are done. But if I could have the Minister comment on the pothole plan for Kings County, I'd really appreciate that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank the member for the question and for continuing to bring this up. Again, the member from King South, I think you guys are pretty well together on this, that what we are going to do is establish 2 crews there for this upcoming season to see if we can do a better, more efficient job of the pothole repair. And I think your observations about traffic are probably very accurate. You didn't mention the tourist traffic, though, that would also be a component of that, because that's a beautiful part of the province for visitors. And you know, as lucky and glad as we are to have them, they do provide wear and tear. The only thing I'll mention, though, beyond that, we're going to split the 2 crews up there and provide 2 crews, is that at the same time, and the member from Pictou Centre talked about some research that he had undertaken to look at innovative technologies around potholes. We're actually pursuing that. and it may involve some additional capital investment on our part to bring our approach to pothole repair up to snuff, because I honestly do think, Madam Chair, that we can do a better job, that we need to do to take a look at how we're dealing with potholes. I think there's the issue about, of course, all the things that we have to do, and potholes are a famous occurrence in Nova Scotia, always have been, not going to go away. You know, the CAA does their whole thing with the worst road in the world, and that's become a popular contest. So instead of talking about admiring the problem, we want to do something constructive about it, and we're going to invest some time and money into seeing what the best techniques are around for doing this, because really what we're doing now is not solving the problem. And when it comes to coal patching to address a serious problem that pops up, that's kind of really a waste of good money in any other sense. It's necessary because it happens when we don't have hot patch around, but there are some ways of getting around that too. And with portable hot patch machines that we're also investigating, expanding our network of those also. So point well taken, and we are this year going to provide 2 crews in Kings County.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Thank the minister for that. And another issue which I brought up in the past is there's a belief that the quality of the asphalt has deteriorated, and that's due to a contaminant called recycled engine oil bottoms. When the engine oil is recycled, and up in Montreal or in Quebec, apparently the sludge at the very bottom of that engine oil recycling, which does have detergents in it, is a contaminant in asphalt. There's an institute in Ontario, Dr. Hesp, an asphalt institute, and I've asked you, I think before, I brought this up before, but anyway, there's a belief that the asphalt isn't always of the good quality, and that the only way to know this is to test it as it's being put down. And there's a belief that that's the reason why asphalt doesn't stand up as well as it used to. Anyway, I just want to know if you have any thoughts of investigating that. And
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the member for the question and the observations. In Nova Scotia, we do not, our spec does not allow recycled engine oil in our mix, bar none. Other jurisdictions do. So the member's observation that this has occurred or has been noted in other jurisdictions, that is probably accurate, because the use of that product did occur, but they're finding out now that it has produced an inferior asphalt mix. The other interesting thing that is also occurring, and I have to tell you, I have the same observation about the good old days when asphalt seemed to be asphalt, right? And it would last. I'm told that the refining process at the refineries is driving deeper into the barrel. So the residual that's left that had been converted to asphalt before, it's shrinking, and it's not the same composition that it might have been 25, 30 years ago, because the refiners have perfected the techniques of taking the various tains out of the barrel, and the quality of the material that's left to produce the asphalt doesn't contain the same components that were there quite a while ago. That's a universal problem, and to the industry per se, but it's less of a problem than the presence of recycled engine oil is in the mix. So our specification says no recycled engine oil in our mix.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the Minister for that answer, and anything he can do to look into that, I would be appreciated. DTIR obviously has a vast array of responsibilities, and one of those is infrastructure. We have 3 pieces of infrastructure in Kings North that I would just like to know the estimated date of completion, if that's possible. One would be the Kentville Bridge. The second would be the dialysis unit, which we've seen sod turning on. And the third would be the hospice. So if the minister can just give me an approximate, even within like a quarter or whatever, or when they think, I know that you never really know, but if approximately, would appreciate that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the member. We're bringing in our hospital team for the last part of your question. But on the bridge, there's a degree of frustration in my office around that completion of that project, but we have said this week that that bridge is going to be constructed this year. And the frustration is around
dialysis is this year too.
Okay.
1920s. We'll finish up the dialysis.
Okay.
We'll find out what else.
Okay. The problem is the relationship we have with the Power Corporation. In many instances, and certainly in an instance of Kentville, which is a fairly urban environment where that bridge exists, there's all kinds of umbilical telephone and electrical connections that are strapped to the bridge and that require costs to be moved. And I can tell you that across the the province, and I have a bridge in my own riding also that's been delayed now 5 years, where the issue is the electric wires. That one's a little bit more complicated because there's a local utility which is changing hands, and so there's no real entity who's taken responsibility for owning the utility, whether it's the former town, now the local municipality, or the power corporation. So I think we get that settled out, but it's been frustrating. And it's just not high on their priority list. So we've arranged for some discussions between myself and the senior people at the NSP with the genuine sense, not assigning blame. We're looking at trying to find mutually effective ways of doing things a little bit better. So that's underway. But the bridge that you bring up is underway for this particular year. The dialysis is in this year's budget, and I've got Brian Ward here with me. The question, Brian, was where we're at with the dialysis at Kentville Hospital.
So I had it completing this 2020, winter 2020.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the issue of the dialysis, there's $2.6 million appearing in this year's budget, which will complete that project in the 1920 budget year. So nominally, sometime in the first quarter of 2020, that will be completed. That's what's left to be spent there. The hospice, we don't have that information, but we will undertake to get that from the Department of Health, who control that that schedule. We don't seem to have it in our spreadsheet here in terms of where they're at.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I will say, as a frequent user of the bridge, I can tell you that there has been steady, if slow, or slowly, they're making progress on dealing with all the utilities and the internet connections. So it continues to be worked on. Anyway, so I hope it will get done. There are a number of, I know my time is rapidly winding out, there are a number of roads and intersections, Mr. Minister, that I've had your staff in, and I know that we face in the province many fiscal dilemmas, and you can see that. I do appreciate your staff. They're all super to work with, and I have a high opinion of what they're trying to achieve, even if I don't always agree on the priorities. Sometimes, mostly we agree. But I know that many of my farmers in Kings North would want me to ask about and just flag to your attention again the issue of farm tractors hooking up with more than one piece of equipment behind the tractor. It's a routine hookup. In North America, many pieces of equipment are built to have two, sometimes three pieces of equipment behind a tractor. The tractors have become very large, and labor is usually an issue. So you might say, well, just get two tractors, but then you have to have two experienced operators. Not so easy. So I'm just wondering where we are on that issue of of having, following in most or if not all of the other jurisdictions in North America, to allow a tractor, more than one piece of machinery to be hooked up behind a tractor.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank the member for the question. I do apologize to the member for not coming back with a more stronger definition about which is a very practical matter for our farmers, and sometimes we see ourselves as being quite unique in Nova Scotia, and things are happening around us that we're not able to apprehend. So I remember at the time getting an indication that there was technical reasons in our traffic arrangements that said no to that based on safety. But what I will do is undertake to review that, and I'll invite you to come. I'll set up a meeting with our traffic people, and you can come in and articulate exactly what it is that you see from the farmer's perspective, that you can carry much better than I can, and we'll see if we can't find a way to work around this that will maintain the safety and speak to the efficiencies that the farmers would be frustrated about because other people are using them and they're not able to.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings North.
Well, thank you, Minister, and I appreciate that, and I will do that. And the industry is concerned about this and baffled too that they're facing this issue. So it would be really great. I thank you for the time.
I recognize the Honourable Minister. Order. Time is allotted for consideration of supply has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and that you report progress and beg leave to sit again.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House.
Order, please. The chair. Oh, pardon me. Order, please. The chair of the Committee of the Whole on Supply will now report.
that the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met and made very considerable progress and begs leave to sit again.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as much as I love that you're here to control the operations of the House, I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
The House will now recess while it resolves itself into the Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 133, the Human Organ and Tissue Donation Act?
I call Bill number 133, the Human Organ and Tissue Donation Act. I recognize the Clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill number 133 contains 44 clauses and was referred from the Committee on Law Amendments without amendments.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall Clauses 2 through 33 carry? Carry. I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I can draw the member's attention to change sheet CWHB PC1. If we can look at page 11 and add the following clause immediately after clause 33, which would be 34, a health authority shall, for the purpose of better educating the public about organ and tissue donation at every hospital managed by the health authority, A, provide support and training to nurses and physicians with respect to the administration of this Act and the organ donation program, and B, ensure that sufficient time and resources are provided to nurses and physicians for their duties under this Act and the organ donation program. That would make pages 11 to 13, clauses 34 to 44, to be renumbered as 35 to 45. And Madam Chair, if I can just speak for a moment on the reason for this. I'm very passionate about this bill. Truly, truly am. I'm pleased to see it come forward. My concern lies with the fact that over the last couple of days, I've heard from a number of healthcare professionals, in particularly doctors, but nurses as well, that are concerned about being educated on providing comfort and information during a period of time when families on both sides of a situation, we have a family that could be having a loved one pass on and be donating their organs, but as well as a family that will be receiving. It's a delicate time, and it can be very overwhelming for families, but as well for doctors and nurses. This sheet and these amendments that I'm putting forward directly have come from concerns from doctors and nurses who do believe that this is a good bill, but are concerned about perhaps not being educated well enough in addressing this delicate time for these families. So I would ask all consideration be given to these amendments. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do, with all sincerity, want to thank the member opposite for what she's expressed here, her support for the bill, which I believe has been referenced in earlier debates. What I want to remind the member, Madam Chair, and others in the legislature, when the Premier introduced this bill, as passionate as the member is, the Premier himself has sponsored this bill, brought it to the floor of the legislature because it is that important to him and to this government. The concerns that have been referenced from healthcare professionals, we understand that. We heard from healthcare professionals that work in the organ tissue space, Madam Chair. They advised us of this as we were drafting the legislation, and the Premier has spoken publicly when we did the media briefing before tabling the bill, and has spoken to it subsequently through media and other sources, that in fact we are committed. We understand the bill is only part of the work that needs to be done, but that we do know that there are investments that are needed to be made around the education and the training and supports that are needed, particularly in our rural communities outside of the core where the main transplant team is located. So we've already made those commitments. The Premier's made those commitments very clear as part of introducing this bill. So we certainly have heard, we certainly understand, but those commitments have already been made, and we're going to be rolling those out over the next 12 to 18 months. It's one of the reasons for the delay in the bill being proclaimed, which we acknowledged right off the top.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's good to hear that the Minister supports
are changes. The education aspect of this bill, the opt-out, the opt-in, whatever has to do with it, it means a life saving for somebody. There are people out there that are waiting for organs that are going to get them if this passes. So the education piece is huge, absolutely huge. And I'm glad to see the Minister said that the Premier is committed to it. So if the Premier is committed to it, I hope that these guys will accept this so that we know it's been committed and it's in the legislation, so that the healthcare professionals that have to deal with this on a day in and a day out basis will have the money and have the time to do that education. So I'm glad to hear the Health Minister think about that, and I'm glad to think that they'll accept these amendments.
Shall the amendment, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, as I said, we support the need to do the education and so on. I think the amendment itself, though, perhaps making reference is a bit too generic in some of that. But Madam Chair, again, I'll reiterate. Certainly, we've recognized, we've engaged, we heard we need to make some investments and supports here, and we're going to make sure that gets done.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleagues for their comments. And before a decision is made, I want the members to think about this. In 2017, the Liberal government removed supports, the Legacy of Life support, where we had nurses across this province that would go into hospitals during these delicate times. You reduced that. You centralized it to Halifax only.
Leo.
So, so perhaps there was a reason that's unknown to me for doing that, but that was a wrong move. We all know outside HRM, it's rural Nova Scotia, and again, it was wrong to decrease and take those nurses out of those positions that were so valuable and align themselves so well with this bill. So that's why these amendments were put forward. Thank you.
Shall the amendment carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 34 carry? Carry. Shall Clause 35 through 44 carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 136, the Financial Measures Act?
I call Bill 136, the Financial Measures Act. I recognize the Clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill number 136 contains 39 clauses and was returned from the Committee on Law Amendments without amendments.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried.
Change sheets for the next one.
Ready? I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 122, an act to incorporate the Pine Grove Cemetery Company, Lower Stewiacke, Colchester County.
I call Bill 122, an act to incorporate the Pine Grove Cemetery Company. I recognize the Honourable Member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley. Order.
Gee, thanks.
I have to recognize the Clerk first. Yeah, okay. I recognize the clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill number 122 contains 5 clauses and was referred from the Committee on Private and Local Bills to the House without amendments.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit.
Madam Chair, I just thought I had to move it. It's already been done. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Okay. Okay. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that you do now rise and report these bills.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House.
Order, please. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills will now report
that the Committee of the Whole has met and considered the following bills. Bills number 122, 133, and 136. And the Chairman has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favourable consideration of the House.
Order that these bills be read a third time on a future day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call public bills for third reading?
We'll now call public bills for third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call
Bill number 106, the Coastal Protection Act.
We'll now call Bill number 106, the Coastal Protection Act. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 106, the Coastal Protection Act, now be read a third time and do pass. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to speak briefly again about the Coastal Protection Act and what it means for Nova Scotians. Nova Scotia is a leader in fighting climate change. We are also taking steps to adapt to the effects of climate change that we cannot prevent. That's what this legislation is about. The Coastal Protection Act will set out clear rules for what can and can't be done in the coastal protection zones. It will help us protect coastal ecology, and it will ensure that when new development is being planned in coastal protection zones, it takes climate change into account. I think we've made it clear that this legislation deals with future construction. It's meant to prevent today's problems from happening to tomorrow's homes, businesses, and cottages. We consulted before developing this legislation, and we will continue to consult as we develop the regulations that will support it. I'm proud of this legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I ask all members of this House to support it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will be supporting this. We do recognize the good that it will do, and in regards to global warming and the rising sea levels. I would be remiss if I did not point out the disappointment that we had that our amendment did not go through on this when it was in Committee of the Whole, and of course that amendment was to ensure that regulations and mapping were done as soon as possible so that the bill could go into effect. I believe it's been discussed here that it would be almost a year to 18 months before it goes into effect, and we would certainly like to see that done sooner. And so although our amendment did not go forward, we will be supporting it, and we do encourage the government as well as department to try to get that mapping and the regulations done on it as soon as possible. Thank you.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak to Bill 106 today, the Coastal Protection Act, and I am pleased to support this bill. Overall, my understanding is that experts and ecological organizations have been adequately consulted and engaged in shaping this bill, and so in the broad strokes, we'd say that the bill gets it right and is a much needed step in the right direction. However, I am still disappointed that this government did not listen to the important recommendations that stakeholders brought to law amendments to our committee there. The East Coast Environmental Law are experts in environmental law, and they pointed out the repeated inclusion of the term wherever possible in many clauses of the Act, that they create loopholes that you can drive a truck through in their language, and that this might make many of these clauses unenforceable. The government's refusal to make these changes recommended by East Coast Environmental Law and remove the phrase wherever possible does make me question the government's commitment to the principles of the Act, and I hope that I will be proven wrong. Of course, the question remains on everyone's mind. This is great for the future, but what's going to be done for all the existing homes and infrastructure along the coast? As a coastal province, we are particularly vulnerable to the sea level rise that's coming and already happening because of climate change. 70% of the province's population lives within 20 kilometers of the coast. So we really do need to get serious about reducing emissions and transitioning to a green economy if we want to avoid the worst damage that could come. We learned this month that Canada's temperatures are going up twice as fast as the rest of the world. And if we keep on the track that we're on, Nova Scotia could be experiencing storms like Hurricane Juan every 2 years. For instance, also, all the important dikes and berms in the province are at risk. For example, the Surfing Association of Nova Scotia raised the question of the breakwater wall on Highway 207 at Lawrencetown Beach. The government has not been maintaining the infrastructure at the beach, which is a huge tourism draw and a social and recreational benefit to Nova Scotians. Sea level around the Bay of Fundy has already gone up 40 centimeters, and it's going to go up even faster in the next 10 years. I'm going to repeat that. Sea level around the Bay of Fundy has already gone up 40 centimeters. That's a lot, Mr. Speaker, and it's going up even faster in the next 10 years. The Isthmus of Chignecto has already almost flooded twice in the last decade, and bad storms are coming more often. If the next bad storm, severe storm, hits at high tide, projections show that the Trans-Canada will be flooded up to our car windows, and they'll be flooding right into Amherst. And I really worry about my community on a floodplain of Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, and Salmon River. We need to get serious about reducing emissions, Mr. Speaker, but when I ask the Minister of Environment, she continues to defend the weak 2030 emissions target that this government chose. It's a target that all environmental experts in Nova Scotia say is inadequate and is even weaker than the target that the minister's own staff originally recommended. When the whole world is talking about the need to reach net zero by the year 2050, the Environment Minister told me that's too far away to think about. Well, Mr. Speaker, she may not be thinking about it, but I'm thinking about it, and the people in my caucus are thinking about it. The Minister and the Premier talk as if addressing climate change is about individual sacrifices from just regular people who are already struggling, but that's not the case, Mr. Speaker. It's much more than that. The IPCC report calls for government action now, Mr. Speaker, not individual sacrifice. With real government investment, addressing climate change will make working-class Nova Scotians' lives better, more affordable, more convenient, more comfortable, safer, and healthier. We need to make investments on the scale of the ones our parents and our grandparents' generations made during their war efforts. We need to make wartime level in investments, but we don't need to make wartime level sacrifices. So I really think it's clear that the government isn't getting it when it comes to climate action and what that really means. But the children of this province do, the students of this province do, and the children of Canada do, and around the world. So that said, this Coastal Protection Act, it is a product of decades of advocacy by Nova Scotians. It's a good step in the right direction. And I look forward to our wetlands and our salt marshes being better protected. That is very important. I look forward to municipalities getting the planning support that they need to make sure that we aren't building in harm's way and building on floodplains. I also look forward to the province continuing to work with the groups like ECE Law, the Ecology Action Centre, and others that helped this bill come to be. But with that, I'll conclude, and I will be supporting this bill. However, please keep an eye to the future because it's tomorrow. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to also rise and contribute my thoughts to Bill 106, the Coastal Protection Act. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Minister for bringing this important bill forward, and I would like to thank the members opposite for their comments and for their expressed support to this bill. Mr. Speaker, like most of my colleagues on both sides of the House, I represent a coastal constituency, and I must consider the opportunities and challenges that our coastline presents to the communities and the constituents that comprise beautiful Chester St. Margaret's. Mr. Speaker, across Nova Scotia we have 13,000 kilometres of coastline. We have 60,000 coastal properties. 70% of our population lives within 20 kilometres of the coast. We are collectively a coastal community. And now our community is threatened by climate change. And I'm pleased, very pleased, that this government is taking well-considered action to protect us from these threats. This legislation will ensure that new construction is being built in places safer from sea level rise, coastal erosion, and coastal flooding. Mr. Speaker, location of the early settlements in Nova Scotia, both by the Indigenous people and the European settlers, was dictated by our interaction with the seas. For food security and for commercial trade, our forefathers established their communities along our coastline. Our coast was then and continues to be our ocean advantage. The water's edge is where our forefathers built their homes, their businesses, and the infrastructure that they required for daily life. This is where they built the wharves and the piers, their shipping yards, their shipbuilding yards and warehouses for trade, and their fishing sheds. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians built renowned seaports. Maitland for shipbuilding, Lunenburg for fishing on the Grand Banks, Sydney for the shipment of coal and steel, and Halifax for all sorts of military and commercial purposes. And Nova Scotians built many, many more coastal ports for our fishing industries and commerce. In the earliest days, most Nova Scotian communities were not linked by roads, but by the sea lanes. As the years, the decades, and in fact the centuries passed, most roads Roads were built to link the communities with each other, but it was still our ports that connected us to the world. Gradually, the infrastructure for connecting our communities shifted away from the sea and onto the land. As most of our communities still dotted the coast, the land-based transportation systems were generally built along the coastline where people lived and business flourished. Mr. Speaker, today that same infrastructure is endangered if we do not take action. And not just the transportation infrastructure, but the homes and the businesses that sit on our shores, on our bays and harbors. And I'm referring, of course, to the challenges of climate change and how we approach coastal protection and adaptation. Mr. Speaker, coastal protection was a platform commitment of this government. Along with wilderness protection, coastal protection was also a priority plank in my own 2017 campaign for Chester St. Margaret's. This Coastal Protection Act is tangible evidence of our follow-through on these commitments. Of course, our commitment is not restricted to bricks and mortar, asphalt and gravel. We're also committed to protection of natural ecosystems. The purpose of this act is to prevent damage to all coastal ecosystems. The new regulations will help protect the salt marshes, the dunes, and other coastal features. These are the features that filter water and allow the coast to naturally adapt to the impact of climate change. Through this act, we are preventing the development in areas where it can damage coastal ecosystems and where development puts new structures at risk from sea level rise, storm surge, coastal erosion. The legislation will set clear rules that will ensure new construction is built in places safer from the challenges presented by such climate change phenomena. That's right. Mr. Speaker, in preparing this legislation, the Department of Environment held consultations with municipalities across the province through a series of regional meetings. In addition, there have been numerous briefings with municipal officials, municipal planners, municipal councils, and subcommittees. We heard two main concerns from the municipalities. One was a perception by some of a potential downloading of the enforcement of the Act to local government. The second was the possible impacts on coastal development. Mr. Speaker, I emphasize the following points to address those concerns. Firstly, permitting development in an area known to be vulnerable to sea level rise and storm surge and erosion puts people's well-being and property at risk. That just doesn't make sense. And in the long term, will cause greater problems for Nova Scotians and for all levels of government. In this legislation, we are supporting the other levels of government, and in particular, municipal government. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we're minimizing the burden on municipalities because we are using existing building permit approval processes that are already in place in every municipality. Furthermore, if you're applying for a building permit, having the requirements of the Act integrated into that process means owners will be alerted to the requirements of the Act at an early stage in their planning. Again, we are assisting municipalities in abiding to the regulations. Mr. Speaker, the Act will establish such protection as horizontal and vertical setbacks for buildings. Some municipalities, including some in Chester St. Margaret's, already have one or both of these setbacks in place. However, many municipalities, particularly those without planning departments or resources, have not yet addressed how they will act on coastal adaptation and protection, even if they recognize the inevitability of climate change phenomena. Through this legislation, we will help guide these municipalities and establish consistent, province-wide protection and adaptation measures. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly pleased that this legislation has the support of the Ecology Action Centre. The Ecology Action Centre participated in my recent Chester St. Margaret's Coastal Protection Forum and has met with my Environmental Protection Advisory Group to discuss coastal protection and climate change. The support of the Ecology Action Centre and other organizations such as this have certainly assisted us in bringing this legislation forward. Mr. Speaker, the legislation also reflects comments and suggestions from more than 1,300 Nova Scotians who considered this legislation, nor are we finished. As we move to developing the regulations that will define exactly how this legislation will work, we will continue to consult with municipalities, with First Nations, with the coastal industries, and of course, the residents. On another issue, Mr. Speaker, one of which is close to my own professional background, is that this effort to protect our coastal ecosystems will require detailed mapping of our coastline and our many inland waterways. Our government is using an advanced mapping technology known as LIDAR for much of this mapping. The LIDAR data will be integrated with other mapping data sets such as aerial and satellite imagery, land surveys, and marine survey data. And I am excited that the announcement this week that the College of Geographic Sciences, commonly referred to as COGS, a jewel in our Nova Scotia Community College system, will be expanded to include a geomatics business research centre. This centre will serve as a hub for collaboration between academia, business, and government to develop world-leading approaches to coastal mapping. Mr. Speaker, this government has had the vision to adapt our advanced education system, the Nova Scotia Community College system, to meet the domestic needs for coastal zone mapping and to provide a facility to develop export-ready solutions to the global challenge of climate change. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I call the members' attention that this Act will minimize future spending of public dollars to repair damage to public and private coastal properties. As a strong proponent of government living within its means, I find this to be invaluable. And as our government continues to achieve balanced budgets, we can maintain and increase spending in other areas by investing in climate change and adaptation today. Mr. Speaker, this Coastal Protection Act demonstrates our government's leadership and fulfills our commitment to coastal protection. Absolutely. I thank you for allowing me to voice my support for this legislation.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of the Environment. It will be to close third reading of Bill number 106, the Coastal Protection Act. Would all those in favour of the motion, the Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to close debate on Bill number 106, the Coastal Protection Act.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 106, the Coastal Protection Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 106, entitled An Act Respecting Coastal Protection in Nova Scotia.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 119, the Builders Lien Act?
Now call Bill number 119, the Builders Lien Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 119, the Builders Lien Act, be read a third time. Mr. Speaker, these amendments are intended to support Nova Scotia's construction workers and businesses in the construction industry with a framework to ensure they get paid on time for the work that they do. Duncan Williams, President and CEO of the Construction Association of Nova Scotia, addressed the Law Amendments Committee about the significant impacts that late payments are having on the industry. Based on a survey of their members, he expressed concerns over slowness of payments to contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers. Punctuated by a long list of statistics, he painted a concerning picture of a growing problem. Delayed payments making it difficult for small and medium contractors to bid on work, firms unable to invest in new equipment, training, wages, and benefits, and even safety because of late payments. We know that these practices are having a real and negative impact on businesses across Nova Scotia, and that hurts our economy and the communities in which they operate. Like many small business owners, Heather Cruikshank of Ellie Cruikshank Sheet Metal Limited spoke of the challenges they faced when payments on work long completed were delayed or did not come at all. She said it quite clearly. When payments are withheld, it can mean the difference between making payroll or not. Jobs are at risk and futures are at stake. There's no question if you're a contractor on a project, you should be paid within a reasonable time period after providing an invoice for the work you have done. The existing legislation needs to be stronger to address those concerns, Mr. Speaker. Prompt payment legislation will clearly set out the rights and responsibilities of all parties on a construction project. It will establish rules so that contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers in the construction industry are paid based on clear timelines set out in regulation. Late payments will be subject to interest. We appreciate the comments expressed by the General Contractors Alliance and encourage them to take part in our upcoming consultation with the sector. Our plan is to consult with contractors, subcontractors, suppliers, trade unions, engineers, road builders, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, project owners, developers, and other interested stakeholders beginning this spring. We will hear from all stakeholders before the bill is proclaimed into law. These consultations, Mr. Speaker, will be important as they will help us determine much of the detail we need to inform timelines and the appropriate model for the adjudication process. With those comments, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat and look forward to the comments of my colleagues.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak at third reading on Bill 119, the Builders' Lien Act. This bill will allow contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers to receive prompt payment. Mr. Speaker, it was alarming to hear last year that 35 construction companies went bankrupt as a result of later absent payments. I think, Mr. Speaker, we would all agree that small business entrepreneurs are the foundation of our economy. The province, we know, has to do better to establish a level playing field within the construction industry for payment and set up the appropriate framework for prompt payment. We believe that this bill sets out to achieve those end goals. Within our reading of the bill, the official opposition believes this act will create the foundation for a stable environment for prompt payment. We believe the role of government is to work with the private sector to help establish the conditions for prosperity. Bill 19 will create the framework for the stable conditions required for contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers. Now comes the constructive criticism, Mr. Speaker. The official opposition will monitor the evolution of this act over the next few months. The last thing any stakeholder wants with respect to prompt payment is a lack of clarity in the regulations and, of course, the unintended consequences regarding the production of red tape that may have an impact on productivity for our construction industry. Mr. Speaker, this is an industry that contributes nearly $6 billion annually to the Nova Scotia economy and employs over 30,000 women and men across the province. Mr. Speaker, the official opposition supports Bill 119 because we believe it is taking an important and critical step forward in addressing some major problems within the prompt payment system within the construction industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to also speak on Bill 119. The NDP caucus is pleased to support this legislation and pleased that the government is taking the concerns of the construction sector seriously. The construction sector employs more than 30,000 people in Nova Scotia, the majority of whom are unionized, and these are good working-class jobs that support our communities and families. We know that fixing the issue of payment delay will reduce delays in federal and provincial construction projects, lead to greater employment and more openings for apprentices. The problem is a factor of two key practices. One, delays in processing valid invoices for work that has been performed according to contract that is not in dispute, and that's hurting contractors, and delays in payments down the subcontract chain, even when valid invoices for completed work are submitted, are creating bottlenecks and delays in many construction projects. Payment delay problems are systemic in Canada's construction sector and Nova Scotia's sector, and this includes construction work tendered and procured by the federal government. This is a significant problem for small businesses, families, workers, and taxpayers that could be addressed and is being addressed simply and at low cost. We're supporting this legislation because Nova Scotia's laws around this issue have been dragging for some time. We know that a majority of U.S. states, the UK and the EU, and many other countries have this sort of legislation on the books already. I would also like to thank Duncan Williams from the Prompt Payment Coalition and all of the companies, unions, and tradespeople who brought this to the attention of me and our caucus. I'm really pleased that we found a way forward, and hopefully it will resolve the issues. Thank you.
Fine to recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice. It'll be to close third reading of Bill number 119, the Builders Lien Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. We too will monitor the consultation process and work with my colleagues across the aisle, as well as those within the construction environment, to ensure this meets the objectives and intentions that those individuals have brought forward. So with those few comments, Mr. Speaker, I rise to close debate on Bill 119.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 119, the Builders Lien Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 119, an act to amend Chapter 277 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Builders Lien Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 121, the Nursing Act?
Now call Bill number 121, the Nursing Act. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 121 be now read a third time and do pass. Just a few brief remarks, Mr. Speaker. But by brief, Mr. Speaker, I mean I plan to use my hour to educate my colleagues here in the legislature. You know, I am going through a bit of withdrawal from estimates. All right, so Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just very briefly to remind colleagues of this bill. This is a bill amalgamating two existing and long-standing self-regulated health professions. The registered nurses and the licensed practical nurses currently exist as two separate regulatory bodies for their health professions. They came together, Mr. Speaker, to identify that working together as a single entity would reduce confusion amongst the public and the nursing professionals. So that was the starting point, to bring them together, bring some administrative efficiencies, and bring clarity. This will modernize as well. This bill modernizes as well the regulatory structure of the legislation. So it's a good bill, Mr. Speaker, and one that has certainly been driven by frontline healthcare professionals in the self-regulated nursing area. And with that, I look forward to any further comments my colleagues would have.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his few words and for introducing this most important bill. Look, I think when we think of nurses, I often would equate nurses with teachers. You know, you reflect and reminisce and think of that teacher that had such an impact, a positive impact on your life. And we often, as children and as adults, think about those nurses that also have left a positive impact. I have two sister-in-laws that are nurses, and there's no doubt that they bring this certain amount of comfort no matter where you are. So perhaps it's a girls' night out, and if you know you have a friend that's in the pack that's a nurse, you feel more comfortable. Whether you're at the hockey rink and with your children and you're sitting with the mums and dads and you know there's a nurse amongst you. Or in fact, right here in this chamber, knowing that we have a very competent nurse from Cumberland North. The reality is that where would we be without our nurses? And in particularly at a time in Nova Scotia where we find ourselves in a healthcare crisis. So this bill certainly is a step in the right direction in bringing two regulatory bodies under one umbrella. It's certainly going to be able to help them collaborate more and be more flexible in decision making. And that's a positive step, and we want that. We want that for the nurses. I have one major concern about this bill, and that is the number of doctors that have reached out to me, as well as some nurses, but in particularly doctors. And I know that we have all read in the papers with regards to Doctors Nova Scotia and their concerns. And what's disappointing is I feel that this bill, there was consultations, which was great. I think the minister had mentioned over 4,000 people had input, but we didn't hear how those consultations were conducted. We didn't hear who those consultations were from, what groups, what organizations, what professions. But what I did learn is that Doctors Nova Scotia has spoken. And they are concerned about this bill. And I just want to leave us all with one thought on this bill with regards to what Doctors Nova Scotia said. And I think we just have to take into consideration what they said, regardless of how we're voting on this bill. But Doctors Nova Scotia, they do not object combining the two regulatory efforts of the College of Registered Nurses of Nova Scotia and the College of Licensed Practical Nurses of Nova Scotia into one nursing body. We know that. That's a good thing. They support that. And they don't object to nurse practitioners practicing within their full scope of practice without oversight by physicians. However, they have concerns that the proposed legislative change regarding collaboration will send an unintended message, unintended consequences to other allied healthcare professionals, physiotherapists, social workers, doctors, and so on. So by association, it may also send the message that the Nova Scotia government and the NSHA feel the same way at a time where both have expressed commitment to and value in establishing more collaborative practices in terms of serving Nova Scotians with a better health care system. So they're saying basically, on one side you're talking about being more collaborative, and yet through this bill it looks like in some regards that you're planning to have them separate. So there are some, sincere and important concerns from our doctors, who I also believe we need to give a big shout out to. We know that we're underrepresented by doctors. I stand here with, and I know you've heard it before, I don't have a doctor. I'm happy that I finally have a nurse practitioner who's fabulous, and I appreciate that they work in a clinic together and can collaborate. So with those few words, I just want to say that thanks again to the minister for bringing this bill forward. I was there at the briefing, and I know that there was a positive response from our nurses, and that's good news. So thank you so much.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We too are happy to see the government responding to the requests from nursing regulators. Nurses are essential to the functioning of our health system. Being a nurse is one of the hardest things a person can do. The hours are long, the work is difficult, and our nurses deserve to be treated with respect. They also deserve, Mr. Speaker, to report unsafe working conditions without fear of retribution from their employer. Nurses in Nova Scotia cannot currently do that, which is why I brought forward amendments to this bill in Committee of the Whole House designed to protect nurse whistleblowers. Nurses in our hospitals are working short every day, and that we know. They are working in conditions that some medical professionals have described as third world. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that some nurses are lucky if they get to go to the washroom during a 12-hour shift. They are so run off their feet that some are worried about violating the terms of their own nursing licenses because they simply do not have time to provide the care that their patients require. While we support this act, we believe that we must address the systemic crisis that is making it extremely difficult for nurses to continue to care for people in our current healthcare system. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health will be to close third reading of Bill number 121, the Nursing Act. Would all those in favour of the motion, the Honourable Minister of Health. Skipping ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of points in response to my colleagues. To the member from Pictou West, Mr. Speaker, inquired about the consultations. Indeed, the vast majority of those people consulted were nurses themselves. The college has reached out through survey means, I believe it was, I don't recall if it was an online or a paper survey that they distributed to the licensed nurses that they solicited. From an organizational perspective, and this isn't an exhaustive list, these are just the ones off the top of my head that I recall, they'd engaged with Doctors Nova Scotia as well as the College of Physicians and Surgeons as representation for physicians, while they themselves are obviously representative of nurses from the regulatory side. They also reached out to the unions representing nurses from kind of more the employment side of things. So that gave people from different perspectives that may have a role or an interest in this bill to provide input and feedback. I believe the president of the NSGEU at Law Amendments laid out very clearly some early consultations they made and their feedback, as well as the many changes that were amendments that were made in response to that feedback. So I think it does go to show that both the department and the colleges, as drafting this bill, took very seriously the input and the feedback that was provided getting to this point. With respect to any unintended message, Mr. Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. We continue to support the collaboration of all healthcare professionals. Indeed, all of them feel the same, but it's important that collaboration take place in a fair and equitable way. Nova Scotia is one of the only jurisdictions that maintained a reference to, in a nursing context, a need to have a relationship with another healthcare provider, that being physicians, Mr. Speaker. So this is actually making it more consistent with other jurisdictions, which actually allows then nurses that may be working in another jurisdiction that didn't have that same provision feel more comfortable to come to Nova Scotia to work here, where we are investing and supporting and hiring more nurses through and allied health professionals into our collaborative environments. Mr. Speaker, I guess if representatives of Doctors Nova Scotia believe that this sends the wrong message, they can join us in celebrating and communicating to ensure people know that other physicians and other health professionals know that we are open for business. We do support collaborative practices and the collaboration between our healthcare professionals in the province. And I think that can certainly go a long way to addressing any potential unintended miscommunications. We all know here, and I believe we can all be part of ensuring that if there's any miscommunication, that is addressed. Mr. Speaker, just the last thing, the member from Cape Breton Centre made reference to the amendment that was brought forward, Mr. Speaker. I guess the simplest response there is that amendment doesn't fall within the regulatory scope of the nurse practitioner, the nursing regulatory body. That's why that amendment would be voted down with this piece of legislation. This is a legislation about the self-regulated profession of nurses. What the member brought forward really doesn't relate to that provision at all. So it is not something that was appropriate or relevant to this particular piece of legislation and the regulatory role of the College of Nurses. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the input by all of my colleagues, and I move that the bill be read and I guess do pass.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 121, the Nursing Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 121, entitled An Act Respecting the Regulation of Nursing.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 135, the Nova Scotia Power Privatization Act and the Nova Scotia Power Reorganization 1998 Act.
We'll now call Bill number 135, the Nova Scotia Power Privatization Act and the Nova Scotia Power Reorganization 1998 Act. The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill number 135 be now read a third time and do pass. I watched with interest as the legislation had moved through the Law Amendments Committee unanimously without any particular criticism or suggested changes to the bill itself. This piece of legislation is fundamentally about ensuring that a Nova Scotia business can have a level playing field to compete with other North American companies. Right now, Emera is the only one of 100 North American investor-owned utilities and power producers with restrictions on foreign ownership of its voting shares. We are changing the old legislation to remove that old 25% restriction, so Emera can now have more financial flexibility to grow, just like all other companies in its class in North America. At the same time, the bill reinforces Emera's commitment to Nova Scotia, ensuring the company's head office and principal executives will be based here and work here in our province. This legislation recognizes the value and economic impact of having a true head office operating here in Nova Scotia. The bill also maintains that no one can own more than 15% of shares, and no one can team up with others to ever try to take control. And just to be absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, again, this legislation has no impact whatsoever on Nova Scotia Power ratepayers. This is about government doing the right and fair thing to help another Nova Scotia-based business succeed here at home and around the world. And with that, I take my place and look forward to the comments from the opposition.
The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we certainly understand the the motivations of Nova Scotia Power, and we're certainly happy to have Emera based here in Nova Scotia. But Nova Scotia Power has done well, and the question has to be asked: why the need for change? Foreign ownership is not always in the best interest of the domestic economy, and I think about across the country. When we think about decisions at the federal level and efforts made by other countries, and I think of a growing economy like China, and Chinese companies and the country of China trying to control the price of commodities by buying Canadian companies that own resources to be able to possibly control the prices of commodities that they need to manufacture goods for people in their country and for export around the world, and the impact that has on Canada. If commodity prices don't rise naturally because of demand but are constrained, that is not good for the Canadian economy. So there are times when foreign ownership is not good for the domestic economy, and I can even think, Mr. Speaker, about I remember when I was working in the investment industry about brokers bemoaning the fact that there were stocks coming off the Canadian Stock Exchange, and it was getting smaller and smaller in terms of the number of companies that were still listed in Canada. And what a loss that is for Canadian investors who can invest in their own country, in companies that are participating in a global environment with free trade deals and so on, that can generate wealth for Canadians at home. So, Mr. Speaker, we will not be supporting this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the comments of the minister just now. In particular, I would draw attention to his assertion that he was pleased to see that there was no feedback at law amendments, and that might be partially due to the fact that the law amendments meeting was announced on a Friday afternoon and took place on a Monday morning, as it seems to lately with many bills. So I'm not altogether sure that everyone who might be interested in or wanted to be notified of this change was aware of that. Mr. Speaker, it's our feeling that power it's a public good here in Nova Scotia. There are lots of places where people live back to the land, but unless you're the hardiest of types, that's not possible here. All Nova Scotians use power in this climate. We all need it. We all use it. And so with respect, whether or not this is the view of the capital markets, our view is that it's not that Emera is not the same as other companies in its class. Nova Scotia Power is not the same as other companies in its class. Nova Scotia Power is the utility that all Nova Scotians rely on to keep their lights on, many to keep them warm in the winter. And now many of the millions of dollars that Emera pays out to its shareholders will be leaving Canada. Before this change, you could at least say that Emera was a type of export. The profits that Emera was making were circulating in the Canadian economy, even the ones they were making internationally, because of this ownership provision. Now, that's not the case anymore. In fact, it's the opposite. It's likely that the profits that Emera generates from Nova Scotian ratepayers will be dispersed all over the world. To some, that might sound like a good idea. To us, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Mr. Speaker, this government did nothing to say to Emera, you want a bigger market for your shares, you want to grow and increase your profits, what's in it for Nova Scotians who are generating your profits in the first place? Are you going to deliver more reliable service? Are you going to lower rates? Are you going to generate more renewables? No. The government did nothing to ensure that we get something back in return for making Emera so profitable. And in fact, the Premier rose today, Mr. Speaker, and said, well, that's not the way business is done. And I would say that's a sad indictment on the way this government does business. The way that we do business in this chamber ought to be for the benefit of all Nova Scotians, and this change is the exact opposite, Mr. Speaker. Now, make no mistake, I understand the government's argument. If Emera is strong and successful, it could conceivably invest more in Nova Scotia. Well, Mr. Speaker, Emera is strong and successful, and it does not. I'll table this article from February of 2019. Record earnings from utility operations in Florida and New Mexico helped Halifax-based Emera beat analyst expectations in the fourth quarter of 2018. From last year, the executives who run Nova Scotia Power's parent company saw hefty raises in 2017. From All Nova Scotia recently, the Scott Balfour and the rest of his high-paid crew totaled $11.4 million in salary, cash bonuses, and long-term performance-based shares. And I think we've all seen the news in the last couple of weeks about the most recent executive pay raises. Mr. Speaker, this is trickle-down thinking. Corporations are constantly coming to government and saying, let us profit more, and everyone will benefit. We promise. But, Mr. Speaker, they never do. We've been trying that since the 80s. It doesn't work. Here's a recent example. U.S. tax cuts that just happened under President Donald Trump. Corporate profits have soared in the United States, but have those profits been reinvested in those corporations developing their productive capacity, in job-creating investments, in better wages and benefits for workers, in lower prices for consumers? No, Mr. Speaker, no on all counts. That extra cash was spent on stock buybacks to raise the value of their shares. I'm afraid this bill demonstrates the same outdated economic thinking. If we really want to support business in this province, we would have demanded something from Emera. Businesses in our province are impacted by Nova Scotia Power's power rates, and they are impacted by how often they have power outages, and I spoke about that recently in this chamber. Every outage has a major negative impact on our economy, and I dare say that there are none of us who haven't gotten a call about a power outage from constituents, and for those of us with a particularly weak grid, certainly from local businesses. The province could have negotiated cheaper access to Nova Scotia Power's infrastructure to help bring broadband to rural Nova Scotia, to help lower the cost of that. Right now, a huge part of why broadband infrastructure is so expensive is that we rent Nova Scotia Power's poles. We rent every pole we attach internet cables to, Mr. Speaker, $20 a pole. That's a big cost in rural areas where houses are far apart. Was that up for discussion? As far as I can tell, none of these thoughts have crossed this government's mind. They aren't thinking about the impacts Emera's lack of investment have on everyday Nova Scotians and business. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed that the government has introduced a bill that supports profits for Emera and nothing for Nova Scotians. We will not be supporting this bill.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the piece of legislation before us is entitled An Act to Amend the Nova Scotia Power Privatization Act and the Nova Scotia Power Reorganization Act. But I think in the interests of truthfulness, the legislation before us might better be called the Have You Ever Got Some Gall Act, or perhaps an act that takes an awful lot of nerve. If I were a power company that had taken $3 billion in profits from Nova Scotia since its privatization in 1992, and if I were a subsidiary of a parent company whose CEO makes $6.2 million a year, and if I were operating in a jurisdiction with the lowest median income in Canada and the worst child poverty in the country, a jurisdiction where 38% of the population report that it is a very real struggle for them to pay their power bills, if that were true of me, then I'm not sure that I would have the nerve. I'm not sure that I would have the gall to come to the government of that province and say that I wanted that government to pass legislation removing restrictions on the international ownership of my shares. And if I did that in that situation, Mr. Speaker, if I were to summon that amount of gall to make that request of the government of such a jurisdiction, if I were to summon the nerve to tell the government of such a...
Order, please. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I were in that situation and I had the gall to come and make that request to the government of such a jurisdiction, if I had the nerve to do that, I would fully expect that that government would say to me under those circumstances, well, you know what, power utility? Actually, right now is not all that great a time. Actually, right now, power utility, could you maybe wait till later? It's just not, economically speaking, from the point of view of the lives of our people, it's just not perfect timing. Well, that's not at all what has happened. What has happened, rather, is that Emera has said to the Liberal government, jump, and the Liberal government has said, how high? Emera has said to the Liberal government, dance. And the Liberal government has begun to hop around. Well, there are different names we could have for this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps also we could call it the False and Hollow Act. Because the arguments that the government has raised in favor of this piece of legislation certainly fall within the false and hollow description. The minister, for example, has spoken about how Nova Scotia Power / Emera is the only utility in North America that faces restrictions on international capitalization. But this is to obscure the irrelevance of North America outside Canada to the consideration that's before us, as it is to pass over the fact that in Canada there is, after all, only one province outside of Nova Scotia, Alberta, where power generation, transmission, and distribution are entirely in private hands. Or perhaps we might, as we think about this act, we might maybe want to call it also the Nothing Times Nothing Equals Nothing Act. Since, what does this bill anticipate that the customers of Nova Scotia Power will be receiving, as my colleague has just pointed out, in return for the government's acceding to this request/demand from Emera? Are there going to be investments in energy infrastructure towards 100% renewables in Nova Scotia? Will there be investments in the direction of a strengthened grid, or in cutting down on the frequency of power outages, or in reducing power rates to the people of the province? The answer is that there will be nothing times nothing times nothing, which will equal the nothing that Emera will be providing to the people of Nova Scotia in return for the governments of Nova Scotia's fulfilling their demand/request. Or maybe we could want to call this piece of legislation the Totally Unnecessary Act. Since the legislation before us, it lifts Emira's present limit of 25% of shares held outside the country, although Emira has never in its history reached, in fact, that limit. Equally unnecessary is the minister's contention that the legislation provides for maintaining Emira's headquarters in Nova Scotia. That's unnecessary because that's already a provision that's contained in the unamended Act. But perhaps maybe what we should do is just sum all of that up, Mr. Speaker, and put forward a renewed name for this legislation. Let's just call it the Very Bad Judgment Act. It forgets, this piece of legislation, that we need a government to side with the people of Nova Scotia, not with the corporation through which $3 billion in profits has been taken from them since 1992. The legislation forgets that the government's primary loyalty needs to be to the people who work and struggle and pay the power bills in Nova Scotia, not to the shareholders of Emira. The legislation forgets that the government needs to attend to the multiple economic injuries of a population with the lowest income in the country and not be pouring salt into their wounds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I am going to speak for a shorter time than my colleagues, but I also wanted to hit a couple of the points that come to mind when I think about regulating Nova Scotia Power and Emira. There is no doubt that the way into a future with any sort of viable climate for our children is not going to be found thanks to the leadership of capital and capitalists. There is nothing inherent in the capitalist system that places enough value on our environment, that places enough value on that which we have no way of assigning a number to on a balance sheet, and which is treated as an externality. So if I were to look at breaking into the legislation and tinkering around with it, it would be with the idea of performing the role of government, which is in fact to regulate for the public good. And if we're going to take that time to look at Nova Scotia Power, perhaps, for example, the government could remove the caps that it has placed on energy efficiency budgets, because we know that higher investments have been shown to be cost effective. Maybe we could reduce the limit that was placed that has restricted the size of net metering to 100 kilowatts, down from 1 megawatt. Maybe, and this is I think a really important one, we could decouple the profits of Nova Scotia Power from energy sales and instead make it based on performance, or somehow like figure out a formula so that we're actually rewarding them when they are providing real value to us, not when they're selling us more power that is, as my colleagues have said, sometimes unreliable, and certainly not at this point adequately green. So there's many things that we could do as a government to exercise our function, which involves regulation, and this being the only piece of legislation related to Nova Scotia Power and Emira in my time in this House, coming from the government that once promised to break the monopoly, seems like a very odd place to start. Thank you very much.
Going to recognize the Honourable Minister of Business will be to close third reading of Bill number 135, the Nova Scotia Power Privatization Act and the Nova Scotia Power Reorganization 1998 Act. The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my colleagues opposite from Inverness, Dartmouth South, Needham, and of course the Leader of the NDP as well on their comments around this bill. I would remind the members, just to be clear, I know that anytime we're having discussions about Emira and what's connected to them as a parent company and their subsidiary being Nova Scotia Power, that this will be an opportunity to draw in power rates and draw in Nova Scotia Power Power and target Nova Scotia Power around some of these things, but this is specific, this bill, and the member from Dartmouth South referenced law amendments, and that I said that there wasn't any comments or pushback. The amendments and the bill that were before law amendments was specific to Emera's ability to gain capital investments from the foreign markets and having foreign investment outside of that 25% cap. That's what this is about, Mr. Speaker. It isn't tied into the Nova Scotia Power operations. They're still controlled under the UARB processes. They have their structures, their governance, all the things that we talk about with the Minister of Energy and Mines, the conversations around power rates and power outages and all the things that we hear from our constituents as MLAs. But this is specific to Emera and their ability to borrow on capital markets, and that was not challenged at law amendments. No amendments came forward. We didn't see anything of that nature, so I want to make it clear that that's what I was referring to. This does not guarantee Emera profits. This gives their ability to have a more cost-controlled capital borrowing system when they go out in the capital markets and they bring in investment. This makes it gives them a broader scope to do that. That's what this is. It isn't about profit. They still have to make the same decisions. When they're making decisions on the Maritime Link, which Emera wasn't a terrible entity when they were building the Maritime Link, Mr. Speaker, and they were part of that investment. This is a requirement that when they have the ability to borrow at cheaper rates, at better rates, then it's going to benefit their ability to build major projects. And obviously, with all of their subsidiaries, but certainly for Nova Scotia Power, if that's going to benefit the province, then obviously that's a good thing for us. The member from Inverness referenced around foreign ownership and used an anecdote about how foreign operations come in and they take over companies and they water things down. Number one, there is a 15% cap. So no one person can own more than 15%. There's no opportunity for collusion, so 4 or 5 people can't get together and collude and team up and own Emera and take it away. But Mr. Speaker, this, again, with the member's position on this is very antiquated. We aren't afraid of China, everybody. Mr. Speaker, we're not afraid of China. We want China to invest here. It's not going anywhere. We don't have to worry about foreign governments taking over Emera. It's not going to happen. So I don't want to have the ability to create that fear that Emera is leaving Nova Scotia, ladies and gentlemen. That's not going to be the place. Again, this is all the members reference that Emera is doing well. They absolutely are. No question about it. Sobeys is doing well. Michelin's doing well. Keep going through the list. Oxford Frozen Foods is doing well, Mr. Speaker. Clearwater is doing well because they're playing in an international environment and they're international investments. And if they had legislation that handcuffed them, among 100 competitors, we would help Sobeys and we would help Clearwater. We would create the right conditions for the business environment. That's what this is about, Mr. Speaker, so let's be clear on that. Comment about getting something back, Mr. Speaker. Are we getting something back? Yeah, we have a corporation of significant size and prominence that's employing Nova Scotians, that has a footprint here in the province. That's what we're getting back. Should we demand something? That is the old way of governing, Mr. Speaker, that we pull companies in and we demand that they do certain things. Well, how do we handcuff any company by demanding they should do certain things? All we're doing here is setting the environment that they can raise money on the capital markets. How does that make us, what do we demand? What kind of message does it send to the international investment community that we would have such restrictions to the point where you're the only entity in the competition of 100 that has to be locked in to a cap of investment within Canada? Mr. Speaker, it's an antiquated way of thinking, and for the members opposite, I know that this is an opportunity to talk about power rates and look at all these things in a negative way. Look around with the investment community, look around at business conference, look at where our bond ratings, our investment ratings are. We're doing things right. Small businesses, medium businesses, and corporations are recognizing that. That's why they're choosing to be in Nova Scotia. That's why they're choosing to invest in Nova Scotia. We're in the real world, Mr. Speaker. Real-world policy has to reflect what is right to put Nova Scotians to work and keep them in their jobs and make sure that that money is spent here in Nova Scotia. And with that, I move to close debate on Bill 135.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 135, the Nova Scotia Power Act. There's been a call for a recorded vote. The clerks will now get ready to conduct a recorded vote. While they're getting ready, remind all members to remain perfectly silent during the call for the recorded vote. And when your name is called, please stand tall and state a simple yay or nay. Clerks will now proceed with the recorded vote.
Mr. Churchill.
Aye.
Mr. Fury.
Yes.
Ms. Regan.
Yes.
Mr. McClellan.
Yes.
Mr. McNeil.
Yes.
Ms. Casey.
Yes.
Mr. Glavine.
Yes.
Mr. Delory.
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell. Ms. Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Koutsoulis.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Porter.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Yes.
Ms. Metledge-Diab.
Oui.
Mr. Ince.
Yes.
Mr. Rankin.
Yes.
Mr. Momberket.
Yes.
Ms. Arab.
Yes.
Mr. Horn.
Yes.
Mr. Jessam.
Yes.
Mr. McKay.
Aye.
Mr. McGuire.
Yes.
Ms. Lonas Croft.
Yes.
Ms. DiCostanzo.
Yes.
Mr. Irving.
Yes.
Mr. Dunn.
No.
Mr. Bain.
No.
Ms. Masland.
No.
Ms. McFarlane.
No.
Mr. Houston.
Nope.
Mr. McMaster.
No.
Ms. Chender.
No.
Mr. Burrell.
No.
Ms. Zan.
No.
Ms. Roberts.
No.
Ms. LeBlanc.
No.
Ms. Martin.
No.
Ms. Smith-McCrossan.
No.
Mr. Hallman.
No.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
No.
Mr. Orrell.
No.
Ms. Adams.
No.
Mr. Lohr.
No.
Mr. Johns.
No.
Ms. Pond.
No.
Mr. Rushton.
No.
Mr. McLeod.
No.
Mr. Harrison.
No. Those in favor of the proposition, 25. Those against, 23.
Motion carried.
An act to amend Chapter 8, Bill number 135, an act to amend Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1992, the Nova Scotia Power Privatization Act, and Chapter 19 of the Acts of 1998, the Nova Scotia Power Reorganization 1998 Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 139, the Income Tax Act?
Now call Bill number 139, the Income Tax Act. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 139, the Income Tax Act, be now read a third time and do pass. This government values the contributions that small and medium-sized businesses are making to our economy. As announced in the budget, we are expanding the Innovation Equity Tax Credit to allow corporate investors to participate and to support our young and growing and innovative companies. The business community also asked for the creation of a venture capital tax credit as another way of providing needed investment to these companies. The tax credits will be effective in the spring of 2019, and regulations will fall as soon as possible after. We continue to encourage investments that stimulate growth and jobs in both our small and medium-sized businesses across the province.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we'll be supporting this bill. We hope that the investments made by those in these that achieve these tax credits for them will be fruitful, and we also hope that the companies that are offering them have success as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll also be supporting this bill. We're pleased to see a bill that helps the flow of capital into Nova Scotian companies and small and medium-sized businesses, helps Nova Scotians as opposed to hurting them. And so for those reasons, we're pleased to support this bill.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance will be to close third reading of Bill number 139, the Income Tax Act. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the support from the opposition parties, and I think we all recognize the importance of small and medium-sized businesses. They need capital, they need investment, and this will allow this to happen. So I close debate on Bill 139, the Income Tax Act.
Motion is for third reading of Bill number 139, the Income Tax Act. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill number 139, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act.
Ordered that the bill be due pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
That concludes government business for today, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House to now rise and sit again tomorrow, Friday, April 12th, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. Following the daily routine in QP, we will move the Committee of the Whole on Supply, followed by third reading on Bills 122, 133, and 136, and if time permits, address and reply as well. And I may add, go Leafs, go.
There's a few things I could say about that, but anyway, the motion is for the House to adjourn, to rise again tomorrow, Friday, April the 12th, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.